Absolute tosh.
Started, yes. Yeah, you know, Black Friday in America is the only day of the year that has its own murder count. People are going berserk for those flat-screen TVs. Of course, if they sit at home and order all their stuff online, then there's only family members that they can shoot at. Britain is set for a freezing for a freezing fog, not two, one. A freezing fog tonight is going to plunge to minus 10. Good grief. But don't worry, because it'll also be windy and rainy.
Oh, fabulous.
The Met Office issued a yellow weather warning last night.
Warning, warning.
That's not yellow rain. Don't get it on your shoes. Freezing fog going to hit parts of the country. Northern parts of the UK will see freezing temperatures, and Scotland and the Highlands are likely to hit sub-zero, as low as -6 in some areas.
Oh, no.
-6 degrees centigrade, and you double that and add 32 to get feet. So -6 times 2 is -14, and plus 32 is -56. So it's going to be -56 feet temperature tonight. Can you believe that?
No.
Met Office spokesman, I think you'll find that those calculations are correct, by the way. Mental arithmetic is my speciality. Northern parts of the UK are going to see freezing temperatures, and they will also be seen here, there and everywhere, baby. Met Office spokesman Emma said the temperatures are down to -9.7 last night in Scotland, and we could see a similar drop tonight. Had to de-ice my car with a de-icing machine, well, a plastic thing I got from the supermarket. Scraping away I was. I mean, visibility out of a car window when you're driving isn't that important any more than brakes are. But, you know, I did my bit. I'm a good boy, I am. Tomorrow the temperatures are expected to remain fairly low. But does it sound like I'm talking in a bucket? Does it sound like I'm talking far, far away? In a galaxy far, far away? Yeah, a little bit. I've turned it up to its maximum. It doesn't go any higher than this. I'll have to speak louder. Or you could get closer to the radio. Tomorrow the temperatures are expected to remain fairly low. But towards the beginning of the working week, there should be a slight increase to about 3 centigrade. It's going to go up to 3 centigrade. There could be a chance of more wet spells. How is that even possible? How can there still be rain in the sky? Where's it coming from? Later on in the week, the south of the country can expect to see temperatures of as high as 11 centigrade. Wow! It's up and down like a yo-yo. Weather. Make your mind up. A social media account dedicated to weather data called X Charts said that the dramatic drop in temperature is due to a meandering influence of the jet stream.
No!
Yes. They posted this message. See if you can unpick this. The textbook Omega block sat next to the west of the UK will leave much of Europe stuck beneath a deep upper-level trough, allowing cold air to pour in. Does that make sense?
Negative.
That's science for you, that is. The Met Office, meanwhile, tweeted the following. Heading out this afternoon? It'll be feeling cold. See? In plain English. For plain English people. The weather is also available in Scotland and Wales and Northern Ireland. Would you like to know the forecast for the whole of December?
No.
I didn't see that coming. All right, and this is up to and including Jesus' birthday, by the way. Okay, so this is important stuff. People bet money on this. Okay, the outlook for Sunday to Tuesday. Sunday on the cloudy side and breezy with some showers. Cold on Monday with overnight frost. Wednesday the 4th to Friday the 13th. Oh, it's going to be a Friday the 13th.
Oh, no.
Settled at first from Wednesday to Friday, first couple of weeks in December. Settled at first with areas of fog. Kind of like an Enid Blyton book. Enid Blyton books were always set in fog. Remember? It was always November in England, and some ne'er-do-wells were trying to nick a horse. It was always a horse. All those pesky kids, I hope they don't get involved again. Settled at first with areas of fog. Bright or sunny spells possible. with lashings of lemonade. Wet and windy weather through Thursday and Friday. Into the following week, spells of rain and stronger winds, followed by brighter, showery, colder. Temperatures normal. So that's up to Friday the 13th. And then, the important part, up until the end of the month, including the big day for you-know-who. Unsettled conditions are expected to continue throughout December. Rain with interludes of cold, bright weather and the risk of showers. Wintry showers on high ground in the north. Temperatures average or just above average for this time of year. Just above average? We'll take it! So, Donald Trump is coming to town. Hip hip?
Boo!
And his second best mate in the whole wide world is taking the phone off the hook, closing the curtains, keeping quiet and pretending he's not in. Doesn't want to be seen anywhere near him. Ain't that right, Boris?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
And it's not because the screaming Mimi heard this, by the way.
I think Donald Trump is clearly out of his mind.
I can't believe that Donald Trump hasn't heard that.
I think Donald Trump is clearly out of his mind.
If someone has a tape of Boris Johnson saying that Donald Trump is clearly out of his mind, then nobody should play it for fear that the world's most whiny baby should hear it.
I have to say, when Donald Trump says that there are parts of London that are no-go areas, I think he's betraying a quite stupefying ignorance that makes him, frankly, unfit to hold the office of President of the United States.
There's no way Donald Trump has heard that. And let's underline it.
I think he's betraying a quite stupefying ignorance.
Yeah. Donald Trump has not heard that, otherwise he'd be whining about it.
I am the most fabulous whiner. And I'm a whiner, and I keep whining
and whining. Yes.
I'm a whiner, and I keep
whining and whining. He certainly does.
I'm president. Can you believe it?
No, we're still stunned, Donny. I'm sitting here like I've been cold clocked.
Like to punch him in the face.
Exactly. That's very presidential talk, by the way. Can you believe it? What a way to run a world. Anyway, he's coming here. Boris Johnson is expected to minimise public appearances with Ancient Orange next week because the Conservatives think it could damage the Tories' election prospects. Everybody's freaking out about everything at the moment. The whole thing is on a knife edge. It could go either way, and they're all freaking out, particularly the two main parties. The rest of them have less to lose, but the two main ones, well, it seems to be the contest seems to be hotting up. And speaking neutrally, I'm not entirely neutral, but from the perspective of a neutral person, I'm glad about that because otherwise you wouldn't want one party to just win it in a runaway because that's boring. Where's the interest in that? That would be dull. That is like the Premiership race. You don't want Liverpool to get out ahead at the beginning of the season and then just continue to be in the lead, an unassailable position all the way through to the end, because that's dull. I mean, even somebody who absolutely flat out can't stand Manchester City would want them to, close the gap just a little bit for interest's sake. Winter interest. That's a gardening term. Winter interest. You leave the dead flowers and the bits of grass and stuff. You leave them there for when you don't cut them off. They're sticking up out the ground, and it's something to look at in the winter. Dead grass.
Want to score some pot?
Anyway, Boris Johnson is expected to minimise public appearances with Ancient Orange. That's what we're told. I read it on the internet, so it must be true. And the Tangerine Powder Puff president is set to arrive in London on Monday.
Oh, no.
Yeah, we haven't girded ourselves yet. He's coming in for the NATO summit. He's going to blow in, lobbing some distraction tweets out the window. He'll Photoshop his face on the body of Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Affirmative.
Can you believe that thing? That thing that he put out this week? Sticking his head on Rocky and then just tweeting it out, like an ordinary president would. He has lost his mind. And he didn't have what's left of it. He didn't have a lot to begin with. He tweeted, can you imagine if any other person who runs a country had done that? We would have been sitting here aghast. Just our mouths dropped open in amazement. I mean, if Boris Johnson had just, without comment, tweeted his face on the body of what's his name? Oi, oi, oi. What's his name? Rocky. I bet my glamorous assistant knows. What's his name?
I don't know. I've never seen it.
Yeah, the guy in Rocky.
I've never seen Rocky.
Well, no, I've never seen Rocky either, but I know who he is. Blimey, catch up. The kids today, eh? What a disappointment. Never seen it? Well, people have never seen Star Wars know that it's got, what's his name in it? Spoiler alert, he was his father. That's actually, you shouldn't say things like that, because there's always people who haven't seen it yet. It's coming up here on my board. Sylvester Stallone. Stilone. No, close. Can you imagine if Theresa May had photoshopped her head onto the body of... I was trying to come up with a supermodel's name, and all I could think of was Kate Moss. But she doesn't really have a body. It's more like a toothpick. But imagine if Theresa May had done that without comment, just tweeted it out. People would be sending a white van round. Here, Mrs. May, step into this jacket. Anyway, he's coming over here. And he's going to start insulting people before he's even landed, because that's his modus operandi. It's all about distraction with the Donny. He's going to insult everybody but the Queen. She's a fantastic person. She loves me. She says nice things about me. I've screwed that up. She's a totally nice person. And he's going to remain here until Wednesday, when we'll all be able to breathe a sigh of relief. He's going to hold a press conference on Wednesday, so buy your ear defenders now. It'll be all like, why do the lying Dems say bad things about me? So I took money from a charity and I bought a huge picture of myself. So what? Everybody does it. And then he's going to blow back out to where he came from, whining about how the press treat him so unfair. It's a total disgrace. And I'm certain Boris Johnson's enemies are... why can't we just get along, by the way? I mean, once all this is over, can we all just come together? But Jez was planning, so I read, to weaponise Trump's visits in a bid to gain ground on the Tories, which is actually happening as I speak, according to newspaper proprietors who wish it wouldn't happen. They're forced to report it anyway, because it's, the news. And Jezza won't actually have to do anything other than retweet pictures of Boris Johnson standing next to him. Donald Trump has all the popularity of herpes in this country. Just stand next to him smiling and your ratings will plunge. I'd wear a mask if I were you, Boris. Or at least frown. Make it look like you smell it, but you never dealt it. It weren't me. I ain't done nothing.
What the hell is going on?
We're getting ready to repel all borders, Donny. Jane texts, who would you superimpose your head on? Cristiano Ronaldo with his shirt off. Honestly, people wouldn't be able to tell the difference. It would appear to most reasonable people as though I hadn't superimposed my head on anybody. That is exactly what I like when I'm half naked. Noah tweets, we need to have a debate about whether there should be a debate, to debate how the country should be governed, including on how leader debates should work. Is this a debate worth having? Let's ask Andrew Neil. That thing about Boris Johnson running away from being quizzed by Andrew Neil is, maybe I'll get to that in a minute. I'm disappointed. Aren't you? I will get to that in a minute. Let's have... who's been waiting the longest? It looks like Ali in Hammersmith. Ali. Too late. Let's have... you've got to be sharp. I know you've been waiting a while, but you've got to be on your toes. Oldbury, Ranjit.
Hiya, Nick. I think the Orange Man should impose his image on Humpty Dumpty.
Who?
Humpty Dumpty.
Oh.
The one that fell off the wall.
Right.
Yeah, the Orange Man. Can you imagine it?
They both have the same silhouette. Yeah.
I'm glad I've got that in. You know, when you visit foreign countries, it's normally accustomed to enjoy their cuisine.
Yeah.
I wonder if Sadiq Khan's going to invite him for a curry down his house. You know, say, come on, Donald, let's bygones be bygones.
Yeah, they would get on like a house on fire, by which I mean the emergency services would be called.
No, I think they could make up, and he could make it a really hot vindaloo, yeah?
Yeah.
So there would definitely a fire below in the morning for the orange man, yeah? And the orange man would be going red.
Well, Donnie doesn't seem to eat anything other than the fried fast food. That's his entire diet.
That's why he looks like Humpty Dumpty, doesn't he?
Yeah, a little bit. It's not, you know, every now and again, everything in moderation. Not all the blooming time, Donnie.
Yeah, but can you imagine, what would they talk about if they were having lunch?
I mean, if your breakfast, lunch and dinner comes in a bucket, maybe you should look at your diet.
No, seriously, right. Now, can you imagine, let's imagine, yeah? He gives him a bucket of slosh, yeah, all mixed together, and he says, now, get a big...
It sounds like you've been thinking about this for way too long, Ranjit.
No, I haven't. I just, listen, I'm just imagining what the conversation would be between Sadiq Khan and the Orange Man.
Right. I don't think... I very much doubt that Sadiq Khan would get a word in edgeways. Nobody ever does when Donnie's in the room.
One more thing, Lassie.
And another thing. And finally, in closing... Yeah,
when you're doing his accent, you've got it to a tune, fine-tuned. I thought, blooming hell, he's come and invaded the LBC studio and got rid of Nick. He called up
expecting Nigel Farage to be here, but was sadly disappointed.
He was. But the thing is, you do a real good copy of his voice.
Oh, sure I do.
So can you do the whole show?
I'm a trained professional.
You are. Can you do that? Let's see how long.
Well, let me think about that for a second. No. Thanks a lot, Ranjit. 0345 6060 973. Darren says, both political parties are just a waste of time. What do you mean by both? Which ones? The big ones? I think it probably means the big ones, Sir Boris.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Both political parties are just a waste of time. There won't be a majority there for Parliament. There won't be a majority there for... I'll just read it as it's written, shall I? There won't be a majority. Therefore, Parliament will keep voting against... Oh, therefore! Right. Well, he's written it as two words. It weren't me. Therefore, Parliament will keep voting against Brexit. So we will have to have another referendum.
Oh, no.
We won't leave the EU. It will have been a waste of time and money, says Darren. I can't imagine us not leaving the EU now. After all that we've gone through, I know that the majority of the country do not want to leave the European Union. That is absolutely true. Poll after poll after poll after poll after poll, following the hooky, dodgy one, where people were persuaded to vote for something that's not in their best interest by reading the side of a bus. And that bus, by the way... But after all this, being now a country that is led by whoever shouts the loudest, I think we're just definitely going to leave the European Union. Even if it meant that we all died, we would have to do it, because it was going to upset people who were ringing on this show and scream at me for being a moron. Well, we just want Brexit, they'll say. As though, the sunny uplands lie beyond our Brexit. As though their lives are going to improve in some way, shape and form. Your lives aren't going to improve. It's not like winning the lottery. I know that that's what you're hoping for. Fingers crossed. James in Wolverhampton says, are you kidding me? I was planning for watching Star Wars for the first... I was planning watching Star Wars for the first time tomorrow, and now you've ruined it for me. Yeah. See, never assume that everybody has watched everything. Oh, and by the way, Bambi's mother gets shot. Oh, damn it, I've done it again. There's millions, hundreds of, if not billions of people who have not seen Star Wars yet. Okay, spoiler alert, the first one's really good. It's like a space film it's like a Western in space, and the second one's very, very good indeed. Because they got extra money because the first one was such a runaway hit. I mentioned this the other day. If you see the first one again now... Wait a minute. Have you seen Star Wars?
I love Star Wars.
See? Okay, so he's seen Star Wars but not Rocky. That's good choice. If you had to choose one or the other... message coming in. The new Star Wars show is brilliant. Show? What do you mean, show? It's a theatre production now?
It's a live-action TV show, and it's basically a Western in the Star Wars universe. It's very good.
Well, what channel's it on?
Disney Plus, you know, that Netflix version
I don't.
of Disney.
Disney Plus.
They started their own Netflix thing.
Right, and do you have to buy it separately?
It's not available in the UK yet.
Oh, right. Well, that's great. I'm glad you told me. Well, how do you know when it's good, then?
Because I may have watched it.
Oh, right, okay.
Even though it's not available.
You stole it?
No.
Yes, downloading it illegally. Guilty!
Maybe.
There's too many choices of television. First of all, there's too much television. I can't keep up. I spend most of my time watching things that I don't particularly want to watch to make room on my recording device for other things that I don't particularly want to watch. It's a full-time job. It's a good job I only do 2 days' work a week, otherwise I wouldn't be able to keep up. But there's just too much. There's too much Sky, and that doesn't even take into account what's on Netflix and Amazon and whatever it is that he just said, and all of the rest of the choices that are available. Oh, please make it stop. It's like I'm being hosed down with television programmes. By the way, that War of the Worlds thing on the BBC is superb. Has anybody here seen that? Is it just me? There's a lot of homegrown TV that's good, because Guilt, or Guilty, or whatever it was called, that Scottish thing that was just on, that was really good. And I was expecting the worst when War of the Worlds came on, because how many times do you need to see War of the Worlds? You got the original one, which is really good, and you got the Tom Cruise one, which is also really good, and you got it is also available in book form. Where is it? Where is it? How can I not remember where it is? It's one I use all the time. Everything must come to a halt. Hang on. Oh, there it is.
Boring.
Book form.
Boring.
You think I'd be able to remember where that is? It's right in the middle of the blooming screen. Right under my nose. But then I'm the kind of person that opens a fridge door, and if I'm looking for something in particular, I can't find it in a fridge. We don't have a big fridge. It's very, very small. I just can't find anything, even if I'm looking at it. I think that's a male thing. I'm a very masculine person. I'm right, though. There's too much TV, and there's too many... It would be okay if you could just choose whatever you want to watch by paying one organisation one amount of money. But there's about 50 different choices, all of whom want your cash. I ain't got that much cash. So I'll just have to suffer. But you know me, I never complain.
Stop whining.
Benito Mussolini is coming to town, apart from everything else. Paul texts, do you ever get tired of insulting the US president? You would be glad to see American soldiers on the streets of London if we had a invasion. Here you are one sigh. Yes, Paul, you do sound like a fan of the President of the United States of America. If that's what you were going for, then I think you nailed it.
I love the poorly educated.
Anne text, can we please talk about squirrels and not Brexit? Absolutely, Anne. I think I've said a lot about squirrels on this show in the past. Mostly along the lines of all the grey ones should be dealt with to death. Let's bring the orange ones back. I like those the best. They're so cute and cuddly and tasty. Jay says, how come I can't listen to LBC Radio, Nick Abbott, on my Google Home Mini anymore? It's saying this service is not in my country. I live in Greenford. Maybe it thinks you live in Greenland. Huh. Well, have you tried switching it off and on again? Because that usually works. Hey, Google. My phone just burst into life at that phrase.
Say, open phone app.
Oh, shut up.
You can ask
I'm doing a show here. I've turned you off. And that's overridden my phone's make no noise settings. That's alarming. Because, you know, I am a trained professional.
Affirmative.
And I turn my phone off. Well, I don't turn it off. I make sure it doesn't make a noise. And Google overrode that instruction. Wow. Alexa, say, "Hey, Google." I'm sorry, I can't... I have no idea how to do that right now. Sure you don't. Liar. Steve Allen talks to Siri quite a lot on air. Does he?
Yeah, he does pretty much most mornings.
Well, what does he ask it?
The weather.
The weather. Right. Just look out the window, Steve. Anonymous texts. When do you start your alphabet of the year? Oh, you know what? I keep forgetting. I keep forgetting to say that. So thank you for reminding me. Yes, the A to Z of 2019 starts on the Christmas Eve. Is it Christmas Eve or Christmas Eve? I think it's Christmas Eve. Because if I do a letter an hour, apart from the really difficult one, X, W, Y, Z, T, or however the alphabet ends, I'll figure it out before we get there, don't worry. I'll look it up. That information is probably available on an internet. The letters fit perfectly in between Christmas and New Year. So the A to Z of 2019 will start, I think it's Christmas Eve at 10 o'clock, and then I'm on almost every night until the New Year. In fact, it may be every night, because it falls a bit funny. I think I'm on Friday, Saturday, and then Sunday off, and then on that Monday before Christmas, then I'm on continuously, for good behaviour. Billericay. Hello, Peter.
Hi, how you doing, Nick?
Good, thanks.
Good. I was in Boston recently, and I was reminded of your programme with the sound effects.
Boston?
The pedestrian crossing there, with their traffic light controlled. When you press the button to cross, they go, "Wait." This suited guy, who was obviously on his way as a moneymaker to his work in a stock exchange somewhere, he kept pressing the button because he wasn't patient enough to wait for it, so he just kept going, "Wait." I meant to record it for you and I forgot. So you need to ask somebody, if there's anybody who listens to this who goes to Boston, press that button and record it and send it back to you, because it sounds just like the guy who says no.
And to be clear, that's Boston in America.
Boston in America as opposed to Boston, Lincolnshire.
Yes.
Yeah. Because I think if it's Boston, Lincolnshire, it'd be like wait.
Well, they would...
As opposed to wait.
Yeah. Huh.
Maybe.
Well, that would be good. I would like that. If somebody can get me a weight, I will use it on the show frequently.
Correct. Excellent. Thanks. And I'll have the copyright on that.
Yeah, all right. I'll put the cash in the post, in coins. Thanks, Peter. 0345 6060 973. Catherine in Brentford says, "Hello, I have never listened to you before." Uh-oh. Where's this going to go? Probably rapidly down from this moment on. Well, let's find out. Catherine in Brentford says, "Hello, I have never listened to you before. I only listen to Steve Allen in the mornings. I've just turned you on 10 minutes ago. You are funny." I am not. And what funny noises you have there. Noises? What noises? Let's have Hammersmith. Ali. Or, in fact, Sophia in Bloomsbury. Now, wait a minute. How come it says Hammersmith Ali? And I thought, I'll take that person, because what could possibly go wrong? And then when I click it turns to... It's Sophia in Bloomsbury.
Oh, no.
I feel like I've been sideswiped, Sophia.
Hi, Nick. I hope you are well.
Yes, well, I was.
Actually, I have read War of the Worlds.
Yeah.
And I think I saw the film once. It's very, very good.
Yeah.
Actually, I called my washing machine Cristiano, at least I do use it very frequently.
Your washing machine?
Yeah, sorry.
You call it Cristiano?
Yes, I do.
You named your...
washing machine Cristiano.
Right, you give names to white goods.
All sorts of things I like to do.
What's your dishwasher called?
I don't have one. Just a rack. I would much appreciate having one.
Well, what's your dish sponge called?
I don't give them names.
Oh, and only things
that have plenty of them.
Get plugged into the wall are it would be appropriate to give a name. I see. How about your hairdryer?
I don't give that a name, but I use it every day.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, what other implements and appliances do you give names to?
I'm not that materialistic that I have too many implements.
Yeah.
I just use the basic facilities.
Right.
But
Well, think about getting yourself a hairdryer, because you wouldn't want to walk out in the street.
I have one. I have got a hairdryer.
Well,
yes.
then you just lied to me. You just said you didn't have a hairdryer.
No, I didn't have a washing up machine. I said I had a hairdryer.
Oh,
I
you've got
use
a hairdryer, right?
every day.
Yes.
Anyway, I've taken to betting on the horses because I've found out that Frisk, the dog, is doing very well. But
Who?
My dog Frisk is doing very well, but not Bismarck. So
Who's Bismarck?
the other dog that they bring around.
Ah, right. They
Yes.
bring around a dog.
Yes.
Who brings around a dog?
I told you before, these friends of mine.
I
that
don't listen to this show.
No, they do. Oh, yeah, I saw the show on the iPhone, and you and everything else when they brought it.
Which show?
This one.
You saw this show on an iPhone.
Well, details about it anyway. It's a while ago now, but they showed me that before they went off. And
You need an
anyway,
A to Z to figure out where we're going and where we've just been.
we have.
By the way, the A to Z companies, are they even still existing anymore? The people that used to print maps for people to figure out where they're going. They're,
Hopefully.
yeah. If
I did have one. I did have a book.
Well, yeah, I've got one, but I haven't looked at it in years. I bet no one has.
No, that's right. So I couldn't say, but we did do car boot sales.
We?
Yeah, a flatmate I had at the time who's really good at horses, and I was so pleased when I picked the winner in the horse today.
Yeah, pure luck. Even people who claim to be experts are only basing their selections on luck.
No.
Yes,
'cause I always say,
yes.
If I walk along the street from a distance away and there's a horse race on, I can pick it. So it's just something.
Which street would you walk along and there's a horse race in the distance?
Cromer Street.
Which one?
Cromer Street. Cromer.
Where's that?
In Bloomsbury.
There's a horse race at the end of a street in Bloomsbury.
Yeah, there were horse races in there. It's going to be on the television. And I can anticipate the winner from that far away. I'm just lucky with it. Anyway, in Cromer Street, they did ask me, my friends, Jayesh and Dipash and Krishna Patel.
Yeah, you don't want to listen to them.
Well, I did play in front of their convenience store.
Play what?
Music.
What kind of music? Did it sound like this? Can you dance for me?
I do a lot of folk music. I had a big jumbo guitar. But
folk music.
Boring.
That sounds lovely.
It's lovely.
Yeah, sure it is.
And then a lady came and sang us opera. She's very good. And we were sitting there, and she looked around, and she looked at me, and she said, "She looks so pretty."
Who does?
The lady, her name is Jenny. She's gone off to Vietnam now. For some reason, not Saigon, but Hanoi.
Gone to Nam, yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
it's the very place.
That folk music that you played, does it sound like this? By any chance? I don't really know. Not so far, anyway. Maybe it will become clear later. Matthew in Canterbury says, instead of your podcast with Carol, can you do one with Sophia in Bloomsbury? Would be highly entertaining, if not bizarre. Well, I suppose technically I actually do a podcast with Sophia in Bloomsbury because she appears quite a lot on my the podcast that I do, this best of this show. I trawl through it and pick out my favourite calls and then squeeze them together in half an hour and then stick it out up the internet on Mondays. And there's loads of them up there. If you've got half an hour and you wish to be amused, then I can recommend it. But then I would say that, wouldn't I? It's called the Nick Abbott Habit. You can get it on Global Player, which is our app. If you go to your favourite app store, download Global Player, then it does all of the stations that we do. Capital and Heart and X and Classic. Classic at this time of year, it's so Christmassy. And loads of other stations as well. I'll just stop there because I will miss some out. But it also has podcasts, in amongst which you'll find two of mine. There's both the whole show with the ads taken out, and the part that I can recommend is the half hour, which I put together myself because nobody else wants to. I bet Steve Allen doesn't put his podcast together himself, does he? He doesn't stay here after work, put his blooming podcast together himself, does he? I have to do it myself. Not that I'm complaining, you know me.
Stop whining.
But it comes out on Monday. It's called The Nick Abbott Habit. I think you'll be delighted. Ask for it by name, The Nick Abbott Habit. Message coming in. I've done the Steve Allen podcast before. Yes? What's that like?
Fun.
Right. Well, thanks for letting us know. Is that your story? I was expecting, the inside scoop. Some intrigue. Apparently not. Fun, you say. Chesterfield. Hello, Steve.
Hello, you all right?
Yes, Steve.
Two things. First of all, the call said earlier about getting LBC on the thingy mini.
Steve, Steve, can you just back off the phone a couple of feet?
Is that better?
A little bit, yeah. Go ahead.
Right, the caller had trouble getting LBC.
Yes.
On the mini. You have to now say, play LBC UK, and it'll do it.
Really?
Yeah.
LBC, what? There's other LBCs?
You say, okay, play LBC UK, and it plays it.
Yeah. Have you ever tried to have a conversation around one of those speakers about the speaker? Because every time you mention its name, it bursts into life. Hello, I'm waiting for you.
I have loads of fun with mine.
Yeah, I'm ready. Yeah.
I have loads of fun.
Right, so you have to distinguish between other LBCs and this, the proper one, like the Lebanese Broadcasting Company. I'm sure they have. And,
you say, okay, play LBC UK. It just used to work on LBC and it would play it, but now you have to say UK.
Yeah. Well, it's probably the European Union, isn't it?
Could be. Oh, blame it on them. The other thing was War of the Worlds. You were talking about War of the Worlds.
Yeah, I think the TV show that's on at the moment about War of the Worlds is really good. I'm enjoying it a lot.
Well, it's the first time that it's true to the original H.G. Wells story, which is good, the production's good. But the other version, I don't know if you've ever heard it, is the Orson Welles version that he did back in the 30s when he had his radio show.
Yeah, and drooling Americans were going out in their backyard and shooting at clouds.
That's right. It's on YouTube and it's brilliant.
Is it?
Yeah, it's absolutely brilliant. Just thought I'd drop that in as a little anecdote.
Yeah, a little what?
Well, anecdote, spotty thing.
Oh, anecdote. Well, I do like an anecdote every now and again.
That's right.
It sharpens the senses.
If I could say it, I'd like it.
Right, okay. All right, good work. Thanks a lot, Steve. Yes, it's a very good programme. There's a lot of very good television at the moment and so little time. When am I going to squeeze it all in? Hey, you know what? I was just dialing around the channels the other day and I came upon the first few minutes of the first episode of The Sopranos.
Absolutely.
And I started watching it and I thought, you know what? I've seen it all the way through about 3 times. I think I'm going to have to watch it again. It's just so good. I think it's the best television programme that there has ever been. Series, anyway. But that's going to take so long. When am I going to fit in, staring out the window? I've just got no time to even scratch myself these days. Terry in Barking says, I'm not saying that Johnson is a compulsive liar, but even Darth Vader admitted how many kids he had. Did he, though? I don't think he did, because there was the issue about, and the spoiler alert...
Warning!
There was the issue about the girl. Did Darth Vader admit to having a female child? I don't know if he did. This anonymous text says, make your minion do your podcast if you trust him. Well, it's not the trust part that's the problem, but no, I don't. It's the paying part. I do it because I'm free. If somebody else did it, then we'd have to pay them. Let's have Hammersmith, Ali. And again, it's not Hammersmith and Ali, it's Louise in Fife. What's happening?
Oh, I don't know. I don't, if you don't know, I don't know.
Right.
Your show.
Okay.
Now, Donald Trump actually loves wind, doesn't he? He mentions he knows a lot about wind.
Well, yes. Well, as would anybody who eats his diet.
I know a lot about wind. I know a lot about wind.
Yeah.
We'd like to give him a different experience, one that he may not have had. He also likes cinema, doesn't he? So I thought about putting him on the yellow brick road, getting a tornado and whipping him off somewhere else. where you can't do any damage. So that would be a new experience for them.
Yeah. Well, you give him a pair of running shoes and just point him in any direction.
Exercising is fun and it's nice.
Yeah, what do you know, Donny? Exercising is fun. He's never exercised in his life. I bet he takes a golf cart to the bathroom and back.
Oh, great show. They come laughing all the time. It's funny. Funny. Good show.
The Yellow Brick Road. Elton John has been desperately plugging his book, his memoirs, which is called Me. I'm I'm sorry if this sounds selfish, darling, but it's me. Absolutely fabulous. And I was looking in the book lists. They do the best-selling book lists. And he has not got to number one with that book. I bet it's absolutely eating him up inside. I bet he's just absolutely furious, stamping his little bejeweled feet. He is, I bet, because somebody who does comedy stories about what it's like to be a doctor is number one, and Elton John was number two, and not with a bullet either. He's falling down the list. I bet he's absolutely fit to burst.
He will be stamping his little precious feet.
He will yeah.
He will be. Good show anyway, Nick. I'll get off now.
OK, thanks a lot, Louise. Ta-ta, 0345 6060 973. Darth Vader did know about his daughter at the end, says that message. Now, is it the end of the first, but at the end of all 9, or the end of the first one, or the initial first 3? It's very complicated. Because the initial one was episode 4, of course. Any fool know that. Where's your mic? Where are you? Oh, there you are. So...
End of Return of the
Jedi. The end of number 6, right. Right, the end of number 6. That's the one in which the Rebel Alliance was defeated. Or not. I'm not saying either way. Anonymous text, my Siri activates anytime someone on the news mentions Syria. I demand that Syria change its name to stop this from annoying me. Well, that's a reasonable request. Why don't you pop over there and ask them face to face? I double dare you. They're reasonable people. I'm sure they'd be very pleased to change their name. I mean, that Bashar, he seems like a very nice chap. I bet he's on first name terms with you-know-who, the Screaming Mimi.
Oh, shut up!
Peas in a pod. This says, by the way, I take it you haven't been locking yourself out and climbing the scaffolding again. Your previous week's antics were amusing. Amusing? Oh, really? I amuse you. I'm here to amuse you. I make you laugh. What a treat have you in... What have you got in store for today? Well, no, I haven't locked myself out yet, again. I still can't believe that. I shouted at myself so much, and which wasn't helping. I walked out and locked myself out, which I don't think I've ever done before. It seems like a design fault in a door that shuts behind you, and you can't get back in if there's a key in the other side. Why can't you get back in if there's a key in the other side? It's my blooming house, my blooming key. Some numpty designed it so that you couldn't do it. So if you mistakenly left a key in, even if you took a key out with you, you still can't get back into your own blooming house. I did think I was going to be, as I was precariously teetering at the top of the scaffolding, which is around my house at the moment, picking a window that I liked the least to try to smash it open with a piece of metal that I had in my hand, which, by the way, if you didn't hear it last week, you can't do. It is impossible. It cannot be done. I'm amazed at how difficult it is to break glass. I thought it would be just shattering quite easily, but apparently not, like blooming Fort Knox. But I did think I was going to be one of those and finally stories on the news. And finally, a stupid moron died trying to break into his own house. That I make you laugh, I amuse you. I wonder if scriptwriters know when they write things like that it's going to take off and become, and a particular line is going to be a hit. Like, I'll be back. It's 3 words. Okay, 4 with an apostrophe. But it's one of the most famous phrases in the English language. I'll be back. Somebody wrote that down, and did they just write it and then just carry on with the next line, or did they write that down and think, that's going to really be something? Or, we'll need a bigger boat. mean, it's a perfectly ordinary line, but you hear it, there's barely a week goes by that somebody doesn't say something of that ilk. Or, I love the smell of napalm in the morning. Stuff like that. I wonder if people who write scripts understand when they're writing it that this is going to be really something. You know, like Pink Floyd.
What we doing?
We're doing texts and emails and such. Mark tweets, you just set off my Google Home Mini system when you said, hey Google, on the wireless. Done it again. I do apologise about that whole hey Google thing. Christ texts. Really? Maybe Chris. Let's assume it's not Christ. Because if he ever did come back to life, did ever come back to walk among us, I'm sure that texting me wouldn't be at the top of his to-do list. Nick Abbott drives his own desk, says Chris. It's more reliable than his car. Well, that is a good point. It is more reliable than my car because my car has now developed what may be a terminal disease. I took it to the garage, and the garage guy sucked his teeth and started shaking his head and goes, tricky. He thinks that it might be too expensive to repair it, considering how much the car's worth, which is zero. So if it's more than a couple of £100, he says, and he thinks it might be thousands. There's an ABS warning light on the dashboard.
Warning, warning.
Which is something to do with brakes. I don't know that brakes are very important on a car. I think going is more important than stopping. But it's, a brake problem. I've got no idea. He says it might be a lot. Didn't actually put a number on it, but a lot is what he said. And if it's a lot, then there won't be any point in doing it because it's like 20 years old. There's going to be something that breaks on it again. So I'm going to either have to get the bus or buy another blooming car. Which will be 3 cars, 2 of which don't work. I mean, I assume that when I buy another car to replace the one that doesn't work, and instead of the one that I bought because my car doesn't work, which didn't work, the instant I bought it, it didn't work. I bought a car to replace my car that broke down. And the car that I bought to replace the broken car was broken. It's still broken. It's sitting under a bag on my drive. And I'm absolutely certain that if I buy another car to replace the car that I bought to replace the car that broke, which broke, it'll break. Not that I'm complaining.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
Caroline says, love the idea of naming appliances. I name my house plants. Really?
Want to score some pot?
How about your pot plants? Here's a call in Hammersmith. Ali. Again. And it's not Ali in Hammersmith. It's Lawrence in Woodford Green. What is this? It's like I'm being duped. Frequently. All right then, Lawrence.
Hello, Nick.
Can I call you Ali?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Yes, Ali.
Wonderful show. Have you ever thought about buying a horse instead of a car?
Horse? No, it would break down.
Bicycle.
A bicycle? Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah.
I think you look great on a bicycle.
I would look fantastic on the back of a bike. Yeah, on a bicycle made for 2.
Just to let you know that Darth Vader, he found out that he had a daughter in Return of the Jedi.
Well, don't tell us.
I'm sorry. It was the one with the lovely cuddly Ewok.
He found out he had a daughter in Return of the Jedi. Well, how could he not have known? He's a bad father.
Bring it about a bit.
You know, other than being a bad father, he was an excellent human being. You know, a lovely person. Oh, you out of material? Fresh out. All right, nice to talk to you, Ali. He went all silent. He forgot that I'm calling him Ali. Oh, well. Maybe he was going to say something else. We'll never know. And we'll just have to live with that. Can you live with it?
Yes.
Simon in Windsor says, a bit of controversial advice for that lady who can't get LBC on her device. Go buy a radio. In capital letters, like he's shouting at you. I mean, that's tantamount to calling you an idiot. I'm not stupid. It's a bit of controversial advice for that lady who can't get LBC on her device. Go buy a radio. It won't spy on you and give you irrelevant info, but it will get LBC. Also, if she can't get you on her device, how will she get to hear the answer to her question? I blame Brexit. That's right. That's very suspicious. If she can't get me on the radio, then she can't hear me. I mean, on her device, her stupid speaker. Then how can she? Yeah, that's very curious. And maybe she was she texted me, waiting for a personal response, which will never come. Let's have. By the way, if I'm a very bad social media person because I don't read messages. So if you've messaged me on social media, I haven't read it. Don't get all upset that I'm ignoring you. It's not that I'm ignoring you. I'm just not reading your messages. And that goes for emails as well. If you email me and I read the email on the air, I've read it. If I don't read the email on the air, I haven't read it. I'm not ignoring you. I'm just not reading or listening to you in any way, shape or form. And I hope that that's clear. Wilson in Croydon. Wilson.
Hi, Nick. Is this program dedicated to me? I don't know.
What do you mean?
I broke down. I left my keys in a car. And now I sent you an email and you didn't read it, so that means you didn't.
Wow, it's like we're twinned at the hip, Wilson. We may actually be the same person.
Could I say the number of the car I left my keys in the cabin?
You left your car keys because your car broke down and you took a cab.
Yes.
And then you left your car keys in the cab.
In the cab.
Wow. Talk about. I'm amazed. You're so. You're so well disposed. You seem. You seem happy. Has this just happened, or is this an historical incident?
No, it's just happened last night.
It's just happened, right? So your car broke down, so you waved a cab down, and then you left your car keys in that cab.
In the cab.
Wow.
Yes. I'm at the bottom. There's no place to go, so I'm just trying to shoot myself.
Yeah, that's right. The only way is up. Okay, well.
Can I say the number of the cab?
1 moment, please. Let me just check with my glamorous assistant. Can he name the number of the cab?
Can I name the number of what?
See, he's not even listening. Oh my God, it's worse than I thought. The only person who's working on this show, I mean, every other show gets like 6-7 people working on it. Steve Allen has so many people working on his show. It's like a cloud of flies surrounding him. He has assistants here, there, and everywhere, baby. Every point of the compass he looks, there's somebody there to help him out. I got one person who's not even listening to this show. I don't know if you can say the name of the cab, Wilson. Can't you call the cab up and tell them?
It's such a sad situation.
Or you left your phone in the cab as well.
Oh, don't talk about phone. Last night, my car broke down, left my key in the cab, my phone battery died, and last night was...
And when you got home, your flat was on fire.
Oh, no. Oh, I wish that didn't happen. No, that didn't happen. No, that would make it really bad. Yeah, but Nick, seriously speaking, could I say the tag of the cab? Because
no, I don't think so. Wouldn't it be a better idea to call the cab directly?
No, I don't have a number, and the hardest thing is trying to find stuff that's left in a black cab.
Right.
There's no way of finding stuff that's left in a black cab.
All right, hang on a minute, and I'll check. Maybe he's listening now. After telling off, I've told him off. Now he's paying full attention. Can he name the number of a cab that he left his keys in?
I wouldn't dare.
Is that a no?
No.
That's a no. Well, it gets worse, Wilson. So apparently it's a no. Yeah. Just call them.
If the driver's listening,
yeah.
He picked me up last night at the BP petrol station on Mitcham Lane.
Right.
And took me to New Addington. If he's listening, could he leave my keys at the BP petrol station or the Croydon post office? I'm desperate for my keys.
Don't you want him to leave your keys at your flat or house?
No, he didn't. I don't think he would find my door number.
Right.
Because I got off the vehicle before it really got up to my...
Okay, so leave them at the BP petrol station.
On Mitcham Road.
On Mitcham Road.
Or the Croydon police station.
Yeah, or the post office. Or maybe just drop them in the street and they'll find their way back.
Yeah, something, because all my keys,
Oh, no, what a nightmare.
Every door that I go through.
Well, okay, so at the BP station on the Mitcham High Street, leave your keys if you picked you up and this was last night?
Yes, at about 9 o'clock. It's a black
okay, if it works out, let me know.
Oh, I would definitely.
All right. Okay, well, best of luck. Thanks a lot, Wilson. There you are. There's always somebody who's worse off than you. His car broke down and his phone ran out of juice. And he left his keys in the cab. And he seems to be okay with it. That is an excellent positive attitude. I'd be fuming.
Nick, listen. Now, what I'm trying to say to you is this, Nick, right?
Alien Hammersmith says... No, he isn't. No, you're not. Alien Hammersmith says, sell both cars and say, as driven by Nick Abbott. I should say, as driven by somebody who works with Steve Allen. Yvonne in Hastings says, hello, Steve. Did Darth Vader have a West Country dialect? What are you talking about? What? What does that... does that make sense?
Seems to have got your name wrong as well.
Yeah. Caro says, however, how can you start a text with however? It implies that something has gone before. Anyway, we'll press on, see what happens. However, there will be enough room for Trump's ego as well as Johnson's, ? However, will there be enough room for Trump's ego as well as Johnson's? We need a bigger country. About what I was saying before the news, I wonder if people who write film scripts do realise when they write something down and they think, yeah, you know what, that's really going to catch on. Like, big mistake, big, huge. Which I always think was wrong. I think that the line should have been, big mistake, huge, because that's funnier. Shorter is usually funnier. That she emphasised big kind of tripped the joke up a bit. You know, this in... Pretty Woman. I'll be back. It's a very simple phrase, but it's become one of the most famous phrases in the English language. There's so many of those, and I wonder if the people who write them think, when they're writing them, yeah, this'll stick. Leslie says, I still haven't figured out how to tune into the new LBC News channel. Just shout at your stupid speaker and tell them to dial up the LBC News channel. It's available on an internet near you. Have you seen the internet?
Disgusting.
East Ham. Hello, Linda.
Hello.
Linda.
I wanted to talk about my 20-year-old car.
Oh, yes.
I got it fixed.
Fixed?
And
what, as in neutered?
Well, actually, somebody else neutered it.
Did they?
I was outside the supermarket. Well, I parked outside the supermarket, got my shopping, came out, and someone had sawn off the catalytic converter.
God, there's a lot of that about, isn't there?
I know, but...
Which bit is the catalytic converter?
It's on the exhaust. They just sawed the exhaust off.
God.
And that cost me £300, but I did it because I don't want a newer car.
Yeah, I'm not pleased about the idea of getting a newer car because I've been with mine for 20 years and it's never had anything major happen, like break down on it.
No, I mean, my car still keeps going.
Can you actually touch wood from where you are?
Yeah, because my bedside table.
Oh, right.
Yeah. But you can spend... The garage said to me, keep it, because you get a new car, it costs you thousands of pounds to get it repaired.
Yeah. If it's a 20-year-old car, yours is probably like mine. It's got almost no computer on it at all, and so it's just mechanical. These days, it's all fly-by-wire, and it's it's a big giant brain under the bonnet that controls everything.
Yeah,
and you need a degree in computer science to be able to fix it.
Yeah, I think they should start making cars like my 20-year-old car.
Yeah.
I'd buy one.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly.
I
Yeah,
don't
all this complication stuff. Yes,
Yeah.
like phones. You know, every now and again somebody has the bright idea of bringing back a mobile phone that just makes calls. That's it. as opposed to, all of the rest of this, the stuff against the weather, and you can track the International Space Station and all the rest of this useless wastes of time that are on smartphones.
And it just costs more money as well.
Exactly.
So I don't need it. All I want is a car with a steering wheel, a brake, and that goes.
And a radio.
Yeah, I've got to have a radio.
I mean, I've got a cassette player in the dash of my car. That's how old it is.
I have as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I like it.
I like it.
Mm.
And you could get any old numpty with a hammer to fix anything that goes wrong with it.
Yeah, and it's cheaper.
Much cheaper.
Mine, to replace my catalytic converter, cost me £300.
Yeah.
Someone I know had a newer car, cost him same thing happened to him, they cut it off. Cost him £1,000.
£1,000?
£1,000.
Good grief.
Oh, no. It's ridiculous.
And the insurance is cheaper? Because, let's face it, our cars aren't really worth anything, are they? Like, nothing at all.
I like my car.
Yeah.
I was really upset that someone did something to it. And you know what? They reckon at the garage that they'll sell that catalytic converter for about £10.
Really?
Yeah.
So somebody nicked your catalytic converter, which was like neutering your car.
Yeah.
Cutting its off.
Its bits off, yeah.
Its bits. And all they got for it was a tenner.
Yeah.
God, there are some slime balls in the world, aren't there, Linda?
They are really big slime balls, actually. I'd like to cut their catalytic.
Their bits off, yes. Yeah, you and me both.
Yeah.
Hanging's too good for them. All right, thanks a lot.
I'd like to hang them
by their bits, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, thanks a lot, Linda.
All right.
Ta-da. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, it is with trepidation that I would go into the car market again, because I know I'll screw it up. I am such an idiot. No, Nick, you're not an idiot. You're not supposed to be an expert. It could have happened to anybody. Can I get a bit of help here, please? I know that if I buy another car, it will fail in a spectacular way, and then I'll be in a three-way lawsuit. I'll be suing everybody. I knew that car that I bought to replace the car that I thought had broken finally and for good was no good. I knew it was no good when I bought it, but the bloke who was selling it sat next to me, and I thought, there's no way that he would be sitting this close to me trying to sell me a car that is obviously broken, so it must be okay. Moron. I'm a moron. Kieran the courier texts, talking of keys, I'm on my way to Paris in the van and just noticed my 2-year-old son slipped my partner's house keys into my bag. Huh. Okay, well, good luck with that, Kieran. Rob says, the actor in the Darth Vader suit was David Prowse from Bristol. The voice of Darth Vader was the US actor James Earl Jones. Yes, David Prowse is very upset about that, apparently. Brizzle. But you can't have the most evil force in the universe talking with a Bristol accent. It just wouldn't work, would it? And neither, by the way, could you have the most evil force in the universe with the with the silhouette of James Earl Jones. That wouldn't work either. 0345 6060 973. Let's have it says Ali in Hammersmith, but I know it isn't. As soon as I click it, it appears to be somebody else. Surbiton, Diana.
Hello there.
Diana, can I call you Ali?
Not really.
Not really. Okay. You're very uncooperative. Okay, you're identifying as a female.
That's a
yes.
Suggestion to you.
Mm-hmm.
Now your cars, when you go and buy a car, to be 100% certain, get the AA to go over it.
Yes. I bet that.
I don't know whether you belong to the AA or the RAC. One of the two, anyway.
No, I don't. But I would, because apparently you've got 2 weeks, like 14 days or something like that, to give it back to them.
That's it.
And there's no questions asked. They have to give you your money back, or they have to change the name of their company and hide. And I'm sure that happens a lot. But I bet that I bought a car and the AA said, we can't fit you in for a couple of weeks. Come, we'll give you an appointment in 3 weeks' time, after which it would have burst into flames by the side of the road.
But that's one of the wisest things somebody said to us when we was buying a car. Get the AA to go over it.
Yes.
So, if there's any fault with it, they'll find it. Okay?
Okay, Diana. Thanks for the advice.
You listen to what Mum's got to say to you.
Okay. All right. Thanks,
Bye.
Diana. Ta-da. 0345 6060 973. This information just coming in. During an interview with Equity magazine, David Prowse, the actor who played but did not voice Darth Vader, claims that Lucasfilm had yet to pay him any residual payments on The Return of the Jedi because the film has yet to make a profit. The Return of the Jedi has yet to make a profit? You've got to be joking. How old was that interview? They've got more money than God over there at Lucasfilm. Dario in Dartford says, what are you moaning about? Your faithful assistant doesn't need to listen to your show. The lights got fixed, remember? You can't expect everything. Well, that is true. Yeah, I should stop whining. The lights have been fixed. I kind of miss that they used to go out every half an hour if I didn't move around a lot. If I didn't wave my arms in the air like I just don't care. The lights used to go out. Not no more. Now all we've got to get fixed is that I sound like I'm talking with my head in a cardboard box. I've whacked the mic up as far as it goes. This is as loud as it goes. And I'm still not as loud as the calls. County Durham. Brian.
Yes, good evening.
It's
Nick.
you. Yes, Brian.
Pleasure to talk to you again.
Yeah, sure.
Would you buy that car off Delboy or Boise?
Yes.
What's your pay for it, like?
They saw me coming. I bet they couldn't believe that I actually bought that car.
How much you pay for it?
Too blooming much, Brian.
What, a couple of thou?
More than that. Well, thanks for your thanks for lending me a sympathetic ear.
Well, you have a laugh at things like that.
Sure.
You probably do yourself, you know what I mean? Even
I would be laughing harder if it happened to somebody else.
That's what I'm saying. Well, we're going to... Next Friday, if I speak in a fortnight's time, or whoever does, we're going to know more of the situation, aren't we?
Yes.
We're going to know what's happening more.
Mm-hmm.
And, we know if Conservatives get a majority, I think they will get us out in a year.
Well, that's what they're promising.
Well, all the ERG are backing this deal, which is not fantastic all round.
We haven't heard very much from the ERG over the last couple of weeks, have we? They've all kept a low profile, like they don't exist anymore.
Yeah.
Where's Jacob Rees-Mogg, by the way?
Yeah, well, he made that boo-boo and they've kept him he's in the background now, isn't he, until it's all over.
They've locked him in a cupboard somewhere.
But same, as I say, if the Conservatives win a majority, Nick, it's going to be the ERG. It is now really a Leave cabinet. I think they can get us out in a year if they put pressure on the EU. But if it goes the other way, and Labour gets an alliance with SNP, the EU will like that, because what he's going for is remain, and that's what the EU want, isn't it, really?
I bet they can't wait to get rid of us. What a giant pain in the neck. What a giant pain in the neck we have been to them.
Nick. No, I can't agree there, Nick. Their one is in. Lock, stock and barrel, if the truth is known. That's why... Well,
that's because it's better for all of us, financially speaking and security-wise and all the rest of it.
You don't know, Nick. You can't believe forecasts on anything. It's all been a pack of lies from both sides. So...
Well, you believe the forecasts. You believe that the sunny uplands are just around the corner, that all we have to do is leave and we'll be free of the evil, pernicious influence of our European overlords and blah, blah, blah.
The thing is, Nick, what I can't understand about Remainers is this. They keep saying about the disadvantages of Brexit.
Yeah.
But they're saying we didn't know what we voted for. But did they know what they were voting for, Remainers?
Yes, they did, Brian. Because
just a second, Nick.
You asked me the question. Yes, they did know what they were voting for because they were voting for what they were experiencing at that time.
Another Greece could be around the corner. The banks aren't doing very well in the EU. The banks are skinned.
The banks are skint. That's not true.
We've been in for 40 odd years, 45 years.
I know, right? 40 glorious years.
Just a second, and you keep saying this, not me, Nick. You keep saying we're skinned.
Well, we are skint. Yeah.
Right.
That's because we do not live within our means.
The EU are skinned. They have less than us, the EU.
Well, that's
They're
not
skinned.
true. That's not
Right.
true.
So,
it's not the
if
true
we've
that
been in the
they have less than
EU,
us. They have more than
we've
us.
been,
Way more.
We've been in the EU for 45 years. They're skinned. We are skinned. It's not really working, is it?
But blaming our ills on the European Union is deflecting.
Yes, but all the EU's blame things on us, are they? Because we're leaving.
Yeah, that's not true. They don't blame
Well,
everything
yeah,
on
aren't
us.
they?
No, they don't. No, so you got that wrong. Well, just add it to the list of things you got wrong. Here, Brian. Unfortunately, I've got to go.
Yeah, good job. I'll hopefully in front next time.
Yeah, okay. I can't wait. Sounds like a threat. Are you threatening me? This anonymous message says, Abbott, that brake warning light is totally irrelevant. You can have the light disconnected. Well, that sounds like a very good idea. I mean, if a warning light comes up on your dashboard, any kind of light at all...
Warning!
Then simply disconnect the light in your dashboard. Problem solved. Why didn't I think of that? Nelson tweets, the best solution to your bad luck with cars is to buy a moped. No. He says you can even join a moped gang afterwards to make friends, and you're welcome. You can stuff it, Nelson. I'm not buying a moped. You can't spell moped without spelling mope, which is what I would be doing a lot if I had to get round on one of those clattery, screamy machines. Why do they make so much noise, by the way? I mean, I've got a food processor at home that's got a bigger engine than that. How come it makes so much noise? Why are they so loud? I understand that Harley Davidsons are loud because the middle-aged accountants that buy them want to feel like tough guys. That's the reason why they're so loud. I mean, they got small engines too. But a moped, that just seems bizarre that people would be attracting attention to themselves while they're riding a moped. You do not look cool. You look like a pizza delivery person. Pizza. Archie says, leave the car somewhere, it'll get nicked, and then you can claim on the insurance. Well, that's a bad idea, Archie, because that would be against the law. Actually, that wouldn't be against the law. If you just leave it somewhere and somebody nicks it, then that's not down to you. The problem with that, though, is that my car's not actually worth anything. The insurance company would say, right, well, we'll send you a cheque in the post. Actually, we won't bother because it'll just have the word 0 on it. And Shirley, aged 80, says, I went to get an oil change. The guy said, keep the oil and get rid of the car. Brixton, Baden.
Hi, Nick.
Baden.
Hey, how are you doing?
Good, thanks.
Yeah, I'm actually phoning up to start by saying something sensible, which I never thought I'd want.
Well, we don't wish to hear anything sensible on this show.
It's not for you, actually. It's for the guy who sadly left his keys in the cab.
Okay, if you weren't listening earlier, somebody's car broke down. He got a cab home and left his car keys in the cab.
In the cab.
That's a night to forget, ain't it?
I'm telling you. Well, the thing is, the cab picked him up at a petrol station, he said.
Yeah.
And the petrol station has CCTV.
CCTV. That's right.
Listening, all he's got to do is go back to the petrol station, persuade them to let him have a look at the film.
Yeah.
He'll get the registry.
Where's he gone?
He'll be able to trace the driver.
Right. Yes, that's exactly right. I wonder if they do allow ordinary members of the general public to take a peek at their CCTV.
I reckon, and he seemed like quite a personable guy.
Yeah.
He explains himself, and they realised the sort of problem that he had.
And he bought a sandwich and a can of Fanta.
Yeah, and promised, to take out the loyalty card or something.
Yes.
Yeah. The other thing I wanted to just say quickly, you were saying when these scriptwriter guys write a line like, I'll be back, do they go, yes, I've nailed it? I'm a little bit of a writer myself, and I think you don't necessarily know how big it's going to be, but you get a buzz when you've written something and you think that is on the money.
Yeah.
It may not necessarily take off, or you may write several, and one of them, sort of somebody picks up on it and says, oh, I really like that. Or, I mean, the guy who wrote I'll Be Back probably wrote another dozen sort of quite.
Yes, I bet. Yeah, I bet he wrote a lot of things that he thought, oh, that's going to really hit with the kids.
Yeah.
But it's the most simple one that actually did.
Yeah, it's kind of hit and miss. You can have the best feeling in the world, and you may be right, and it may actually be very good. It's just that it doesn't take off for whatever reason. It doesn't catch on.
It's weird how things do take off. I mean, some cat videos, a cat will do something stupid like sneeze or something like that, and somebody gets it on a video, and 6 people will watch it. Or, under different circumstances, 6 million people will watch it. It's just bizarre how stuff catches on.
Yeah, I don't get cat videos.
You don't get cat videos?
I don't get them.
When you say you don't get them, do you mean you don't receive them, or they don't chime with you?
People send them to me, and I look at them and I think, why have you sent me this?
Oh, but they're so cute.
It's a cat.
Just open your heart, Baden, and let them in.
My neighbour's got a cat. We got cats roaming the estate, gangs of them.
Right. You want to see a cat, you can just peek out your front door.
I just step out the front door, look over the balcony, there it is.
Stop sending Baden blooming cat videos.
Thank you.
All right, thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. This anonymous text says, is this LBC? Do you have the technology to send something back?
Unfortunately not.
Oh, we don't have the technology to send something back at them. How can we not have the technology to reply to a text?
You can tell them over the airwaves, I guess.
Right. Oh, well, then no. This isn't LBC. In fact, there appears to be something wrong with your radio. I should get that fixed if I were you. Oh, by the way, my blooming radio's just broken as well. It only gets one station now. It's only about a year old. The CD tray doesn't go all the way back in, so it doesn't play CDs, and it only gets one radio station. And it's not this one. Oh, no. In fact, it's a radio station I've never blooming heard of before. There's not a single thing... And my watch has stopped. What else? A car that doesn't work. My watch has stopped. My phone doesn't recognise my fingerprint anymore. And my phone doesn't know who I am anymore. Who are you? It says every time I try to get into it. It doesn't know my face. Because it's supposed to have all of these things that make it easy to get into its innards. Is it easier?
No.
No, of course not. Blooming impossible. Doesn't recognise my face, doesn't recognise my finger. I'm giving it the finger right now, as a matter of fact. Still doesn't recognise me. So my stereo doesn't work. What else? It's just a never-ending list of things that are acting against my best interests. It's like I'm under attack. Not that I'm complaining about it.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
Sarah says, your car sounds like a dream compared to the heap my hubby bought me. Not even a numpty with a hammer can fix my tape deck. The thing's chewed all my best tapes I think I got done. Well, yeah, but how's it as a car? I mean, I don't use it to play my cassettes anymore, because if it goes into the machine rather than just, you just stick it in and then close the door, if it just disappears into a machine, which it does in the car, then if it gets all tangled up, then that's it. It's over. You can never get it out. You might as well just set fire to your car, because that cassette ain't never coming out. So I just don't use it anymore for fear if it can go wrong, it will. It just needs to be introduced to me. Let's have Ali in Hammersmith, but I know it isn't. It's just it just keeps telling me that it's Ali in Hammersmith. Why is it doing that?
I have no idea.
No, we don't know. We don't know. We just work here. Stop bothering us. Actually, it's Camberwell. Will.
Hello, how you doing?
Good, thanks. Can I call you Ali?
You can call me Ali, Harry, whatever you like.
Right, Ali, Harry.
I wanted to speak about Brexit, if I may. A confusing topic. I was, technically, I suppose you could say agnostic. More accurately, you could say confused or lazy.
Yeah, bored.
I didn't know what to think. Having no collection to hedge funds or Polish plumbers or any of it, I didn't even bother voting.
What?
And then something swam into vision recently, well, a year and a half ago, which made it far less confusing with me.
Yeah.
I got a Belgian girlfriend.
Ah.
OMG. She's like a light on 30 plus years of that's her sound. That's her sound.
Yes.
I mean, she is patient. She's cultured.
Yeah.
I went to see her in Liège in East Belgium,
Right.
and they had the Fiesta no, that's Spanish, isn't it? Carnival de Liège.
She's the best thing to come out of Belgium since Tintin.
Well, exactly. And to be fair, their thing in Belgium is chocolate and beer. Can you believe what could be better?
Exactly. Well, I tell you what's better: chocolate beer.
Oh, no. She tried to sell me that. It was she said, "Tu aimes lager? Do you like lager?" I said, "Yes, please." And it had a chocolatey taste.
Yeah.
It made me want to vomit. I like my lager
To taste like
English,
lager,
please.
yeah, I'm with you there, yeah. I don't want fruit in it, and I don't want any of that stuff. Just make it taste like beer.
Proper English.
Yes, exactly.
But one quick thing, we went out in Liège, right, and it was the Fiesta thingy, and there were people there doing, almost got my note, doing the Belgian equivalent of Morris dancing.
Well, you're not walking and
like-
talk. Wait, you're not walking and talking at the same time, are you?
Well, I've left McDonald's. I was having a lovely meal in McDonald's, and your producer's person said, "Oh, we can't take that background noise," so I started walking home.
Oh, I see. It's
But-
my fault.
Well, your team's fault. I like to think it's all of our fault.
Yeah. Well, be careful while you're walking and talking, because the two often do not go together.
It's okay. I'm almost home now, and I'm on a pavement.
Right.
Or a sidewalk, as they say in America. But no, I just think the whole Brexit debate has been going on too long, hasn't it? And I just...
You just want it to be
people are very-
over, right? You just want it to be over.
Well, over with the quality. I mean, I can wait a few more years to sort it out properly. But the people who are so, what's the word, vociferous on it, I just think a lovely antidote to vociferousness is just a bit of love from the other side.
All they need to do is get a Belgian girlfriend, and then they'll shut up about it.
Hashtag other European countries who are available.
Are available, yeah, but not as pulchritudinous.
That thing as well.
Yeah.
Oh, one quick thing, by the way, I grew up in Newton Abbot.
Ah.
And the rugby team was called the N Abbott. So every time I hear your name, N Abbott, my heart throbs a bit. Not as much as the Belgian girlfriend, but a little bit.
Okay, good to know. Thanks a lot, Will.
you.
N Abbott's, huh? Well, they're definitely going to have to change their name. There's another company I'm going to have to sue. 0345 6060 973. You can text 84850. Email nick@lbc.co.uk. And if you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. Yeah, he's probably right. That's what all of these the loudest shouters about leaving, the most vociferous, excellent word of the leavers. All you need to do is get a bit of that hot European love. Hammersmith, Ali, but I know it isn't. It's Stourbridge and Mark. Yes, Mark.
Good evening, Nick. Loving the show this evening. How are you
Thanks.
this fine evening?
Good, thanks.
Oh, good. Nick, I've been listening with interest about the problems that you've been getting with your car, and I think I've got a bit of a solution, even remotely at this distance.
Would you like to buy it? Is that the solution you're thinking of?
Well, Nick, I think it's maybe an even better solution than that, because you like the car. You're obviously quite fond of it to have it for so long.
Oh, you mean my old car? Oh, right. Not the new car that broke as soon as I bought it. You mean the old car that I've had for 20 years?
Well, this solution, Nick, is for both. It's the what is it? The panacea? Is that the word?
Yes, I'm all ears.
Solution. Right. What you need to do is you need to buy one of those little plug-in diagnostic devices.
Yeah, the garage has one of those, and they said they plugged it into my old car, and my old car wouldn't talk to it. It's so old that the computer doesn't talk to the new computer.
Oh, Nick, no. Every car since ever built, apparently, according to the advert for these devices, so you just connect it up, and then on your phone you download this app, and it comes up with all these codes, and you look them up, and then you know.
No, I understand all of that, and everything works. Well, it did communicate with it that the engine's all right, and the lights work, and all of that stuff. But the one thing that is gone wrong it won't communicate about. It's saying nothing.
Oh, no, Nick. Gutted. I don't know, maybe it's time to invest a little, though.
I have done. I bought another car and it broke on day one.
Well, I don't feel you're buying high quality enough vehicles.
No, it was rubbish.
Well, what's going on? Then you need to put the hand a bit deeper in the pocket and get yourself a decent car.
I can put it as deep in my pocket as I like, Mark. I'll still come up with air. I ain't got no money.
No, Nick, I don't know.
I'm not Steve Allen. I can't afford another car.
Oh, yes, Steve Allen and his prestigious cars.
From in Bentley, yeah, some giant chrome boat he swans around in. You believe that?
Oh, well, I'm gutted I couldn't offer a solution for you, Nick.
Try harder.
It would have brought me more joy.
Okay.
I'm working on it.
It would have given you joy. Well, what about me?
What? Well, it would have given
selfish.
You your car back.
Yeah, okay. All right. Thanks a lot, Mark. Better luck next time, for me. Archie says, all those broken things you have, do what Nigel would do and send them back. Send them back.
I'm a nutcase.
This says, Nick, you were in my dream the other night and you had an amazing house and the best stereo system I've ever heard. It definitely wasn't broken. Well, if only I could live in your dream. Wouldn't that be marvellous? David says, don't bother with disconnecting the warning light. Simply put a bit of black tape over it much quicker. Wow, there you are, you see. Problem solved. If a warning light comes up on your dashboard... Warning! Just simply put a bit of black tape over it. Why hadn't I thought about that? It's when, on modern cars, of course, it comes with all sorts of bongs and... You know, it just doesn't let you forget that you've got a problem. Very irritating. Let's see if I can squeeze one in before the news. Highgate. Hello, Claire.
Oh, hello, Nick. Hi. You're a complete nutter, aren't you?
Excuse me?
It. You're a complete nutter, aren't you?
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah, you got me figured out. Yeah.
Now, what I was going to say was relevant about 10 minutes ago, but you've just repeated it. The thing about the dashboard and the warning light, and you said just disconnect it and all that. Well, it's kind of a perfect analogy for Brexit, don't you think?
What? How do you mean?
You disconnect the warning light so that you haven't got the warning light, and then... Right?
And then just carry on regardless. Yeah, we've been warned. Warning! We've been warned a lot. We're going down the wrong path. And as long as we just, put our fingers in our ears and hum loudly to ourselves that we won't hear the warning, problem solved.
I don't understand. You know, that guy who rang up a little bit before.
What, that miserablist from Stockton?
Yeah. I just don't understand what they think is going to happen that's going to transform their lives.
I can tell you exactly what they think.
What do they think?
They think what they've been told, that everything will be great when we leave. That they've been promised that, and they're clinging on to that hope.
Haven't they watched the news? Haven't they listened to people saying it's going to take years and years and years?
No, Claire, they haven't listened to a single thing. They came to an instant decision based on no information of any kind, and they refused to even take on board any new information.
Well, you've just said what my belief is about this whole thing. I think this is an advanced case of stubbornness throughout the country. I've met people in my life who think they're right, and one of those things is the less you know, the more easily you're convinced you're right.
Yes.
And I think it's a virus of stubbornness going through the country.
That is a psychological phenomenon. I can't remember what the name is, but it is when you know little about a subject, but that makes you absolutely certain that you've got all of the facts right.
There is a syndrome. I can't remember the word either. Yeah,
it doesn't really matter,
right.
but we know what we're talking about. Yeah,
we do know.
There's a lot of it about.
I've never met you before, and I love. You're like nutter wallpaper. You just sort of sit here letting it all wash over you while you sort out your Victorian floor tiles. That's what you do.
Right.
That's what I'm doing.
Well, that's maybe a little bit too much information, Claire. What colour are they, by the way?
They're all those patterned geometric things. It takes hours to work out how on earth to put them all together in the right way.
Patterned geometric things. Is that what colour they are?
No, they're all about 4 or 5 different colours. They're all different shapes, and you put them all together in a pattern. You know, very, very rich people have them on their driveways, on their paths.
Oh, right.
You go up in Hampstead and Highgate,
yes.
You see all of these lovely, lovely paths.
So, and you're using it for your bathroom?
No, I'm using
kitchen?
it for some steps. No, I haven't got any of those things. No, I work in a little place. It's a sort of little venue place, and I'm putting them on the steps.
What, yourself?
Yeah.
Can't you get a person in to do it? You know,
person?
a professional.
I'm a person, even though I'm a woman, Nick,
Well,
darling.
I suppose so. All right. Well, let us know how it works out. All right.
Will do. Bye.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Claire. Linda texts, sorry, Nick, you asked for this. Get an Audi. No, I will not. Neither could I afford one if I wanted one. Tamley tweets, just buy a Nissan. Over the past 20 years, we've had 3. Only changing them due to how many miles we use to do with our caravan. We've never had a minute's problem. Touch wood. I would really recommend them, says Tamley. 1,800 quid just to get on the train to go to work. God, what a nightmare, eh? Not only do you have to wake up hours before you would ordinarily want to, you throw the bedclothes off and step into a freezing, blooming cold room, bolt down whatever is quickest and run out of the house because you're late to get on a train where you can't sit down because it's packed by the time it gets to you, to go into a job that you hate doing. Apart from that, how's your life going?
Dreadful.
What a nerve, eh? The railways providing a service, charging people, and you have no option. It's one monopoly after another. The train companies do not compete for the same route. That's utterly bizarre. They're just gifting companies monopolies. And the result is that you pay over the odds for a train service that's not even... we have to excise the word service. If you can't get a blooming seat and you're paying £1,800 a year, well, that's not a service at all, is it? It's the opposite of that. David in Putney says the Dunning-Kruger effect is the name that you're looking for. People assess their cognitive ability to be far superior to what it is. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm looking for. Does that remind you of anybody?
Oh, shut up!
Be honest with us, Donny.
I know nothing.
John texts, great idea to disable the warning light before the MOT is due. If a warning light... If a warning light... That's very hard to say. If a warning light falsely illuminates, it will cause the... This is... I can't read this. I don't know why. It's written correctly. Shall I start again? Great idea to disable the warning light before the MOT is due. If a warning light falsely illuminates, it will cause the vehicle to fail the MOT, even if the part is fine and the warning is false. Yeah, I know. I've been alerted to that fact. And the MOT is fast approaching.
Oh, no.
Yeah, the date's coming on me pretty quick. News Junkie tweets, your phone call select the problem. Ali from Hammersmith. Have you tried switching the radio station off and on again? It usually solves the problem. Hey, you know what? If we switch this radio station off and on again, maybe I wouldn't be here anymore. Because I know it's hard to believe, but I'm the only thing on LBC at the moment. Let's have a call in Belsize Park. Hello, Judy.
Hello.
Judy.
I phoned to correct you, and also, I think to correct you, but my main thing was to give you a tip about your problems with your devices.
Yes.
That keep breaking.
They keep breaking?
Yes. Well, my family think I'm mad, but everything of mine that appears to be breaking, I talk to it, I threaten it, and I say, if you don't come back to life and work, but please don't laugh, because I do this. I say, if you don't work properly, I've had enough of you.
Yeah.
I'll give you till I count to 10, and then you're in the car and down the tip.
So you're going all Basil Fawlty on them?
Well, no,
I'm going to give you a damn good thrashing.
No, I don't thrash them. And this has worked with my radio, my computer, my telephone, my printer, a food mixer, a kettle, and my hairdryer.
Wow.
And I haven't had to replace them at all.
You just give them a stern talking to.
I just talk to them and I say to my husband, get the car out, it's going down the tip.
Yes.
And it works.
And right, wow, that's like a magic trick.
So perhaps you could try that with your appliances.
Yeah, I absolutely will not do that.
Oh, okay.
Actually, maybe I will. I'll take my toaster into the street and talk to it really loudly.
Well, I've probably actually... Have I done it with the... No, the toaster's okay. Also, have I got time for two very quick things?
Yes.
First of all, I think it was lashings of ginger beer, not lemonade.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah. And also, because I haven't listened to the whole of every single programme recently...
Huh?
I know you got locked out.
Yeah.
But how did you eventually get back in?
Well...
I mean, have you told us and I've missed it?
I have, yeah. I went on and on about this at length. Do you have access to an internet?
I'm hopeless. I can... No?
No?
I can't, no, because you've gone all funny now.
Excuse me?
LBC, I'm sorry, has changed the whole thing about listening to podcasts, and you have to use an app or something, and I can't do any of that.
Can't you get us on the internet? Hang on a second, I'll check.
No, I can get you... No.
Wait a minute. Hang on, Judy. Pause. Wait 1 second. Can you get us on an internet?
Yeah, you can.
Right.
No,
so you just point your computer at an internet, Judy.
I can get you on the internet, but the podcasts now are very difficult to get. For me. You've changed something. Something has altered.
Well, it weren't me, miss.
No, but it's...
I ain't done nothing.
But the podcasts only last, I think, a week, and then you have to use an app, and I don't know what they're talking about.
Now, wait a minute. I'll check on that. Is that true?
You do need... Well, there's lots of apps you can use to get up.
Yeah, but she doesn't like apps.
I don't know what it is.
Then you can use a computer.
What is an app?
Yeah, what is an app?
Oh, my God.
Don't laugh at me.
Where does he even begin? When you ask a question and the answer is, oh my God, Judy, then you're probably straight into negative territory.
You're working in a radio station.
Yeah, but this radio station was like this when I got here.
But you haven't, because your colleague doesn't know what an app is.
Right, oh, I see. It's my fault.
Well, what is an app? If you tell me, then maybe I can use it.
It's short for appropriate, and it's always the appropriate way to get whatever it is you want. That's why they call it an app.
Yeah. Well, what is it on my computer? If I want to listen to an old podcast.
Well, I think that you've already given me the solution to your problems. You just want to give your computer a stern talking to.
No, but there's nothing wrong with my computer. It's your radio station that's telling me that I have to use an app.
Wait a minute. Is that true?
What, for the podcasts?
Yeah.
Well, yes.
It doesn't know.
This is ridiculous.
He's got no idea.
Well,
yeah.
Well, if he doesn't know and you don't know, who does know?
Nobody knows, Judy.
So I can never listen to your podcast?
Ever again, no. You must be able to. Just ask the internet. Do a Google search. Other search engines are available, but nobody ever uses them. Do a Google search on the Nick Abbott show, because that's what you want. I think you want last week's show from Friday or Saturday.
It would have been quicker if you just told
If I just told
you. In your house.
Yeah, I know, yeah. Well, I had to call a locksmith out, and he drilled a hole in the lock.
Right. Well,
it was much funnier when I said it the first time around. So if you can dial it up, then you will be amused at my misfortune.
Has this app thing got anything to do with having a mobile phone?
Oh, yeah. If you haven't got apps, then you can't use a phone. It's illegal.
No, because I don't have a mobile phone.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
So I can never hear any podcast more than a week old.
Okay, Dr. LBC tweets, go to the main Global Player website and you can find the podcasts there, and they don't expire after a week. Does that make sense? No.
That's fine. So I don't need an app.
Go to the main Global Player website.
Yeah.
Are you writing this down?
No.
And you can find the podcast there, and they don't expire after a week. Is that clear? No.
No, that bit's... Yeah, okay, I'll give that a go. But it has definitely altered all this stuff with apps.
Yeah, well, it's got nothing to do with me.
No, okay, but you've explained it really clearly to me, thank you.
So here's what you want to put in your search bar thing. Globalplayer.com.
Globalplayer.
Stockwell, hello, Frederick.
Good AM. good news.
Yes.
Which Mr. Khan keeps very quiet about. In other words, he does not tell you about the certificate of conformity, which will tell you if your car is capable of being kept on the road because it actually has the software and hardware and all the whateverware to make it give out low pollution.
Certificate of conformity?
Yes.
It sounds like something that the Nazis would ask you if they found you on a train.
A very nice
With
man
your
who
papers?
has a small specialist garage told me this fact, and you literally you should be able to get it either via the original dealer, or I would imagine DVLA should be able to supply you.
And
with
it's
it.
a conform.
Or the car
It conforms to
manufacturer.
what?
Pardon?
Conforming to what?
It's called a certificate of conformity. It tells you that your car will give out. I'll tell you exactly what it will give out. It will give out under.
Read something
hang on a
now.
second, I'm just looking. 0.15
Parts per million. Yeah. Squirting out the back of it.
Yeah, 0.15.
Yeah.
And it'll be. You want it under that, okay?
Oh, sure.
Yep, and that's the thing. That's the thing to do, and it's all.
If this is about pollution, then my car is more pollutant than a tractor. There's ships on the ocean that pollute less than my car, so it stands no chance. It's 20 years old, Frederick.
No, remember that all these supposed pollution things, they're pretty much to make money. They're not really there. The petrol is obsolete. I mean, for decades we've not needed to use petrol. The only reason we use petrol is because the government gets so much tax from it.
Well, what else are you going to use?
Well, electric knowledge has been around for absolutely ages.
I've said this before. I think it was the Design Museum. There's a picture from about 1900 of taxis in New York, and it says the information under the photo says I can't remember the exact year, but it's about 1900. It says in 1900 every taxi in New York was battery powered. 1900.
There you are. But petrol is a wonderful way of raising tax.
I suppose so.
And
yeah.
then, because you're paying to raise tax, they then tell you that you're polluting when they have created the situation.
In the first place.
And it is strange how Mr. Khan doesn't mention anything which is actually of use or which will help the consumer.
Yeah, thanks a lot,
clearly working for the car industry.
Yeah, thanks a lot, you mayor. All right, thanks a lot, Frederick. A certificate of conformity. That definitely does sound like something that you would need if you were, going into Switzerland, doesn't it? Thousands of messages saying app means application. Yeah, I don't think so. All you people are just embarrassing yourself on national radio. Why don't you just look it up? It means appropriate. James says, is your car a larder? L-A-R-D-A. I don't know if he's asking me, is it from Eastern Europe or do you keep food in it? Both. Angela tweets, do you remember Jasper Carrot singing Funky Moped? Well, yes, I do. It was irritating. Jasper Carrot's extremely funny. I've mentioned this many times. He's the only comedian that's actually... And it doesn't necessarily mean that I haven't seen funnier comedians. It's just that, the planets align and something tickles you. He made me literally fall off my seat. That's the only time it's ever happened. I saw him in a really, really tiny theatre as part of the Edinburgh Fringe in about 1977, something like that. Same year, I think, I saw Ian Dury in more or less in a lecture theatre in a university. There's me and about 50 other people in there, and wow, that was one of the best gigs of my life. It was beyond great. It was, I think, just before he released his first album, New Boots and Panties. What a performer. The best performer I think I've ever seen. He was just absolutely riveting on stage, was Ian Dury. Phil tweets, buy a German car before the prices go up when we leave the EU. Well, I ain't going to be buying no new car. Who are these people who can buy a new car? Who are they? Why there's so many of them. I couldn't dream of being able to afford a new car. Joe says, surely we can persuade him that narwhal tusks are better than guns. Him? Who's him? Who's him? What does that mean?
I believe he's referring to Donald Trump.
Oh, Donald Trump. No, the gun manufacturers gave Donald Trump millions and millions of dollars.
I make $400 million a year, so what difference does it make?
And he'll do anything for anybody that gives him millions of dollars, because, he's really rich. That's why he wants everybody to see his tax returns. If he was actually rich, he would post his tax returns in every post office, every bank, every municipal building in the world. It's because he isn't that he doesn't want us to see him. That and, all the criminality. Marion says, why don't you start a crowd fund with all your fans? You'll be able to buy yourself a Bentley like Steve. Yeah, I seriously doubt that. Unless they're giving them away. Lewisham, hello, Jane. How can he afford to run it? I mean, it must go through petrol, like a cruise ship. Jane.
Hi, Nick. We really, really must leave that EU.
Why?
We all recognise that we've got a world gone wrong.
Yes, you can say that again.
And by leaving, the EU is the enemy.
Is it?
They hate us.
Yeah, well, with good reason.
And we're just going to, everything is just going to get worse and worse and worse. We must leave.
Well, like what? What's going to get worse?
Everything that's happening.
Well,
we must leave.
Like what? What's going to get worse?
Spark.
Just tell us what's going to get worse. Name one thing. You can't.
I don't want to say.
I see, it's a secret.
Brexit is the spark for a better world.
Oh, no doubt.
You must believe that.
Onwards and upwards.
You must, Nick.
Yeah, sure.
Anyway, if it really starts to get you've got the Realist Party to
I don't know
pull
what
us
that
out
is.
of it.
I've got no idea what that is. But this is the noise that we're going to be hearing in our heads constantly. It's going to be on a loop when we leave the evil European overlords. That's the only sound we're going to be hearing over and over and over again. Everybody sing! The greatest gift that we possess. Patrick says you can stick your finger up to those rip-off locksmiths. Next time you lock yourself out, leave the door alone and call a builder to demolish it and rebuild your house instead. That would actually be cheaper, yeah. I was looking at my credit card bill today, and it said something like Oleo Services, something like that, £230. I thought, £230? What did I buy for £230? And I was trying to think of all the things that I brought back to the house in the last couple of weeks. I thought there's nothing that cost £230. I'm looking around to find something delightful that I bought for £230. Can you imagine how fantastic that would be? And then I remembered it wasn't anything delightful. It was getting back into my blooming house. They have got you over a barrel. Those emergency locksmiths. They could charge you anything they like. They just make it up. And they tell you on the phone, it's a £40 call-out charge. And every single sentence I exchanged with him, the price kept going up. He kept telling me that, of course, if we don't do that, then it's £40 plus £90. And, of course, if it's this, that and the other, if it's slightly misty out, then that's an extra £60. And if you ever want to see the inside of your house again, then that's going to be another £80. And it just kept going up and up and up. Pound signs going up in his eyes when he clapped eyes on me. Kath in North Wales says, you need to take a leaf out of Steve Allen's book to sort your car problem. Flog a load of tea towels with your face on them and then use the money to buy a Bentley. I'm happy that your abnormal show is back. Thanks, Kath. Yuri says, get a Skoda Kodiaq, not endorsed. It's a brilliant car. Not endorsed. And Hetty says, two things, Nick. James Earl Jones never met Carrie Fisher until 35 years later. He used to do all the voiceovers for Darth in a cubicle. Later, I'm doing this show in a cubicle. Nothing wrong with a cubicle. He says, later he played Knock Her Door Run on The Big Bang with Sheldon. I've got no idea what you're talking about. Secondly, an erg is a Victorian unit of energy. How appropriate. An ERG. An erg is a Victorian unit of energy. Wow, is that true?
Affirmative.
Probably. It doesn't make any difference if it isn't. It doesn't. If it's not true, it doesn't stop it from being a fact.
Correct.
0345 6060 973. Have you seen the latest polls? It's getting exciting. I said this earlier on. If one party over another was just charging away, then that would be for a neutral, for a relatively disinterested person, then that would be kind of boring. Like the Premier League. If one team just starts out ahead and maintains that position, and the gap between them and the following pack just keeps getting larger and larger, that is boring for a neutral. We want a bit of competition. We want to be on the edge of our seats, and it's kind of getting that way. The latest polls are suggesting that the Conservative Party are getting less happy by the day. I'm sure about this time last week, 2 weeks ago, they were HAPPY. I bet they woke up laughing. Not no more. John says, isn't Carol McGiffin getting hungry in that cupboard that you're storing her away in until you release this new podcast that you've been promising us since August? Well, it's worse than that, John. We recorded it in June. There's about 10 or 12 in the bucket, all ready to go, and I've got no idea where they are. I've given it to somebody else. It took 3 months to get a logo together, and and there's still no question mark. It's what's your problem with Nick and Carol, and it took 3 months to get the logo together, and they missed out the question mark. So that's going to have to go back, and it will take another 3 months to put the question mark on, and we're expecting it sometime in the next millennium, if you can wait that long. By the way, Carol McGiffin is not in a cupboard. How does she pay for her lifestyle? I would like to know. She must have robbed banks, because she is always tweeting from some glamorous location. She was in the Beverly Hills Hotel the last time I looked. How does she manage it? I can only dream of being in the Beverly Hills Hotel. Loose women. Is that you saying that?
Yeah.
Well, she didn't get millions of pounds from being on Loose Women. She doesn't. Can't do. Mark in Dartford says, try to work in more than 2 days a week. Maybe you could afford another car then. I don't know. It takes all my efforts to get to 2 days a week. This is very strenuous. It might seem like I'm just talking, but in fact I am just talking. Yeah, there's nothing to it. Anybody could do this. I could train you up in about 10 seconds. It's just speaking. There's nothing to it. Christopher tweets, having looked into the Star Wars not making a profit, it appears to be Hollywood tax avoid. But don't say that. Film studios set up shell companies that they pay highly inflated fees to market the film. Warner Brothers did this and claimed the first Harry Potter lost £167 million. What? The first Harry Potter lost £167 million. I seriously doubt that. But then, what I know about high finance, you could write on the back of a cheque. Gosh, there is some really alarming news coming from America, but it applies here too, about how much money companies are borrowing. And it exactly reflects the situation that caused the financial crash that we have still not got out of. When the financial crash hit, 2007, the money that this country owed doubled. It's still that amount, but it's actually worse than that because it's going up every second of every day. The amount that we owe as a country doubled after the banks crashed, mostly because of their vaunting greed. And the lesson that they learned was they can get away with anything. The lesson that the bankers learned was if you work for a bank, you can get away with anything. Did any of them go to jail? No. And they're doing it again. The exact same thing again. They're leveraged See, I know all the terminology, me. Leveraged.
Correct.
Up to their eyeballs. The amount of money they're borrowing is just absolutely staggering. So when we go to another recession, which is due any day now, then we're going to be much, much worse off because we haven't climbed out of the hole that the last one put us in. Even after 10 years of austerity, it's still getting worse every minute of every day. We owe more now than we did before 10 years of austerity. You believe that? So the polls make interesting reading. Like I said, it's not one party that's just going to win it in a runaway. It's getting close. Boris Johnson has seen his projected Commons majority slashed from 80 to 12 in 1 week. The Labour Party is eating into the Conservatives' lead, a poll of polls has revealed. And this is the Telegraph saying this. So you better believe they're doing it through clenched, gritted teeth. What's the difference between clenched teeth and gritted teeth, by the way? Where does the grit come from? And this is despite, of course, the combined might of the three biggest offshore tax-efficient non-dom news barons of the age who've been pummeling Jezzo with all they've got, getting increasingly hysterical, printing ever greater portents of doom. We're all going to die. Details on pages 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9 and a full-colour Armageddon pullout inside. There was a survey based on about 10,000 voters, which is a lot larger than surveys are normally based on. About 10 times as big. And this survey showed that Jeremy Corbyn is closing the gap on the Tories in the same way that Theresa May's lead collapsed in 2017 after her manifesto launch. And by the way, her refusal to appear in TV debates, which is being echoed right now.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
He's refusing to appear opposite Andrew Neil. I don't know whether that's... does that do him any favours? In other news, Boris Johnson's refused to appear opposite Andrew Neil, presumably after watching Jeremy Corbyn come unstuck. Of course, politicians would rather have a cosy chat with a morning TV sofa than be quizzed on specifics. They'd rather hear questions like, what colour are your curtains? Do you love dogs? You know, that sort of thing. They absolutely don't want to be skewered on detail because, by and large, they don't know any. They're not that good at coming up with stuff. You know, I bet that Jezza went on for roasting with Andrew Neil, thinking that the other leaders would do the same. You go first, Jezza, said Boris. The surprise. It's like that gotcha when kids say they're going to jump off a pier. You know, let's all go together. 3, 2, 1, jump. And then they don't jump and you do. Some poor dupe flying through the air to an uncertain fate on their own. And Labour is said to be squeezing the Liberal Democrats by gaining Remain voters. And the Lib Dems and the Brexit Party have been on a downward slope in the polls for a good week or so now. Just as the two main parties are going up at a quite similar rate to each other. If you look at the poll of polls graphs, it's quite interesting. Labour and Conservative are going up, bottom left to top right. Everybody else is going down. I think that it just must mean that, well, there's no must about it. My reading of it is that people were dallying with voting for other parties, but they have thought, yeah, you know what? I'm going to vote for, perhaps in a lot of cases, the party that I used to vote for. I'm going to go back to what I used to do. Labour's up from 29.9% to 32.3% in 1 week. Wow. The amount of negative publicity that Corbyn has got, you wouldn't think that that's possible, but that's what they're saying is happening. The Lib Dems have fallen from 15 to 13.8, and the Tories are on 41.9, down from 43% this time last week. And if you translated that into seats, I know it's difficult to do that because, the complicated system that we got, but the prediction is that the Tories would have, if the situation remained the same, a majority of 12. They were talking about 80 just a week or so ago. Now it's 12. I bet they're freaking out. So they'd have 12 with 331. Labour would be on 235 seats. The Lib Dems on 16. The SNP on 45. Which is interesting because compared to last time, 2017, that would mean that the Tories and Labour would both be down on that result. And the SNP and the Lib Dems would do better than last time. It's not really the Boris bounce that people were writing about. But it's worse than that for the Conservatives, because a graph comparing support for Theresa May during the 2017 election with Johnson's shows him below where she was at the same point in the campaign, and polling suggests that he's on a downward trajectory. So maybe he's right to swerve an interview that might be difficult, because there's not much to say about something that hasn't happened, but no end of things to say about something that has, that went badly. It just seems a bit chickenish, doesn't it? A little bit chickenish. Anthony Wells, YouGov Director of Political Research, said the Tories cannot squeeze more than 3% that they've already had out of the Brexit Party. Labour has more potential votes to squeeze out of the Lib Dems and the Greens. That's the Director of Political Research of YouGov. And John Curtis, who's the veteran pollster, said it could well be the case that the Tories have pretty much hit the high water mark. And the if you look up the poll of polls online, then it does come up with... If only this was TV, I'd be able to hold it up and show you. But the Labour Party and the Conservatives have been going up since pretty much the beginning of October. And at pretty much the same rate. They're almost parallel in the way that they're going up. And the other parties, the Liberal Democrats particularly, and the Brexit Party, have gone down from that period. So they're leaking votes. The Greens are about the same, and the SNP are about the same. So people have already made their minds up about those. But it's all to play for. All to play for. Place your bets. Let's have a call in. Who shall I go for? Well, it says Ali in Hammersmith, but I know it isn't, because as soon as I press it, it'll be somebody else. Sevenoaks, Mark.
Hi. I think with those polls, it's clear that we're no longer going to have a majority Corbyn government or majority Lib Dem government. So it's obvious what moderates must do to get a hung parliament. And with the most right-wing Conservative cabinet of my lifetime and the most left-wing Labour shadow cabinet of my lifetime, a hung parliament seems to be the best place for moderates.
Well, most of us are in the middle, yes, which is why I think coalitions are not the disaster that people in this country seem to think they are. Most of the countries that we are in on the same level as, most of Western democracies are run by coalitions. You look at the list of them, look it up on the internet, it's amazing. Most countries are run by coalitions. They're doing all right.
Yes, and the problem with the Conservatives is that if they win the election, they'll have to implement Brexit, and they'll have to take the flak for it going wrong, basically.
Well, you see, I don't think that anybody's going to take the flak for Brexit going wrong, because there'll always be somebody else to blame. Or it'll be the European Union because they were nasty and evil to us and have been doing us down, and underhand tactics and all that stuff. Or it'll be, it's Donald Trump's fault for sticking his oar in, or it's Hillary's emails are at fault, or it's the weather. There'll always be something.
Yes, but there'll also be the issue of Scotland leaving and the Remainers getting Scottish passports, and that would be rather embarrassing for him.
Yeah, I guess
and it'll be one way of keeping your EU citizenship, because they'll be going back in.
If the Scottish have another vote, and I think that as the situation has changed markedly since the last time they voted, that being a country that voted to stay in the European Union and are now being pulled out, out with their desires, then it seems reasonable that they should have another vote, doesn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, one of the reasons a lot of people voted to remain with the UK was because they wanted to remain with the EU. And now the situation is that if I want an EU citizenship, I've got to encourage the Scots to leave, rejoin the EU, and then get a Scottish passport. I mean, but I mean, how embarrassing would that be for the Conservative Party?
Yeah, well, there's plenty embarrassment about. Everybody is red-faced, including you know who.
Oh, shut up!
Hey, he's coming here on Monday. Have you heard?
No, I haven't.
Yeah.
I've been out of the loop for a bit recently.
Well, gird yourself, Mark, because Ancient Orange is choppering in.
Yes, well, that will probably not help the Conservatives, I don't think, because people are worried about the NHS and the patents.
Well, they've already...
If the patents are lengthened, our drug costs are going to go up. And that is something that it seems has been discussed at all of the conferences that they've had. It hasn't been taken off the table, so...
Well, this idea that the NHS is not for sale, I think, is based on people's thoughts that the entirety of the NHS will be sold. Now, that seems vanishingly unlikely. But, of course, the NHS uses private companies to supply it for practically everything that you can think of. I mean, all those machines that go bing, they're all privately made. Drugs are privately made. The nurses that fill in for the nurses that we haven't got are privately employed, and on it goes. There's billions and billions of pounds of the NHS budget that goes to private companies already.
That's true, but the situation with the patents, it's easy to see now the extra cost that American healthcare is paying the drug companies for their drugs because of the longer patents. And so that's something which will put the costs up compared with what they are now.
Yeah, that's where the money is, selling drugs.
Want to score some pot?
All right, thanks a lot, Mark. Yeah, the Conservative Party are... the suggestion is that Boris Johnson will distance himself from Donald Trump, doesn't want to get photographed with Donny, because you know Donny, he just won't be able to help himself, and he'll insert himself into our business.
I'm very highly educated. I know words, I have the best words.
And he'll use them a lot. You just can't shut that guy up. And so I would imagine that we'll see precious little of him in the company of any of our major politicians. Because remember, we don't like Donald Trump. We think that Donald Trump is not a very nice person.
Donald Trump is a very nice person.
You know how many people have a positive perception of Donald Trump in this country? 21%. Which makes me think, what are those 21% basing their opinions on? What are they thinking of? 21%? A fifth of the people in this country think that Donny is a great person?
You are going to love President Trump.
They love him. 21% are think that Donald Trump is the best thing in the whole wide world ever. 68%, meanwhile, have a positive opinion of Barack Obama. One more time, Donny. 21% think that you're to be thought well of. 68% think that Barack Obama is. Tweets, I blame Gordon Brown. Yeah. Yeah, me too. When in doubt, blame Gordon Brown. We're still not missing you, Gordon. Matt says, Carol McGiffin funds her lifestyle by working as a locksmith. And Gary says, for 230 quid a month, you could lease a brand new car. If it breaks, they give you a replacement the next day. Learn how to pick a lock and take out an advert. Hey, presto. That's not true, is it? You can't get a car for 230 quid a month, can you? All those... Yeah, I have mentioned this. I was... A little while ago, I was wondering... Every time I go on the road, I'm surrounded by people in new Mercedes. Those... Hang on, I'm going to cough. Those coupes, they've got two doors, and they look like... They're sort of shaped like a suppository. I don't like the look of them at all, but everybody's got one. Absolutely everybody on the road is driving a brand new coupe Mercedes. And I'm thinking, who the hell are all these people who are doing so well? Turns out they're not doing well at all. They're renting them. But I thought you had to put down a big deposit before you could drive away in a car. Does it only cost 230 quid a month? I should look into that. This says Ian in Ealing has been waiting a long time. There's no Ian in Ealing on my board. What line is he on?
He's on line 7. Oh, he's on your thing now.
7? Oh, well, that's been blank. There's no information on line 7.
You fader 1, you should be there, I think.
Right, okay, well, that's neither here nor there. It's been lit for about half an hour, but there is no information on it. It's just blank. That's why I didn't go to it. So that's my excuse, Ian. I'm sorry about that.
That's all right, Nick. I forgive you.
Thanks. Well, it's not my fault, though. I just want to underline that.
Are we on now?
Yes. Yes, we are, yeah.
I've laid down, sat up, lay down, sat up, lay down, sat up several times. Never mind.
Yeah, never mind, eh?
Stop whining. Hey, I know, get me with my... Anyway, what I wanted to ask you, Nick, was about the wisdom or otherwise of getting one's father involved with your issues. And I say that in respect to the no-show for the climate debate and old Stanley turning up with, well, Michael Gove, but Stanley as a concerned father rocking up at the Channel 4 and then getting into all sorts of managing to blag all sorts of 5-minute or 1 minute junkets in the media, and then blowing it by saying that he thought the nation was too thick to spell Pinocchio. So I just wonder about the wisdom of, or otherwise, of getting one's dad involved. Have you yourself have you ever got your dad involved in any arguments or issues that you've had in the past?
Arguments or issues? Yeah, I think that comes under the category dad. Yeah.
Yes, I mean, my dad once turned... I got my face pushed in one night back in 1983 by several blokes in Greenford, and I went down to a phone box with blood running down from my nose, and I rang my dad up thinking I wait for his car to turn up, and then about 10 minutes later I could see his car park across, ran down the road to try and have a go at the blokes who'd beat me up.
Right.
And at that time he was in his mid-50s. I mean, he's quite a fit bloke at that time. But then I ended up running up the road after him, and I had to do it. It ain't worth it. Exactly. I had to stop him. So I don't want to, in terms of Stan, do you think Boris was thinking that sort of thing? Do you think he thought, Dad, it's not worth it?
Boris,
I don't know.
Boris, keep your...
I don't think he did. Don't think he did his son any favours.
Yeah,
really.
Probably not. No. All right. Good work. Thanks a lot, Ian. 0345 6060 973. Alderborough, Nigel. No, that didn't work. I'll try it again. Alderborough, Nigel.
Hi, Nick.
Yes, sir.
You had a lady on earlier saying about things that get worse if we don't have Brexit, and she couldn't come up with anything. Well, I reckon the NHS will get worse, because you go back to the Blair government when they let in about 6 million people, and that's what created the 4-hour wait in A&E and the trolleys in corridors. Just imagine when Corbyn with no...
Well, when was the last time you went to a hospital, Nigel?
Well, I often go.
Do you?
I'm just
do you ever meet any British people in uniform there? No, they're all from somewhere else.
Yeah, no.
Do you?
Plenty of British people, yeah.
Right. Well,
but I'm just telling you about the queues in A&E, and just imagine the Corbyn with no immigration policy. There'll be 12-hour waits.
Oh, yeah, there's billions and billions of people coming over here, as promised.
We haven't got the infrastructure to support.
Well, that's on us. That's on us, that is. That's not the European Union's fault. That's on us. Because we haven't, we've serially underfunded the NHS compared to our major competitive countries. That's just a fact. But, no one's interested in facts anymore. We're all about feelings now, baby. Hey, did you hear that Jean-Claude Juncker... You remember Jean-Claude Juncker, don't you? No! Yes, that's him. The European Commission President finishes his 5-year term this weekend. And he's departing for other shores.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, see ya. He's been in politics, frontline politics, for 25 years. And now he's off. For 25 years, he's either been the EU's top official or the Prime Minister of Luxembourg, wherever that is. And as he waves a fond farewell, he couldn't help himself. He couldn't help but stick it to us Brits who've been floundering ever since we said we wanted out. Because a bus told us what to think. Monsieur Jean-Claude said that the political chaos in Britain had helped make the EU more popular by comparison. People abroad look at us and they look at the EU and they think that that rainbow coalition of happy souls is better than this country that looks like it's trying to escape from its own straitjacket. Jean-Claude said, I will be leaving before the UK does. In a way, I'm not unhappy about this because it breaks my heart to see a member of our union leave its midst. Is he being sarcastic? Hard to tell. I can't tell when we're being trolled anymore. I bet the European Union can't wait till we're gone. What a headache we've caused them. It just seems to be never-ending. We're like the guest that comes to a party and complains about the food and complains about the booze and complains about the other guests and says they'd rather be at home on their own, but doesn't actually leave. Well, I don't like this and I don't like that, and moan.
Stop whining.
Juncker told the Politico website, at the same time Britain is exiting, support for the EU is at an all-time high. I would chalk this up to Brexit, he said. Now, I think that is definite trolling. Is he having a go? David Cameron once claimed that he drank cognac for breakfast. Not David Cameron, he claimed that Juncker drank cognac for breakfast.
Booze.
Well, that sounds like the cornerstone to any nutritious meal, cognac. Mix it with milk and what do you got? Another golden day. Apparently his Brussels office, Jean-Claude Juncker's Brussels office, was fitted with special air conditioning to deal with his chain smoking. I thought it was supposed to be banned in public buildings. Well, I suppose if you're the Commission President, do anything you blooming well like. It's my right, I can do what I want, said Jean-Claude Juncker. He's admitted to health problems and recently underwent abdominal surgery, but insists that his regular bouts of illness have got nothing to do with drinking. Yeah, why would anybody think that? So the EU Commission President, Jean-Claude, is out. Donald Tusk is no longer the President of the European Union. It's all change at the top, and we're going to get a Prime Minister too. Isn't that exciting? Aren't you absolutely thrilled? I'll take that as a no.
Yes.
And that's it.
We did?
Given we're doing the weather, Britain is going to be battered by 80-mile-an-hour winds this weekend as the first-named storm of the season sweeps in from the Atlantic Ocean. It's a storm which is called, as you've just heard on the news, a tear, which sounds like a sneeze. The weather is sneezing all over us. Strong winds caused by a deep area of low pressure crossing the... do you feel as though you're in a deep area of low pressure? Oh, when's it going to be over? Anyway, there's a deep area of low pressure weather-wise crossing the UK from the west on Sunday and Monday. There's going to be gusts of up to and including 80 miles an hour.
Oh, no.
And you double it and add 32 to get kilometres. So double 80 is 190. And add 32 is 142. So there's going to be 142 kilometre winds. Can you believe that?
No.
Met Office forecasters say there will likely be delays to road, rail, air and ferry, which covers everything. Road, rail, air and ferry, that's everything. Everything except walking. You will still face no delays if you are walking in modern fast-forward Britain. But if there's a slight breeze, our entire transport infrastructure grinds to a halt. But it's worse than that. Do you like electricity?
Yes.
Well, you might not have any. Power cuts and damage to temporary structures are also possible this weekend. Abandon your caravans and your sheds. Kiss goodbye and don't look back. Actually, I'm sure it's going to be fine. The government says there's nothing to worry about. Blooming freezing outside tonight. Well, I mean, they say it's mild, but it feels like winter outside. Who could have predicted that? Tomorrow's going to be dry and bright in England, Wales and eastern Scotland. And you know which part that leaves out? Glasgow! Dry and bright everywhere in the country except Glasgow. Why does it always rain on you? Get Travis on the phone, they'll sing it to us.
Rock and roll!
No!
Sunday's going to be bright and windy with frequent to heavy showers, which doesn't sound bright. Bright and windy with frequent heavy showers. You'll get a glimpse of brightness here and there. Keep your eyes peeled. Monday, dry and bright and windy. Do you want to know what the long-range weather forecast is through Christmas and into the new year?
No.
Right, until the 20th of December, until the 20th of December, it'll often be windy, periods of heavy rain and showers, short, dry interludes. Longer periods of rain in the south, turning heavy with thunder and hail. Wintry in the north, temperatures below normal. Maybe snow in the north, frost and freezing fog. That's up until Christmas week. And from Christmas week till the new year, 2020, doesn't that sound like the future? Doesn't that sound like science fiction? Well, it's not. It's not sci-fi, it's sci-fi. From Christmas week until the new year, heavy rain in the south and east at first, rain to the northwest and then drier periods further south that could be accompanied by a general upturn in temperatures. Upturn in temperatures? We'll take it! Right, so it was a smackdown, a fight to the death, 2 falls or a submission. And I didn't see it because I was coming in to do work. I was concentrating on driving, because I'm a good boy, I am. But a YouGov Snap poll tells it that it was a draw. I mean, the margin of error is it's so tiny, the difference between them. It was a draw. They punched each other to a standstill. Or they didn't lay a finger on each other. I don't know which it was, because I didn't see it. Maybe you did. A YouGov Snap poll, 52% believe that Boris won it, and 48% believe that Corbyn won it. Those numbers keep coming up over and over and over again, don't they? 52 to 48. You remember a certain individual said that if it was 52 to 48, we should have a second referendum?
We should have a second referendum.
He said it wasn't going to be finished business, because he didn't think it would go that way. He thought it was going to be 48 to 52 against, but it was 52 to 48 for, and in that case, it's completely finished business. That's bizarre, isn't it? 52 to 48. Maybe those are the numbers that reveal the secrets of the universe. Wasn't 48 the number that Douglas Adams came up with? I bet my glamorous assistant knows. Don't tell me. Who's Douglas Adams? Oh, well done. Very good.
Yeah.
Wasn't it 48?
It was.
Yeah, 48. 48, see? Coincidence?
No.
52 to 48 believe that Boris Johnson won a clear lead. Won a clear lead. That makes no sense. There's nothing clear about it. It's 50-50. It's about the same. Nobody really punched their way out of this one. Boris Johnson took on Labour leader Jeremy Corbyn in the second head-to-head debate of the 2019 general election, and a Snap YouGov poll reveals a second close result. The first one, I think, was even closer, wasn't it? It's there or thereabout. The meaning of life is 42. What do you mean? Huh?
48 is wrong, it's actually 42.
Well, it's near enough. I mean, maths isn't a precise subject. We're all about feelings now, baby. 52% of Britons believe, or those that expressed a preference, more accurately, believe that Boris Johnson won the debate, while 48% believe that Jeremy Corbyn won. And as this falls within the margin of error, I read statistics for a year at university. God, what a fantastic and fascinating subject that is.
Boring.
Couldn't be more dull. But statisticians will tell you that falls within the margin of error. In other words, they're saying, wow, that took so long. It might not have felt like it took long for you, but I pressed that. It seemed like last week, and I just stared at it and stared at it and stared at it. It felt like forever. Could have driven a bus through that gap. Shall I do it again?
No.
In other words, they're saying, there you go. You just have to load it up once and then it's, on its tiptoes, ready to go. Chris Curtis, out of YouGov, said, our Snap poll shows that the public remains divided on who won the debate. Well, the kids, if only the kids could be united, then they'll never be divided. We're going down a pub. Jimmy Percy, the voice of a generation. Most Labour voters thought that Jeremy Corbyn won. Most Conservative voters thought that Boris Johnson won. Very few people changed their minds. We're all living in Donald Trump's world now. Oh. Yeah. You know, the Americanization of this country continues apace. I thought we'd gone about as far as we can go. Everything is up to date in, I can't think of a place in this country that begins with K. Think of a name that begins with K in this country.
Kenneth.
Yes. Yeah, okay. Everything's up to date in Kenneth City. It's rubbish. Terrible contribution he's made to this show so far. You'd be ashamed of yourself. What do all these people want to talk to me about so far? I haven't said anything yet. I've just done the weather. Are these all complaints? Anyway, they dug deeper, because that is what they do for a living. YouGov dug deeper. They asked people what they thought about the candidates based on various criteria. And I'll come to that in a minute. The criteria like trustworthiness, likability, in touch with ordinary... Not touching ordinary people, because that's something else.
Disgusting.
Not touching, but in touch with. More prime ministerial, and etc. and so on. So I'll plough through those numbers shortly. I bet you're on the edge of your seat. First of all, here's a call on Stoke-on-Trent. Hello, Paul.
Nick, how are you?
I'm good, thanks.
Good, great. A team is called that storm, is it then? That's all I care about. The blue weather up there. A nuisance, isn't it?
Paul, have no idea what you're saying. Can you say it slower?
The nuisance weather up there, the storm that's going to come, a tear, the storm. You know, the weather out there.
Maybe my ear's not attuned to what you're saying. If you keep speaking, then maybe I'll pick it up in a while. But so
the
far...
The weather is going to be bad, you said, didn't you?
Oh, the weather! The weather is going to be bad. Yes. Right.
Yeah. Well, that's a nuisance. That's all I care about, the weather up there. The politics, I don't give a toss about that.
Well, I certainly am glad you called.
Eh? Do you think I'm deluded to think that Jeremy Corbyn is going to win the next election and a landslide victory? Do you think I'm deluded? Do you think?
Do I think you're deluded if you think that... Wow. Is there something wrong with you, Paul? You seem to be...
Nothing wrong with me. I'm just...
you seem to be hyper.
Sick of the blue weather all the time, mate.
Right, OK. Can I recommend decaffeinated coffee or your yoga or something? Or hum to yourself. Just to press your fingertips together and close your eyes. Oh, that's the sound of silence. Silence is golden. I think it was... I've got no idea. Who sang Silence is Golden? I bet you don't know.
No, I don't.
No, you've got no idea. There you are, you see? That's one to me. Yeah, I'm not sure, Paul, so I'll move on, if you don't mind. You're very, very hard to understand because you're speaking too quickly. Maidenhead. Hello, Reese.
Hi.
Reese. And I apologise. One moment, Reese. I'll come back to you in a second. But I do apologise for that. But my ear is not attuned to the Stoke-on-Trent accent, if that is indeed what that was. If somebody with the deepest Glaswegian accent calls in, I'll have no problem at all. Everybody else will be staring at the radio going, what is this person on about? Not me, because my ear is attuned. But Stoke-on-Trent, not so much. But I am making a mental note to give it a swerve. Is there a bypass? Reese.
Hi, hello.
Good to talk to you.
Good to talk to you too.
Yeah, well, it's better to talk to you. Yes, Reese.
yeah.
Yes, Reese.
Hello.
Get on with it.
Oh, yeah. I think Jeremy Corbyn won the debate tonight.
Right, why did you say that?
Well, I didn't think Boris Johnson was that trustworthy. He kept putting out the same lines that he's been going through this whole campaign. 50,000 new nurses, even though we know that 20,000 of them must already 40 new hospitals, even though there's only 6. It's just, I can't trust him one bit.
Well, now, be honest, were you of that opinion before the debate started?
I wasn't as strongly as I was before the debate started, no.
Right.
I thought he would, offer some new hope, some new brighter Britain, but I didn't see it.
Got a guy on the phone who wants a new hope. Yeah, it'll be in the cinemas shortly. So, of the two, who sounded more like they were just repeating talking points?
Boris Johnson, 100%. I heard new stuff from Jeremy Corbyn. Previously, he hadn't apologised for anti-Semitism, but we saw it tonight, where he, was very, had humility about the incident. But Boris Johnson, it was just the same election points we've heard the whole time.
Which one of the two answered the question that they were posed?
Well,
as opposed to answering the question that they hoped that they had been asked.
Well, I think all politicians are,
yes,
guilty of not answering the question that they're posed, the one that they want. But, on balance, I'd say Jeremy Corbyn came across more humanistic, came across more relatable to me.
Okay, now, was there any category in which you thought that Boris Johnson won? If I insisted on you saying something that he came out ahead?
Probably stronger in defence and security than Jeremy Corbyn is.
Right. And why? What was it that he said that made you think that?
With Jeremy Corbyn, he kind of divers and, bit insecure.
About what specifically, though? About nuclear weapons or just shooting back at the enemy in general?
Yeah, prison sentences and stuff like that.
Right.
Boris Johnson's pretty secure about saying that they should serve life sentences. And
that's not defence, though. I suppose it's defence of ordinary, decent human beings. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so Boris Johnson was more lock 'em up, and Jeremy Corbyn was less so.
Yeah.
Okay, and you appreciated that.
So
you must be of the opinion, if that's the case, that prison actually works.
It depends what you think prison's there to do. Is it there to defend and rehabilitate, or is it there to retribute?
Yes. Well, that's what I'm asking.
Personally, I think it's rehabilitate prisoners.
Rehabilitation, right? Okay.
Yeah.
But then that's the opposite of what you just described. But
the public in a wider opinion think that retribution is the objective of prison.
Yes. If you ask an ordinary average person after reading out some horror story in the paper, they'll probably say a hanging's too good for them.
Yeah, you polls represent that the public want harsher sentences for criminals.
Unless they break the law themselves, in which case it's a ridiculous law, and
exactly.
And I ain't done nothing. It weren't me, Governor. All right, thanks. The purpose of the M6 is to bypass Stoke-on-Trent. Well, that's my new favourite road. I don't mean that. I'm just joshing. Reich texts R-I-J-K. Reich. He says, or she, sexist. Get a self-charging Lexus SUV electric, and it's fast and comfortable. I have one. It's great, very cheap to run for a large SUV. Without mentioning any brand names. A Lexus, you say? No, I'm not getting a Lexus. I've got something else. I bought 3 cars. What? 3 cars. I've got 3 cars now. 2 of them don't work, which is why I had to keep buying cars, because I buy a car and it doesn't work, so I have to buy another one. I suppose you think I'm a stupid idiot. My old car, that doesn't work, and the car that I bought to replace my old car, that doesn't work either. And so I bought another car to replace the newer car that was to replace the old car. And, it was, up until about 2 hours ago, it was still working. I expect that when I return, it'll have flipped itself upside down onto its roof and have burst into flames because I forgot to engage the handbrake, or I didn't read the manual. Does anybody ever read the manual? No. So the problem is that it sounds a bit weird, but then if you've been driving the same car for 20 years, which I have, I've only been in one car for 20 years. All engines sound weird when you get out of my old one. And so I'm thinking, maybe this one's got the same problem as my last one.
Oh, no.
Yes. So I'm going to take it to somebody that knows about cars who's going to fiddle about with it. Because if I have to go through all this again, if I have to buy a new car to replace the old one, I can't even... that's just so Byzantine and complicated, I can't even think that far. Let me just say... Horsham. Hello, Sean.
Hi, Nick.
Sean, good, thanks.
Yeah, first with the YouGov poll, that came up very quickly. I'd be interested to see the sample size and the questions they asked.
I believe it was 1,400 people, which is about this. Yeah, it's about 1,000 is what they usually get for these kind of polls. So it's a little bit bigger, but not by much.
It came out 4 minutes after the debate ended.
Yeah, well, people were making their mind up during the debate. I mean, they just asked them a simple question: who won?
You said they delved down deeply.
Well, yes, I have full details. Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, YouGov tend to overestimate the people above 35 and ignore the 18 to 35-year-old
Well, I'm not sure that's true, but they do this for a living.
Yeah, okay. The main reason I called was on immigration. So the taking back control of our borders for Brexit.
Yeah, we just want Brexit. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. But the last couple of years, the government has allowed 230,000 non-EU migrants to come in. Now, this is nothing to do with EU rules, so I think it's quite disingenuous to say that something you want to take control of, you've done nothing about. So that's one point.
Yes, but the Conservative Party is not a unified whole in that what they did 5 years ago might not necessarily be what they do going forward. God, I can't believe I used that phrase, going forward.
When, ever since Theresa May was Home Secretary, that the whole thrust has been not to really do, to say one thing and do another thing. Then on corporation taxes, I think Boris lied tonight because he said we would have under Labour the highest rate in Europe. And he keeps spouting that same mantra when, in fact, we'll still have lower than France, lower than the USA, and lower than other countries.
Well, I see. I didn't see this debate, but where you just the way you've just described it makes it sound as though Boris Johnson was. Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah, I just dropped the phone. I'm fine, thank you.
It made it sound like that was a prediction on his part from perhaps Jeremy Corbyn had said in the past.
You'll hear it again in the next week. He'll keep saying Labour want to raise the taxes to the highest level in Europe. He keeps saying it when it's in fact a lie, okay?
Right, well, we'll find out one way or the other, I suppose.
Yeah, the other thing is anti-Semitism. Now, anti-Semitism keeps coming up, obviously. Islamophobia comes up less so. Maybe it should, maybe it shouldn't. But in 2014, John Mann stood in Parliament and berated Ed Miliband for not doing enough against anti-Semitism that was happening against Luciana Berger.
Right, this is a bit too arcane for me, Sean, but I think when it comes to the accusations of racism, everybody on earth is racist to a certain extent. It's a survival mechanism, but when you talk about institutional racism, then that more implies that it is a policy on behalf of a party, and I seriously doubt that it's a policy, that racism is a policy on the part of any party. But it's a part of all of us. That's absolutely true. It just defines us as human beings, what we do with those impulses, which are buried way down. It's a survival mechanism. It's a fear of the other. But the thought that the Labour Party is solely, amongst all the parties in the country, riven with racism is just absolutely ludicrous. But they do keep bringing it up over and over and over again, whereas other parties' evidence of racism seems to be buried. But when I say they do, I mean the right-wing press, which is the majority in this country. Most of our newspapers are run by, coincidentally, non-domiciled, tax-avoiding billionaires.
I feel lightheaded. That's what I feel.
Yes, it's all becoming too much. Jim texts, your friend Brian from Stockport was saying a few weeks ago that the Brexit Party is going to sweep the board, man. What happened? Well, it ain't happened yet. You never know till it's over. You in fact never know until the fat lady sings. Matt in Hemsworth says, I've just watched the debate. I'm traditionally a Labour voter since my first vote in the mid-90s, but I can't vote for Corbyn in all honesty, and I thought Boris was far, far better tonight, and I've been persuaded to vote Tory for the first time ever. Ever. So says Matt. Another Matt in Lewisham this time says, I think Jo Swinson was the best tonight, and that's why the Lib Dems get my vote. For those who don't know, Jo Swinson wasn't in that debate tonight. She didn't show up, and she still won. Bromley, hello, Neil.
Hello, mate. Yeah, talking about Douglas Adams briefly, what prompted me to call you. I don't know if you remember, but they used to put a fish in your ear, and they could therefore understand.
A Babel fish, yeah.
Yeah, that's it, yeah. So I was thinking about, when I was looking at the debate a bit earlier on, about how Labour, people seem to understand Jeremy Corbyn, and I must admit, I voted to leave, but we have a little bit of a sad choice, I've got to be honest with you. Jeremy Corbyn reminds me of a geography teacher I used to have that never used to do his flies up very well. And Boris Johnson is really like what the Americans think of, like British aristocracy or whatever.
Well,
I mean,
you go to the middle of America and everybody thinks we stop for tea at 3 and we personally know the Queen.
And then when they see Boris, it just, you know, that sort of thing. I mean, to me, Boris came off a lot better in the conversation.
Well, better how?
Well, just he seemed a little bit more confident. I mean, when he kept going on about like what was it, like Brexit, get Brexit done and blah blah and whatnot. But Corbyn, he used, I think it was he shot himself on the foot really, because he was talking about the NHS. That was going to be a big thing that was going to tell. And Trump said that we're not interested, basically. I mean, as far as I know,
Trump said two things. He
nothing
said,
about the drugs anyway. We're not interested in your drugs.
Yeah, sure. Trump said everything must be on the table for a trade deal, including the NHS and everything. And then, when people here freaked out about it, he said, "Oh no, I didn't mean that. NHS? I've never even heard of it."
Well, yeah, I mean, Jeremy Corbyn, like I think someone else said, Chamberlain, he's been waving this piece of paper around, saying, look, I can prove it. But I mean, he's just grasping. He really is like grasping at straws. You know, as far I think that we've come to a sad state, really. We really have. And we have to look at these two puppets on television. I mean, they really are. I mean,
now, wait a minute. 3? Which 3? Who's the third?
I missed the Joe. What's his name? I mean,
Jo Swinson.
Yeah.
No, she wasn't there. She wasn't there tonight, but she made a big impression by not showing up.
Yeah, I mean, she was. It's people like her and the other, the Scottish girl with the straw hair. I mean, they insist on being in every debate that's there. You know,
they don't insist on it. They're asked.
Well, no, Joe, I think, has been taking people to court, haven't they? A couple of them, Labour, the Liberal Democrats, and another lot was taking them to court, saying that we want to be there. And they
well, don't you think it's reasonable for the leader of a major party to actually be represented?
So do I, but they didn't seem to think that way, did they? I mean, they wanted to get their 15 minutes of fame. I mean, I hope to.
Well, I don't think they're after fame necessarily, although that is a part of it. It is all. I guess we're into show business here. More and more, the Americanization of British politics, show business. That's what it's all about. Everybody sing. All right, Neil. Thanks a lot, mate. Try menthol cigarettes or drinking less whiskey or something. Sounded like I had Rod Stewart's dad on the phone. Mikey in Murfield texts, with his narrow, piercing little eyes, his perma grin and that floppy, disorganised thatch on top. Boris's resemblance to a hobgoblin is uncanny, and we all know that the sole purpose of a hobgoblin in life is to cause as much mischief as possible. I don't know what a hobgoblin actually looks like. Can't possibly look like Boris Johnson. I mean, does a hobgoblin... What's the difference between a hobgoblin and a garden gnome? Sounds like they're set up to a joke. What's the difference between unlawful and illegal? It's the only joke I know. I only know one joke and one poem. There was a young man from Australia... No, can't tell that one. 0345 6060 973. Let's have Oldbury. Ranjit.
Good evening. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Okay, I'm just gonna, before I go on to about temper tantrums, yeah?
Yeah.
The orange man. About your cars.
Yes.
I think you're carrying a torch for your old flames and you're just hanging on to them too long.
I don't want to get rid of my old car. But there comes a point when to fix it would cost more than it's worth. I think I've reached that point. But maybe just for emotional reasons, I could just spend whatever it takes to keep it on the road.
It's like having a picture of an old girlfriend or a boyfriend.
No,
in my opinion.
It's nothing like that, no.
No, okay. I'm going to need chat up
It's
line.
a purely mechanical affair, Ranjit.
Okay, I've got a new chat up line. You want to smoke some pot and watch a party political broadcast or a leaders' debate. I think that's what you need to do.
It sounds like you'll continue to be lonely if that's your chat-up line.
Want to score some pot?
Right. Okay, you know the leaders' debate today, yeah?
Well, I know of it, but I didn't see it.
Okay, I heard it, while I was working.
Yeah.
You know when...
Well, let me ask you this. Who won?
Corbyn, definitely.
Right.
He's a better statesman. He might not be as well spoken as Boris Johnson with his toffee accent, yeah, but you know. But
be honest, Ranjit, did you go into that debate thinking that Jeremy Corbyn was your man?
Well, I am a Labour supporter, but I'm open-minded to these debates.
Are you though? Are you really?
I am. Yes, I am. Because when there was asked a question, if a politician is found to be lying, what would you do? What should be done to him? And Boris Johnson come out with something like he should be hanging around on his knees and walk across the House of Commons like if it was a flipping...
Wait a minute. The quizmaster asked both of them, what should a politician have done to them if they're found to be lying? That was one of the questions tonight.
Yeah, it was, yeah. And he says he should have to walk across the House of Commons on his knees, as if it was some kind of initiation ceremony at Eton to join a blooming blue club or a red club. That's what he come across to me as. And he's going to be a world leader.
Well, he is a world leader.
Well, when he becomes a world leader again, if he does, yeah. And then that's just like his mate, the Orange Man, Tango Man. What was the matter with Tango Man the other day? Why did he say, if I'm not going to be the captain, I'm taking my ball home?
Yeah,
that's what he did.
Comical.
Yeah, it's so comical. You know, the last G8 summit, on a serious note, because Theresa May had said she was going to resign, and she still had to attend that G8 summit. You should have seen what Putin and Trump were doing. They were sniggering like little boys, right, and pointing at her. Oh, she's out of a job. And suddenly when Trudeau turns round and says, oh, should have seen their jaws drop or whatever he said about him, and he says, oh, he's two-faced. What a child you are, Trump. Orange Man, you're throwing your toys at the pram. Or if he wanted to be a statesman, when he was asked that question...
Who are we on now? You're all over the shop.
Trump. I am.
Trump,
I've been listening to so many of your callers, yeah, and I'm confused, right. Okay, Trump, yeah, basically called the Canadian Prime Minister...
Yes, I know, two-faced, yeah.
Now,
with some justification, by the way, because the Canadian Prime... and Boris Johnson...
And Boris Johnson...
Wait a minute. He called Trudeau and Johnson and Macron. I don't know if Macron went on TV to row back in his comments. Oh, I didn't mean any disrespect to, our Lord God Almighty Donald Trump.
Yeah,
I think Trudeau did. And I think Boris kind of pretended that it didn't happen. I'm not sure that Macron actually rode back from it.
No, okay. You've been to parties, yeah? When you're standing with one clique and then you go and stand with another clique and everybody's talking about everybody else. That happens, doesn't it?
I suppose so.
It does, yeah. So
it sounds like a terrible party.
It's called the more. Come on, you know, like when
you throw the worst parties, Ranjit.
I do.
You've probably heard that a lot. Yeah.
You want to come to one of my?
I don't. That's completely incorrect in every respect. I do not want to come to one of your parties.
Okay. Basically, they were talking about him, and somebody says to him,
well, I know all this. You're just repeating the news. Yes,
and
I know.
What he should have said was, while they were talking about me, they wouldn't be giving somebody else a break. But instead, he says, right, I'm picking my wife, I'm taking my big jumbo jet, I'm going back to America, and I'm not playing anymore.
And he flounced out as quickly as somebody of his hefty bulk can. Yeah, I know. All right, thanks a lot, Ranjit. Maybe I'll get to Trump in a little while. So much to get through. Stephen Fleet says, Corbyn to the left of me, Boris to the right, stuck in the middle with you. I must have mentioned this before. Jerry Rafferty used to live at the end of my garden, like a garden gnome. It wasn't my garden. God, if only it was, I'd be made. It was in an extremely posh street in Hampstead. Well, I was renting a dreadful place in a really nice street. And Jerry Rafferty lived at the end of my garden. Never saw him. But that is my single claim to fame. Jerry Rafferty was my garden gnome.
Rock and roll! Oh, I'm through. Right, okay.
Yes, Rob.
Yeah, don't know where it's going to go, really. I heard you was sort of done psychology or something.
Well,
read something up, sort of thing.
I did the course, but I didn't really pay attention.
Yeah, I don't even want to talk about politics. I just want to talk about the brain, really.
Oh, yes.
Right.
Whose brain?
Mine, maybe everybody else's.
Okay. Yeah, everybody's brain. Ask me anything at all on the subject of psychology. On the subject of psychology, Rob, ask me anything at all. I guarantee I won't know the answer. Go ahead.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I was just having a conversation with mate. I had a bit of a shock recently. I won't go into it, but
well, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this right off the bat. Yeah, what was the shock about?
No,
don't go into it.
Go into it.
Okay.
But,
well, if you didn't want to go into it, Rob, you should have said. But go on.
I said twice.
Yes.
Right.
So you had a shock?
Basically, sort of having a conversation, and he, I've suffered various problems, and I think when I look at it, a lot of people do. And basically, I think I sent the text in earlier, because it really came to home that what's going on inside your head is not going on outside your head, necessarily.
Well, are we talking about what's reality? How can you tell that something is real? Right.
Yes.
Oh boy, we're starting with the easy issues.
Yeah.
How do I know that I'm here? Is that what you mean?
No. I mean, I think a hell of a lot of people are making a lot of decisions.
Yeah.
Politically, probably, and stuff, and it's just not. It's not what's actually going on.
Wow, you mean, are we talking about
moved by papers, maybe?
We're talking about the Matrix. Have you taken one of the red?
Probably,
have you taken a red pill or a blue pill, Bob?
I took a white one.
A white one. Yeah, they're my favourite.
Yeah.
I hope you read the label.
It became me dead.
Yeah, you're not operating any heavy machinery at the moment, are you?
No, only an oven.
You know what goes really, really well with a white pill is a lot of alcohol, and that is the official position of LBC.
I've got a little bit. I've got a bit of wine with water.
Oh no! Well, we're all in big trouble now.
I had a few lagers earlier.
Yeah, well, who hasn't?
Yeah. But it just really, I don't know, I've struggled with a few things, and I was talking to a mate, and he just said, and it really hit home, like, sort of, what's going on in your head?
Well, that will be the question from now until the end of time. Just what's going on?
Yeah.
Let's just end that sentence
there. And
there.
I texted you and I said, happy days.
Yeah. Happy days. There's that tune again. All right, thanks a lot, Rob. All the best. If you see it, then it may or may not be there, depending. Even if you can touch it, feel it, squeeze it, and sniff it, it doesn't necessarily mean that it exists. Joseph tweets, watching this election from Ireland, you know, one of the filthy, undemocratic EU countries, I've noticed this. Shall I read that again?
No.
Joseph tweets, watching this election from Ireland... Oh, right. Well, see, it's very difficult to get the emphasis when it's just written down. So I'll try that again. My fault. Watching this election from Ireland, you know, one of those filthy, undemocratic EU countries, I've noticed this. In the blue corner, it's Aldi Trump. Can I just say in the defence of Aldi that they do excellent work? In the blue corner, it's Aldi Trump, and in the red corner, a man who looks like he's unable to place his glasses straight in his face correctly. Is this a parody? Well, I can go one louder than that. Is this real life, or am I hallucinating?
Yowza.
Gosh, I hope it's the latter. Wouldn't that be marvellous if all this was an hallucination? And now we're back to that last caller again. How do I know if this is real? How do I know if I'm here? John says, hi, I'm John. I know that. Hi, I'm John, says John. New listener. For I'm confused to who to vote. Looks to me like you're confused to how to write. It says, also, my family all done different votes. Really? Really? My dad voted Conservatives first timer ever. Also, I agree. Everyone has a prejudice, racism in them. Well, you got that bit right. Yeah, we all do. It's just how we deal with that marks us out as human beings, whether we are so sophisticated or not. Linda says, get an Audi, Nick. Get an Audi, Nick. It's 'cause I care for your well-being on the roads. No, I ain't got an Audi. I can only dream of being able to afford a luxury car. Oxfordshire, hello, Ali.
Hello, hi, how are you?
Wow, God, you're loud. Yes, Ali.
Yeah, basically, I want to make 2 points based on the debate. One point is these party leaders, both party leaders, I don't trust them on anything they say. They're
on anything.
50,000 nurses.
On anything. You don't trust them on anything.
Yeah, because basically they're saying things to win the votes.
Yes.
So once they come to power, none of them, they can't fulfill any of them because they are gravitating about figures like 50,000 nurses, 20,000 police officers, 100 million there, nationalize this, and they are not saying where the money is going to come from.
Well, yes, I think that they're saying it's going to be a Brexit boost, whether we stay in or leave, where there'll be a boost, and there's just going to be, so much money you won't believe it.
We heard about that in the Brexit referendum campaign, and none of them was true. We heard all about this. And the second issue is, both these parties have problem with racism and xenophobia. And they're being very naive and they're very ignorant about it and they're not doing anything about it.
Okay. Well, like I said before, everybody has a problem with racism and xenophobia. Everybody hates everybody else all the time, particularly those that don't walk, talk and squawk exactly like they do. What is that squawking in the background, by the way?
Sorry? No. These are parties, these are organizations, these parties wanting our vote and want to rule this country. And if they have this problem in their party, they should sort it out at the first instance.
Impossible to sort it out because it's a part of it's a part of me and you and everybody you've ever met, Ali.
No, but do you remember Stephen Lawrence scenario, the Stephen Lawrence issue? And the Metropolitan Police had an independent inquiry, and they came out with say that.
All right, do you mind if I don't talk about that? God, talk about dragging us down. What is that bird in the background, Ali?
That's something I don't know. It's my fire alarm. Yeah.
You're kidding? I thought it was a parrot. That's your fire alarm.
Yeah, it's broken now. It's broken. It's not
Well,
working.
that means it is working. It's working perfectly. It's telling you.
Warning, warning.
It's running out of batteries, Ali. Before
Yeah, yeah.
something dramatic happens, you want to get those batteries changed, because that beep is so annoying, particularly if it happens in the middle of the night. Have you ever tried to get one of those things off? The cover of those things are impossible to get off. And that beep starts like 3 o'clock in the morning, something like that, always. Always, always, always. Beep! And then there's this pause that seems to go on forever, and you're waiting for it to come on again and go beep! Really loudly, like piercing. You cannot sleep through it. This has happened to me so many times. In the middle of the night, I'm trying to fiddle with this plastic thing that's stuck to the ceiling, and it just won't come off. Why are they so difficult to get off? I want the name of the person that invented those things. Whoever it was that designed them is a total moron. Why are they so difficult? If only they put those jewels that were stolen from that museum in Dresden inside a plastic fire alarm, the thieves would never have been able to get them out. And each one's got a different combination, a different skill that you need to perfect before you can get that blooming battery out to stop it going beep all night long. I actually had to fire up the computer, look online for the instruction manual of this thing to be able to figure out how to get the blooming plastic cover off the fire alarm that was stuck on the ceiling just to get the battery out. So annoying. And they make it so difficult. You got to push in button A while twisting circle C a quarter of a turn, anti-clockwise. If you turn it clockwise, then it'll explode and take your hand off. And after a while of wrestling with this thing, I just wanted to smash it to bits. If I'd had a gun, I would have killed it. It occurs to me that I have been remiss in not giving Glaswegians their weather forecast for the next 2 weeks. Raining tomorrow and raining on Sunday, and sun on Monday. Sun. Do you have anything to wear for sun? And then raining on Tuesday, and raining on Wednesday, and raining on Thursday, and raining on Friday, and raining on Saturday, and raining on Sunday, and raining on Monday, and raining on Tuesday, and raining on Wednesday. Every single day it's going to be raining, apart from Monday when it's going to be sunny. You won't know what to do. This says, I bashed my alarm with a broom. No. No. And furthermore... No, treat your alarm with care and respect. It might be the thing that saves you. But change your batteries before they start going beep, because that is just so annoying when it starts trilling in the middle of the night. And make sure you know how to take the thing off. Keep the instruction manual, because they're fiendishly difficult. I don't know why they would be so hard. Why would they make them so hard? Just it could unscrew would be a better idea. Anyway, you know me, I never complain.
Stop whining.
Andy says, please don't talk about smoke alarms. I got a bit carried away vaping the other day and I set ours off. It scared me and my mum to death.
Warning, warning.
Yeah. Vaping is very dangerous. This says, I used to rent a flat in a cul-de-sac of high rises, and every night all you could hear were the beeps of fire alarms with low batteries because the council couldn't be bothered to change them. It was like living in a... living life in a game of Pong. Not Bong. Pong. Archway. Hello, Terry.
Hi, Nick. Hi. Well, I do agree with these last two callers, though, I must say. You know, this kind of invisible surface tension suspending us above an endless darkness, these debates. You know, I think you could put me on stage, give me a couple of hats and a couple of lecterns, turn the lights down and throw questions at me, and I could answer for them. We've heard it all before. But, you know, we're on our...
I'm at the disadvantage of not having seen it tonight because I was coming in. But there must have been one or the other who answered the questions less like an automaton.
I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure these debates really accomplish that much. You know, we're on our, 76th Prime Minister, my 12th Prime Minister in my lifetime, and not one of them has ever said, if you vote for me, the next election, we'll just invite loads of people over and they'll decide. Not one of them has said you won't have a vote. And then we have Blair and his Institute for Global Change. I mean, he was born in 53, so I'm 12 years younger than him.
12 years younger? Yes.
Yeah. He has the temerity to stand up there and say that I'm too old to have an opinion when he's older than me.
When did he say that?
Well, he's saying these Brexiteers, you know, that they're not the right people to decide. It's the young people that must decide, which is all very well and good.
None of us should have decided. That's what we have MPs for.
You think so?
Well, that's why we pay them the big money, to make complicated decisions for us, poor dopes who pay taxes.
But this whole idea of Remain, if there is such a thing as Remain with Corbyn, whatever his visions are, I'm sure everything will change. But if we embrace the European vision now, without looking at the problems in Germany and Sweden and France and Norway...
for crying out loud, Terry, like there's no problems anywhere else in the world. Do you think America has problems?
America has enormous problems.
We're leaving Europe and we're rushing to America. You think they got problems?
You are going to love President Trump.
Yeah, they've got a big, giant orange problem. Huge.
Did you see the protest? Did you see the interview with all the people raging outside the palace?
No.
And not one of them could explain the signs they were holding. It's like, what's that sign mean? What did Trump say that was the R word? And they're saying, I can't really remember one. How I'm going, bye-bye.
Okay,
you know,
bye-bye. 0345 6060 973. Well, maybe that wasn't him saying goodbye. I think he was quoting somebody else saying goodbye. But I got in just in time, I think. JD in Scotland says, good news, this isn't reality. This is a new series of Black Mirror. I don't know what that is. It's the only explanation for those two idiots in a leadership debate. Well, don't sit on the fence, said JD. How do you feel about them? And David tweets, get yourself a Bentley like Steve. That's never going to happen. What kind of a Bentley has Steve got, by the way? What colour is it? Here, do you know what colour it is? No, let me guess. Brown.
I've never seen it.
I'll bet it's brown, and I don't like brown. Is it one of those giant chrome canoes that takes up about 3 parking spaces? It must be huge. Please, pretty please with sugar on top, tell me it's not a new one. It must be an old one. Is it an old one?
No.
It's a new one?
Apparently it can hold more than a set of golf clubs in the back.
Well, I would hope so. It'd probably hold my car in the back. He's bought a new Bentley. 0345 6060 973. Here is Croydon, Maxine.
Hello, my love.
Oh, my God, you're loud.
I haven't spoken to you for ages. Oh, my God, I've got sciatica. It's driving me nuts.
Really? Tell me more.
Stop whining.
No, I can't, because I phoned up to tell you about... I've got a good plan for you. Look, you was just talking about Steve Allen. Right now, he's got his own brand of tea towels, my love. And I don't know whether you listen to him in the morning, but he's now planning to bring out the Christmas Cracker Steve Allen album of Christmas songs. But don't panic. Don't panic, my love.
I am panicking.
I have a job for you.
Now, wait a minute.
Now.
Hang on, back up just 1 minute. Are you telling me that Steve Allen sings?
Yeah, in the morning. I don't need to set my phone alarm. He wakes me up with his singing, my love.
Yeah.
He sings, yeah.
He sings
everything.
Well, now, wait a minute. Hang on one second. I'll pause there, Maxine. 1 moment. Let me just check on the veracity of this claim. Does Steve Allen sing?
I believe he hums.
Hums, Maxine.
Well, you could call it humming, singing.
Yeah.
It is in tune, though. It is quite good.
But we are agreed that Steve Allen hums.
No, we're agreed he does sing, but, you know, he's hoping to get it in the charts, but whether it will get there, I don't know.
Well, what song
Now,
is it? What song is he singing?
He sings all Christmas songs, Away in a Manger, Hark the Herald Angels, he sings everything.
Well, I'm sure that Jesus
you
is...
do know he's a
thrilled.
very Christmassy person.
Yes. I have no idea what that means.
Well, he loves Christmas.
Oh,
basically.
right, okay.
Now, don't panic, because I've got a job for you, my darling. But then I will get on to what I actually phoned up about.
Oh, there's more?
Yeah, right, now, your job, I thought you'd be good at home security. But judging by the fact you couldn't break into your own house a couple of weeks ago,
No.
that ain't the job for you.
I don't
So
know why.
now-
I do not know why banks are wasting their time with all that security. All they need to do is install some cheap windows like I've got, and it's impossible to get in. You just can't do it.
There you go. Right. But now I'm thinking you could be a car test driver because you've got 3 cars at the moment and none of them are working.
Yeah, they don't
So
work.
you
no.
could go out, test cars. If they don't work, that's it.
I think maybe it's me. Maybe as soon as I touch them, it comes up with...
It can only be attributable to human error.
Can you
human
please
error,
get out
yeah.
the car? Right, now, here's what here's what I've found
Yeah,
about.
some cars offer you a seatbelt. Yeah, it actually has a little arm that comes out and offers you a
See, the
seatbelt.
thing
I
is-
bet Steve Allen's Bentley offers him a seatbelt as soon as he sits down. Offers him a seatbelt and a back massage, I bet.
Yeah, but the thing is, I reckon
mine says,
your
can you
car-
please step out the car? Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, your car will be, you'll have a sat-nav on your car. Please don't switch us on.
I
It ain't going nowhere.
I actually do. I have a sat-nav in my car, but it's 10 years old. The sat-nav.
Oh, so you won't know where you're going,
I've got no idea where I'm going or where I've been.
Right, now, here's what I phoned up about. Boris and Corbyn. I got 2 birds, my love. Well, I did have a Rosella parrot called Corbyn and a cockatiel called Boris. Unfortunately, 2 days ago, Corbyn died.
Oh, really?
Found him on the bottom of the cage.
Well, maybe he's resting.
Well, no, he wasn't, darling. He was stiff as a board. A bit like our Corbyn was tonight.
Did you think?
Now, I don't even know who I'm voting for. I'm going actually buy it with my birds. Boris won because Corbyn couldn't take all the chatting from my cockatiel from Boris in the cage, so he thought, that's it, I'm off.
Well,
I honestly think I'm going to back Boris.
You're
Now,
gonna
my birds...
back the
my
surviving
cockatiel-
parrot. Yeah.
Yeah, my cockatiel actually looks like Boris, because, you know, did you see Boris on the telly this morning?
Did he look like Boris Johnson?
He did, because his hair was all over the place.
That sounds like Boris Johnson.
Have you seen
yeah.
a brush or a comb?
I suspect that he artfully disarranges his hair in the mirror before he steps out the door. I don't think it's an accident. That's deliberate.
No, you know what that is? That's the forthcoming storm, my love.
Right.
That's what his hair's going to look like when we get them heavy winds. His hair will be all over the place.
Yeah, I think that's how... some people go to the barbers to get a haircut. He just stands in a storm. Yeah.
And that's it now. So, me bird died. So, all I've got left now is Boris. And he sings as well.
Oh, right. Okay, well, not on this show.
And I'm not down the caravan this weekend.
I didn't ask.
No, you didn't need to, because you mentioned caravans earlier on.
I don't think so.
Yeah, you did. You said about the Reverend, you said about caravans.
Oh, yes, that is right, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, right,
yes,
no.
I'm not down the caravan, I'm at home, because I've got very bad sciatica.
Yeah, well, like I said...
Have you ever had that?
and whining and moaning.
I think maybe once I did. Yeah, it's a pain in your back, right?
Yeah, and it goes down your
shoots down
leg.
your leg, yeah.
What do you take for it?
Brandy?
Oh, no.
In large amounts.
Oh, no. Well, good luck with your car, my love.
All
or
right.
car, should I say.
And thanks a lot, and good luck with your pain in the neck, or wherever it is that it's affecting you. Thanks a lot, Maxine. Well, we certainly did learn a lot there, eh?
No.
0345 6060 973. You can text 84850. Email nicka@lbc.co.uk. And if you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. So the leaders' debate was tonight on television. I didn't see it. Perhaps you did. It was a draw, pretty much. 52 to 48. That's within the margin of error. The people went in thinking one thing and were not disabused of that opinion. Does that make sense? Was there too many negatives in there? In other words, if they liked Boris when they went in, then they still like Boris coming out, and vice versa. And they asked them both who won, and that was a draw. Where there was clear water between the two candidates were on more specific Andy texts. My goodness, that woman was loud. Someone should tell her not to put the phone in her mouth. Yeah, put it in another room and yell at me from there. Thanks a lot, Maxine. Omara from Wallington texts, if you had not have spent all your life reading lefty books and trying to be clever, you would know how to fix your car and smoke alarm. Oh, come off it, Omara. Nobody knows how to fix a car anymore. It used to be the car. I was talking to a mechanic. I was having this exact conversation just yesterday with an expert. And he said, we used to be able to fix a car just by, opening the bonnet and just chucking a hammer in there. And whatever the problem was, it would be sorted instantly. You just kick the tyres and the car would start. Now, it's you haven't got any idea. You need a degree in advanced computing science to be able to fix a car now. It's not a mechanic's job anymore. Open the bonnet, it looks like a modern art masterpiece in there. Got no idea even where to start. You open it up and I can't tell what's what and where's where. I mean, where do you fill up the stuff that squirts water up the window? And as for changing the oil, forget about it. Nobody can do any of that stuff anymore. Any more than you could fix your toaster if it broke. They make it that way so that you can't. You have to take it to a trained professional. This says, once my dad got so annoyed with a fire alarm beeping that he punched it and cracked the ceiling. Well, I know exactly what you mean. I wanted to take a golf club to it. Who's a call in Bracknell? Hello, Anthony.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Good evening.
Anthony.
I have a tale of anguish to share regarding the smoke alarm fiasco.
Yes.
So, my house is 2 stories, or as in 3 floors, but they call it's 2 stories.
Wait a minute. It's 2 stories, but it's 3 floors. You have an extra floor? What, for like a backup floor?
So the amount of... I have 2 sets of stairs.
Yeah, well, get you with your dual staircase.
Well, but the house is narrow. It's narrow and tall.
Right, well, may I make a suggestion?
Yeah?
If it's narrow, you have too many staircases. Just make do with one.
I didn't have much of a choice in the building of it.
Okay, it was like
but
that.
Anyway,
it was like that when you got there, right?
Exactly. So there's a smoke alarm on the top floor, just outside our bedroom.
Yeah.
And then there's a smoke alarm on the ground floor, or the 0th floor, or the 1st floor, whatever. And
how many floors has your house got?
So
have you been on every floor?
House.
Do you know what's on each floor?
3 floors.
Right, I see. It's a 2-story house with 3 floors. So that means 1 floor is outside.
Well, no, because they call it... The first floor is always called ground 0, isn't it?
No.
No. The first floor... The first time you go upstairs, that's called the first floor.
Right, the party of the first floor.
Yeah. And then the second floor is the 3rd floor.
Right, well, you certainly are clearing this all up for us.
Exactly. I'm trying my best.
This is you trying your best. Struth. Try harder. Go on.
Right. So the smoke detector started doing its thing, where it starts warning you that the battery's gone.
Yeah. Yes.
Exactly. And I had to figure that one out.
Well, first of all, if you've got more than one smoke detector in the house, then you can't tell where it's coming from because it beeps, and then there's about 30 seconds or a minute before it beeps again. So it takes quite a long time to track it down, and it always happens at 3 in the morning.
By the way, have you ever had an old smoke alarm that you thought you discarded? So you chuck it in a cupboard somewhere, and then one day, years later,
it starts beeping.
The battery runs flat, and you've just got this mysterious beep, and you just can't trace where. Have you ever had that?
No. But that sounds like a nightmare.
Yeah, it is.
Because if it beeped continuously, if it was one long tone, then you'd be able to track it down. But because it only beeps very briefly,
it's the drip torture.
Yes, exactly right. Yes, it drives you insane. Yes.
Yeah. I was
anyway,
almost to the point where you start believing in ghosts.
Yeah, you were on the 5th floor of your two-story house.
I was on the 5th floor of my 2-story house.
Yes.
I was in the roof. I was on the floor closest to the top.
Right, you were on the roof, yeah.
And the beeping happened, it was like 1 a.m., 2 a.m., something like that. So I knew that was the one, because it was the one closest. I just knew it was that one. I could detect the distance.
You had a feeling.
My ear and it. Mm-hmm. I had a feeling. So I realised I didn't have a battery. So you ever do this with another little chestnut? You just move the battery around. Or you put it in and out again, and you get an extra couple days.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. Well, you fool it into thinking that it's a new battery. Yeah. And only realises in the morning.
Right, the TV remote, when your TV remote's dying, have you not ever just gone, and just moved, you can rub the batteries, you can rotate them a bit, put the cover back on, and you get, the volume will work again. You get an extra couple of days out of it.
Yeah, a little bit more juice.
Exactly. So that's I applied that trick because I just didn't have that sort of rectangle.
Well, charade you are, because the batteries that are in fire alarms, they're those square ones, aren't they?
Yes, and no one has those to hand.
No,
it's
ever.
Ridiculous.
Exactly right, yes. And it doesn't stop beeping if you take the battery out.
No, how does that even work? Where do you get the power for that then?
I have no idea.
Why can't it just use that power to continue detecting smoke?
Why can't they just leave us alone?
If I want to burn in peace.
Exactly.
What if I want to burn? Okay, so I had to drive, I had to specifically drive somewhere the next day to get one of those batteries.
Yeah.
And I changed that one, and actually that was, I remember, push your thumb in somewhere, pull it out, no tools required. So that was actually not... Because initially you think you can twist it, but the twisty is actually how you get it on the ceiling.
Yeah, it looks like the easiest thing in the world, but they make it so complicated, so fiendishly difficult, that you just flat out cannot do it without firing up the internet and peering at because it's white writing on a white background. They just raise the writing a little bit, so it's impossible to read. You're trying to read the manufacturer and the model number, and you just can't do it.
You've got to Google the exact make and model that you've got. So that one was fine. Okay. I fixed it. And then the next week, the one on the ground floor, the first floor or the zeroth floor, that started beeping as well.
One of those.
That's in the landing.
One of those floors.
The landing? The hallway?
Oh, you have a landing and a hallway. Wow. Talk about fancy. He's got 5 floors, 1 roof, 2 staircases, and a landing.
The house is mental. So I had to... So I thought, for some reason, when I went and bought the batteries, I bought more than one. But I didn't. I bought a singular one, right? And this one wasn't a push your thumb in and slide it out. This required a tool. So it's one of those ones that's got the little slot. You have to slide like a flathead screwdriver in.
Mm. And by the way,
every screwdriver I had
doesn't work.
Phillips head.
Yeah, it doesn't work. Yes, the electrician that put mine in made it so that you he pointed, he installed it right next to the wall and put it so that the part where you had to stick a screwdriver in was by the wall, so you physically couldn't do it. I really wanted to kill him very much indeed. Here, Anthony.
He's long gone. 10 years ago.
Yeah, well...
Nick, listen. Now, what I'm trying to say to you is this, Nick, right?
Stockton-on-Tees. Hello, Brian.
Yes, good evening, Nick.
Brian.
My bestest mate.
Okay.
Before we go on to the politics, just what will happen next Thursday? You're on about who sung sounds... You know, you like a little pop question now and again.
Yeah.
You said who sung sounds as golden. I think we all know that, don't we?
Oh, it was Simon and Garfunkel. Silence is golden, golden. The Tremolos, yeah, like I said.
Yeah. But here's another add-on to it, Nick. What was it the B-side of another big hit?
The Tremolos.
Sounds as golden.
It was a B-side?
It was a B-side of another big hit.
Because because DJs must... Hey, DJ! They must have flipped it over and played the other side. The Tremolos...
It was another group. They had a big hit, but it was a B-side of this big hit for another group.
Well, now, wait a minute. So there were two groups on the one record?
It was a B-side.
But it wasn't
a big hit of another group.
Well, that's bizarre.
Before the Tremolos. And then the Tremolos released it. They got number one as an A-side.
That's really strange. Why would there be two groups on one record?
No, they weren't the same record.
Well, you're describing this really badly, because what you've told me so far is that the Tremolos, Silence is Golden, was on the B-side of somebody else's record.
Yes, and then they released it themselves as an A-side and they got number one. Have you any idea what it was?
I still am not sure what it is that you're saying.
Right, I'll tell you what it was.
No, I don't care.
You like a little quiz, don't you? Have a thing in the dark. Have a guess.
Well, it's impossible for me to guess. So it was the Tremolos were on the B side of somebody else's record.
No, are you trying to wind me up or what?
That's what you said.
Look, there was a record released by another group.
Yes,
and it was a big hit in the charts.
Right.
But the B side, which we didn't know, was Sounds as Golden.
Right.
And then later, the Tremolos released that B side by another group, and it got number one as an A side.
Right.
It was two different records.
Oh, well, you're terrible at explaining things. Have I mentioned that? Yeah.
Right. Do you know what it is?
Chirpy, chirpy, cheep, cheep.
Well, it wasn't even in the 60s, that.
I don't know. More to the point, I don't care.
You'll never guess it if you don't.
Right.
know.
Well, then I'm going to sit here and guess it. And
it was a Tamla Motown group.
Right. So it was.
There's a clue for you.
I don't know. Please put me out of my mystery.
Ragdoll by the Four Seasons.
Right.
The B-side was Sounds as Golden.
That is interesting.
Ragdoll. Yeah. No, it came up in the quiz a few years ago.
Yeah,
it was a good
really.
question, you know.
Wow.
Anyway, how are we going to be feeling next Friday, Nick? What's going to be your...
Relief.
Which way it goes?
I'll be feeling relief that it's all over.
So if Johnson gets... it's looking pretty good at the moment for him, 6 days to go. If he gets his majority, how will you feel about it?
How will I feel about it? I'll feel that it's excellent news and I can go back to doing my thing.
Now stop lying to me. That's where I'll feel. If Johnson gets his majority, I'll be elated. If he doesn't, I'll be deflated. There'll be no middle ground for me.
Right. Well, you watched the TV debate tonight.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Right. Who won?
Johnson did win it.
Right. By what method? Well, you are biased.
Right. Well, he can't talk about Brexit, can he? He loses by a landslide talking about Brexit. He's got no position on it. So all he kept doing, Johnson, was hitting him with that, saying you're in neutral. How can you be a leader? You know, you're sitting on the fence. You're not leading.
Right.
You know,
but that's just attacking. That's not putting your own position. You're just describing attack.
No, well, he's saying that you're going to go and get a deal. He said, to the EU. He said, "You are neutral, so you can't deliver it because you're neutral. What won't give you a deal." He said, "And all your front bench are Remainers." He said, "Who's gonna fight for a deal? You're not going to give you a deal. It's going to be a terrible deal." So when he brings it back, his front bench are Remainers. It's going to be Remainers.
Right. So in other words, you went into the debate being highly biased towards Boris Johnson and against Jeremy Corbyn.
No,
and you came out of the debate without having changed your mind one iota.
You're about YouGov, aren't you? So
yeah. Who came across as more trustworthy?
Well, I don't think it was really come out in it, really. The main thing was he could never answer a Brexit question. But YouGov, this Curtis was on talking right afterwards. And it's looking at both of them to see who will be the best Prime Minister.
Yeah. Chris Curtis, YouGov's political research manager. Yeah.
And he said, on Prime Ministerial, the vote, 54 Johnson, 30% Corbyn.
Yes, but that's not surprising because Boris Johnson is the Prime Minister. So people can see him in that role.
Yeah, but he's only been in the job 5 minutes.
But he is the Prime Minister. You see, when you ask people a question that is, who would make the best whatever, then they're more likely to say that the person who's already doing that job would do it best.
I mean, you were saying I'm biased, right? I'm voting for the Brexit Party. I'm not voting for Johnson. In this election, I'm voting for the Brexit Party.
No, but you went into the debate being biased against Jeremy Corbyn and for Boris Johnson.
Well, it's not
if it was just a toss-up between the two of them.
Yeah,
I mean, this is one of the things that he said, that people went into this debate and the people who would vote...
That's the only reason got 48. That's the only reason Corbyn got 48, because people went into it biased.
Right.
And obviously, all the Remainers are for.
Like you, exactly. Who came across...
I just told you.
Who came across as more trustworthy?
Well, you haven't seen it, I have. And I'm telling you...
Well, I'm asking, who came across as more trustworthy?
If you watch it, if you record, if you watch
I will not watch it.
Well, there you are. Well, what's the point, But if you do happen to see it, I think you're even talking about it, right? If you see it. You go in with an unbiased opinion and you'll say he's hands down, Johnson.
Yeah, but you have admitted already that you were biased going in. You were not going to allow Jeremy Corbyn to wheedle his way into your heart, Brian. You had already closed your heart off.
I hadn't.
Who came across as more trustworthy? Answer the question.
Just a second, will you? I've only ever once in my life voted Conservative in my life. That was the last election because I wanted Brexit. The only party going for Brexit. That's the reason I voted Conservative for the first time in my life.
Right.
I've always voted Labour when I've voted other times.
And now you're a single issue obsessive.
Right.
Who do you think came across as more trustworthy?
Well, Johnson won hands down on everything.
Everything, right? Well, that's not what the poll said.
Yes, but you said you can't. The people going with bias and that. But when he broke it down to certain things, which you keep saying you're going to say on this program tonight, but you haven't done it yet.
What?
You knew before I phoned that Johnson won 54-30 on Prime Minister, being a Prime Minister. Yet you've never said it on this program.
Well, I haven't gone gone through the questions yet.
Yeah, but you've been saying you're going to be saying it for an hour. You've never said it.
Yeah, well, I've got a 3-hour show. I can do it anytime I blooming well like, Brian. I'm not on your time schedule.
Yeah, but people, you keep saying you've been 3 times. You've been saying I'm going to tell you.
I'm going to tell you.
And each time you've never done it.
Yeah, well, guess what, Brian? I'm going to tell you.
Go on and tell me now.
Well, I can't tell you now.
Why not?
Because I've got a break coming up.
Yeah,
plus, you're not the boss of me.
I don't want to be the boss. You don't want to be the boss, hopefully. It's a level playing field, isn't it, when I phone you?
Not really.
You know what I mean?
Not really. Hey, who came across as more trustworthy?
Well, as I say, that question did come up, but nobody really won on it. Because
no, I think that there was clear blue water between the two candidates, which I find illuminating, kind of interesting, bizarre, really, trustworthy.
Yeah. When you go to the general election, really, trustworthy is, can they deliver on what they've said?
Right. Isn't that trustworthy?
And really, they don't think, but either party can, really. And it was edged more against Corbyn and Labour because they're offering a lot more money. They're giving loads of freebies to try and win votes. I mean, that's the only chance. On Brexit, Labour are going to lose by a landslide. We can't talk about Brexit.
Both, all parties are chucking money around like a drunken sailor. And if you look at the economy, the amount of money that we owe in this country, none of it's affordable. Zero affordability. If we ran our personal finances like this country runs its finances, we'd be in jail right now, Brian.
Yeah, but a lot more money has been spent by Labour. Do you agree with that? Than Conservatives.
Well, neither of them spent anything yet.
No, what they're saying they're going to.
Yeah.
You're right.
That's true.
I mean, they've even said what wasn't in the manifesto, 60 billion nearly is it for WASPy women. You know, that's after the manifesto, and it's impossible, really. Really, the only chance he has, if people start believing his freebies, he has no chance on Brexit, and he's hoping that this catches on and he buys votes. If they don't fall for it, he's going to get beat by a landslide, isn't he?
Well, you keep predicting things that are going to come to pass, Brian, and you keep being wrong. You said that the Brexit Party was going to win by a landslide some while ago on this show. I think that's exactly what you said.
What I'm hoping is they get round about 10 seats, which is not looking very good for the moment, because all the papers are against them. The Tory propaganda machine want to give them nothing, right? They want to just own Brexit. I mean, the Conservatives and the Brexit are supposed to be on each other's sides. He's given 317 seats in the South, and the Conservatives Brexit nothing. You know, I mean, you've even got these four disgraceful, really, weasels they are, aren't they? Reese's sister and the other three, along with the other couple, right?
I think weasels is a bit strong, but here I got to go. But it's been as usual, and I'll come to the answers that they gave about who won in which particular category of the leaders' debate that happened earlier on this evening. But first, here's a call in Greenwich. Hello, Tam.
Hello, hi, good evening, Nick.
Tam.
How are you? You all right?
Yeah, good, thanks.
Yeah, Nick, well, just to talk, before I even talk about the reason for the call, but just want to comment on the last caller. I think you were right. I think he was biased already. He went into the debate just being biased against Jeremy Corbyn, and I find it quite hard to believe that he couldn't tell you who he thought was more truthful by looking at that debate. I mean, I've looked at the article, I've checked the debate at a couple of occasions. I mean, I can tell who was being honest with me. So I find it hard to believe that he couldn't even gauge that by just watching the show.
Well, as for he went in biased, everybody's biased, Tam. Everybody has made up their opinions one way or the other. There's almost nobody who's on the fence going, yeah, practically no one at all.
Yeah, that's fair enough. But how to put it, in terms of truthfulness, who is being truthful? I mean, that is you're either telling the truth or you are not.
Mm-hmm.
And how to put if someone with two brain cells to rub together will be able to tell you who is telling the truth by just watching that. So I don't understand why he could not tell you that.
Right. Well, who was it?
Well, I mean, how to put it? First of all, I mean, both of them, I wouldn't have voted for both of them before listening to that anyway. I haven't voted for Labour as well as Conservative, certainly not, and for ages. And how to call it? But just by just listening to that debate and the previous debate, I would say Jeremy Corbyn was more honest. He actually was delivering with conviction and how to call it was coming from the heart. While Boris Johnson was just using the American strategy of how to call it. Probably he watched some of those from America and he was applying them, just telling it just to get by. And actually, the reason for my call was actually I'm quite disappointed with the BBC because I've watched a couple of these programs before, and it seems to me it was more biased towards how to call it the Tories. I don't also know whether they have.
You think the BBC is biased towards the Tories?
Absolutely, the way they presented it and the presented that I have watched so far.
Well, that's the opposite of what is commonly said about that evil broadcasting company.
Well, how to call it? Absolutely, but how to call it? I mean, I've always thought the BBC was neutral, but apparently not. And how to call it? I've watched a couple of these programs.
Well, yeah, I'm not buying that. But anyway, go on.
What I'm saying is I've watched a couple of these programs and I'm not happy with the way they had to call the presenters.
Well, that is common with everybody. Nobody's happy about how things are going because either they're not biased enough or they're biased by.
They are biased towards how to call. For example, let me give you.
I don't buy that.
They are biased towards how to call it. Boris Johnson.
Yeah, I don't think so.
When they, well, I think so. I think how to call they are allowing him to dodge certain questions, and while they are hammering at how to call Jeremy Corbyn. And how to call I'm not calling in to defend Jeremy Corbyn in any way or shape, any form of shape, but how to call on both occasions that I've watched it, I wasn't happy.
Yeah,
and
all right. Yeah, you're unhappy. Okay, I get it, but I don't buy that that they're being biased. I think they're probably falling over themselves to do the opposite of being biased.
Well, they were not showing it. And how to call as far as how to call Jeremy Boris Johnson is, I think he's just watching these American debates. And he's trying to copy and mimic them, and rather than actually there is no substance coming from his mouth, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, I agree there. It's not necessarily restricted to Boris Johnson, but I think the Americanization of British politics continues apace. I think that people, and it's not just in this country either, I get the feeling that leaders all over the world used to be across their subjects, and they used to memorise detail and used to present their case with the utmost seriousness. But then they saw that giant orange clown in America, and they thought, hey, you know what? We don't need to know anything at all.
I know nothing.
We don't actually need to research anything. We don't need to even make sense. All we need to do is just fill the air with verbiage, and nobody will be able to ask us a question. It's completely unnecessary to know anything.
What do I know about it? All I know is what's on the internet.
Just keep repeating the same phrases over and over and over again, and get your minions to do the same. Lock her up, build the wall, all of that stuff. If you can come up with a catchphrase that's 3 words long, 4 at the most, make America great again, that's about as long as you want, then, and just repeat it over and over and over again, then your ideal target demographic will just form an orderly queue and ask where to put their cross. You can even tell them to their face that you think that they're stupid, and they'll still support you.
I love the poorly educated,
he said to a crowd of poorly educated people, and they whooped and cheered. This is the lesson that people all over the world are learning. They're not looking at Donald Trump and thinking, good grief, what an absolute catastrophic clown show they got going on over there. They're looking at Donald Trump thinking, that's the way to do it. So it ain't just Boris Johnson, if indeed he is engaged in those shenanigans. It's everybody. They're all learning that lesson. You can be a giant orange dope off the telly, and you can still win. Ain't that right, Boris?
Oh, shut up!
Thanks a lot, Tam. 0345 6060 973. Let's have who's been waiting the longest? Be totally fair about this. Aberdeen, Ryan. Ryan. Too late. He'd been waiting 47 minutes. I feel sorry for him now. A little bit. Newcastle, Bernard.
Good evening.
Yes, sir.
I think Boris Johnson won it in 3-word slogans.
Which were?
I thought at one stage he was going to talk about oven-ready nurses and oven-ready tampons.
Really?
Yeah, well, he kept on babbling on so much, and Nick Robinson didn't do a good job in trying to shut him up when he said he'd used his time, and he just kept on chuntering, and, it was slightly better than what Marr did on Sunday, but Robinson sort of, whatever time allocation Johnson had, he always exceeded it.
Right.
And, the thing was, when he asked, and apparently, I've heard others say it, apparently when he was asked the subject tonight about politicians telling lies, his answer was actually to make a joke about it. That's how serious he was. talking about getting on your knees and being hit with your manifestos or something.
Right.
You know, that's not the answer you want from a Prime Minister. And the one thing I do want to say is we elect MPs in this country. We don't elect the President, and the general election is not a beauty contest.
Well, I think it actually is these days. This is another
well, that's
part
what the Conservative Party want.
Well,
we want it to be a presidential campaign.
Right. But this
and
is
that's why
this is what we've imported from America. We've imported the notion that actually whether you come across on TV well is the most important thing. I'll give you two examples. They asked the YouGov polled about 1,400 people after the debate. Two of the questions were, who do you think came across as more trustworthy? Well, according to the people polled, Jeremy Corbyn won that by a huge margin. Came across as more trustworthy. And then they said, who do you think came across as more likeable? And Boris Johnson won that by an equally huge, if not more, if not larger margin. So people think that Boris Johnson is more likeable, but they think that Jeremy Corbyn is more trustworthy. And I think that's an indication of where we are in the world. It used to be the case that a more trustworthy person would win a contest for a general election.
On the indicator.
Yes, let's have a call immediately in Beverley. Mike.
Hi, Nick.
Mike.
Couple of points. First one about our orange friend from across the waters.
Yeah.
I thought exactly the same as you when he left the whatever you want to call it, conference, NATO conference. I thought, yeah, his plans don't like it, big girls' blouse. And then there was total silence. And that is not Trump-like. And it occurred to me that you've got Boris, who is run by Cummins, so you've got Puppet Master, and you've got Seamus Milne that looks after our little Labour friend. And it struck me that is totally out of character for Trump. Is there actually somebody we've not detected yet who is managing Trump, who pulled him out and said, don't say anything?
What, Vladimir Putin?
Go on.
Rupert Murdoch? No, I seriously doubt it. I think Donny was just in a sulk.
Well, it struck me as that, and he seemed to glance out, but when he's glanced out previously, he's always tweeted furiously.
Yeah, no, I did notice that because my Twitter feed is absolutely infested with Donald Trump's tweets. They're just all the time. How he can pretend to be running a country is just a mystery to me because he does nothing but tweet. And it's constant. And you're absolutely right. If you looked at his Twitter feed after he flounced out in having a hissy fit, it went silent. I bet he was sitting in the corner just vowing revenge.
Well, it could be, but it is strange to think that why did that happen, because it's not happened before. But the other point was about the PM debate tonight. A couple of people have touched on the same thing, and that's that Boris Johnson overtalked the presenter. He overtalked Jeremy Corbyn, and at one point, throughout the entire debate, the presenter said, "Okay, Mr. Johnson, answer that." So he did. Okay, talk about this, talk about that, etc. And then at one point, Jeremy Corbyn was asked to comment on something. He sat off, and Boris Johnson just overtalked him, and the presenter didn't stop him. Jeremy Corbyn backed off, and the whole thing came across as Boris Johnson being stronger. What he said, the content of what he said, was no greater than Jeremy Corbyn's content, but he did come across as somebody who could dominate the debate.
Right.
And that's, I think,
what you're describing is...
I think he came across as stronger.
Right. Well, what you're describing is what I saw when Donald Trump did a television debate with Hillary Clinton. And that was when I thought, you know what, Donald Trump's going to win this. This was before the election. And he just loomed about this giant lumbering figure while Hillary was sort of standing still, and he was looming about in the background. It looked like he was about to attack her. And I thought, he just looks bigger. He looks more like what the Americans would think a president would look like. It's just a larger, well, he's a man for a start. And of course, the content of what he says was sorely lacking, but he just said a lot and loudly. And I thought, this guy's going to win.
Absolutely, I quite agree. It was the volume that things were said at, and it was the interruption, like, you can't say what you need to say, I'm just going to dominate you. And I don't know, I'm a bit amazed. I mean, I don't know.
But when you went into the debate, who did you prefer beforehand?
I don't like either of them, to be honest. I believe in honest debate, and I believe that it's the content of what people say that should dominate things. Not simply the ability to shout louder.
So you had no opinion either way beforehand?
Well, let's put it this way. Going back a little bit, up until 2019, I'd never voted anything other than Conservative. In 2019, in the local elections and the European elections, I voted Lib Dem. But I can't find a party that I really want to attach to at the minute, because the Conservatives have gone so far right, Labour have gone so far left. I really can't recognise anything that represents what I stand for anymore.
What about the smaller parties and the independents?
I'm sort of Lib Dem favourite at the minute. I mean, I'm a Remainer. I don't agree with everything that Lib Dem say, and I wholeheartedly agree with the climate change situation at the minute. I'm not going to mention exactly where I am, so don't panic, but where I am is heavily Conservative. The majority is huge, so I can't tactically vote. And what I'd love to see on the sort of ballot paper would be if there was a PR option to change the electoral system, but that isn't there at the moment, I'm afraid.
Well, all things considered, I think it would probably be beneficial to the country if we were run by a coalition. Most of our major competitors are run by coalitions. They're not failures. It's a good thing.
Absolutely, it's a moderation of extremes, and at the minute it appears to me that we're either, well, I don't think that Labour can possibly win a majority. That'll be hung parliament, so they might be moderated a bit. But the one thing I don't want is to see a Conservative ERG-led situation. Even if the Conservatives win, Boris is actually hamstrung, if you think about it, because if he compromises to his softer Brexit, the ERG can still stuff him.
Yeah, where's Jacob Rees-Mogg? Where's he gone?
Well, his sister's in the limelight at the minute, so I don't know. I mean, basically, you've got Boris, who's reasonably intelligent but plays the buffoon, and then you've got Jacob Rees-Mogg, who is a buffoon, who tries to play intelligent.
It's like, where's Waldo? And come to think of it, they're not too dissimilar. Waldo and Jacob Rees-Mogg. Have you ever seen them in the same room together? I rest my case. All right, thanks a lot, Mike. 0345 6060 973. Well, see, now what he was just saying is fairly common. Apathy towards mainstream politicians has seen support for independent candidates surge by 5 percentage points. This is according to another poll. The Savanta Comres poll for The Telegraph found that 6% of British adults plan to support aspiring MPs who do not belong to any of the 6 main parties on December the 12th. They don't belong to the Poshos or the Oiks or the Mummies or the Hippies or the Harumphas or the Loonies. I think that's all 6 main parties, isn't it? Yeah. The Poshos, the Oiks, the Mummies, the Hippies, the Harumphas or the Loonies. Yeah, I think that's all of them. And this poll puts other parties at 6%. Others, as in none of the above. If none of the above gets 6%, that actually beats the SNP on 4% in the latest poll. It beats the Brexit Party on 3 and the Greens on 2. On current polling, none of the above comes fourth. So none of the above could be a late contender. I mean, you never know. With the wind behind it, none of the above could be the kingmaker to see one of the unloved leaders of the main parties get to the top spot. And the poll, by the way, puts the Conservatives in the lead with 42% of the vote. But the gap between them and the Labour Party is narrowing, just as it did the last time around when we went on this ride. Last time around, 2017, pretty much exactly the same thing happened. They were quite far apart when the election was called, and then they narrowed as the big day came upon us. I wonder what the turnout's going to be like, because I don't think the weather for Thursday is going to be very good. I think it's going to be... we've got a storm coming in, haven't we? Hang on a moment. Let me just check. Thursday, yeah, raining and cold. I think people are going to look out the window and go, well, you know what? I'm not that keen on anybody. I think no. And that is a big mistake. You absolutely must vote, because otherwise the extremes will win, because the extremes, the obsessives, they are definitely going to vote, which means that this country is going to be dragged to one extreme or another. I think that most people are in the middle, middle-ish, average. Most people are average. That's the nature of average. It's what most people are. And so it requires most people to vote. It should be like Australia. You should be forced to vote on pain of punishment. So none of the above is on 6% and getting stronger all the while. And what's interesting is that the Conservatives and Labour have gone up at about the same rate in popularity since the calling of the election. If you look at the graph, then they're up at about a 45-degree angle since the election was called, both of them, going up in parallel, pretty much. While the other parties, the Lib Dems, the Brexit Party, they've gone down. So it looks, as far as this polling is concerned, and polls have been wrong, but it looks like people are moving away from the Liberal Democrats and the Brexit Party towards either Labour or the Conservatives. The Greens, by the way, are flatlining. Their number remains constant, whereas the Lib Dems and the Brexit Party are nosediving. And flatlining is better than nosediving. Just ask any pilot and they'll tell you that. Flatlining better than nosediving. And it seems like we're back to the two main parties fighting it out, just like it used to be. They got 80% of the vote between them in 2017, Labour and Conservatives. 80% of the people that expressed a preference did so to either the Tories or Labour last time around. And it could go that way again. But, the polls have been up and down like a roller coaster. One party's up one day and then one party leads the other. And what might happen on the big night? Well, who knows? Place your bets. As I was saying, I'd like a coalition. I don't see what people are... I don't see the objection to having a coalition. Just because we had one in recent memory and it wasn't like heaven above... doesn't mean to say that coalitions don't work. They absolutely do. So many countries that are, relatively like this one are run by coalitions. In fact, I'll go further. I think it would be a good thing for a country of unlike-minded people. We all think differently. None of us are exactly the same. We all have different needs and wants. We could have a rainbow coalition of interconnected people and interests run as a council. We could join up with our best friends and trading partners in Europe and all come together as a team. It could be a union. Imagine that. A European Union. It'll be beautiful. Is this the same guy that I was just talking to? Is there anybody in there? There's nobody in there. I think my glamorous assistant has abandoned ship. Well, maybe he knows something I don't. Look out, we're all going down. So I'll just check. Mike, was I just talking to you?
In Beverley?
Yes.
Yes, you were just talking.
Ah, right. Well, it was lovely talking to you, Mike. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. Tyne and Weir. Hello, Brian.
Hi, Nick. I think Corbyn smashed it tonight. I think he came across as very sincere and upfront and honest. Boris Johnson kept on going about drinking Brexit, and he just fooled around, and everyone laughed at him when he was talking about truthfulness. I don't trust the Tories, and I'm completely the opposite way around from Brian from Stockton-on-Tees. I voted to stay in the European Union, and I just wonder if Brian from Stockton-on-Tees thinks that my partner should be booted out of Britain because she's from Rostock in Mecklenburg, which is in the former East Germany, and she actually works really hard as a nurse. She's actually working in one of the major hospitals in the northeast tonight on night shift.
Right, well, I don't think anybody would want nurses booted out of the country, specifically, because we need all the nurses we can get. But just going back from what you said, did Boris Johnson actually elicit laughs from the audience when he was talking about trustworthiness?
Yeah, he was asked the question. I mean, I was listening on, I didn't have a TV. I was listening on another station, on the station, I should say, and he just didn't come across as very sincere, that's all.
Well, that's what the poll said. The poll said who was more trustworthy? Boris Johnson, 38%, Jeremy Corbyn, 48%. But then they asked, who do you think was more likeable? And Boris Johnson was on 55%, and Jeremy Corbyn was on 36%.
Well, Boris always comes across. He should be on the Comedians. Do you remember that show?
I do remember that, yeah.
Yeah.
The Wheel Tappers and Shunters Social Club. I can't believe I can remember that.
Absolutely. Hey, Nick, what I don't understand, right, about 35 years ago, Teesside, Middlesbrough, Stockton-on-Tees, Yarm, Thornaby were like Chernobyl, or industrial heartlands of chemical factories. You used to go past on the train and the sky was bright orange, like bloody, what come again, him in America, I keep on talking about. The president of America.
Yes.
The skies were honestly bright orange with chemicals. It was like Chernobyl, and it hasn't changed much. There's no jobs there. Honestly, there's no jobs there. I don't know why Brian's obsessed with Brexit for. He should vote Labour to make a change in his own area.
Okay. All right. Thanks a lot, Brian. Orange sky. Groovy. Wow, that sounds lovely. 0345 6060 973. I'll give you the other questions that they asked. So Jeremy Corbyn won on trustworthiness and Boris Johnson won on likability. And it appears, according to the poll, that people value likability more than they value trustworthiness, which is odd, don't you think? I mean, if you were voting for who's going to replace Anton Deck on I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Dancing Out of Here, or whatever that show's called, then, yeah, likability would be more important than trustworthiness. But if you're voting for the person who's going to run the country, the person whose promises you are going to rely on, then does likability trump trustworthiness? Apparently. Like I said, we're all living in Donald Trump's world now. It's how you come across on TV that appears to be the most important, regardless of what your policies actually are. It's a popularity contest now. They asked, who do you think came across as more in touch with ordinary people? Well, Jeremy Corbyn won that by a massive amount, 57% versus 29% for Boris Johnson. In touch with ordinary people. But who do you think came across as more prime ministerial? And Boris Johnson won that by a huge margin. But I suspect that was that's an odd question, because it's asking people to imagine somebody in a role that Boris Johnson is already occupying. So it's much more easy for people to imagine Boris Johnson as the Prime Minister because he is the Prime Minister. So that is not... I think I'll strike that question from the record. Who do you think performed best on Brexit? Boris Johnson won that by a massive margin. Who do you think won on the NHS? Jeremy Corbyn won that by a massive margin. Government spending, it was about even, 48 to Boris Johnson, 43 to Jeremy Corbyn. And who do you think performed best on security and anti-terrorism? Boris Johnson won that. So all in, if you take all of the questions and how people thought about them and, their entire performance, it was a draw, pretty much. 52 to Johnson, 48 to Jeremy Corbyn. It's tight enough that with a margin for error, there was nothing in it. And the suggestion was that people went in with a firm opinion and were not dissuaded from that opinion, making the entire farrago a complete waste of time. You've all wasted your time. Linda tweets, Steve Allen's Bentley, I'm pretty sure it's silver. That's a very, very boring colour for a car, silver. That's the kind of colour that people buy with a mind to selling it on. What's the inside like? Hey, what's the inside of his car like?
I've never been in his car.
Are they fabric seats?
I've no idea. Never been there.
Yeah, never been there. Not invited. No, leather, almost certainly leather. Silver would have to be black inside, wouldn't it? Silver. I mean, it couldn't be cream. You can't have a light-coloured outside and a light-coloured inside. That'd be a big mistake. Huge. I bet it's black leather. He's probably got leather in his car. Can only dream of having a luxury leather interior. Mike says, what kind of Bentley does Steve have? In his own words, a brand new, really expensive one that Nick couldn't afford. He did not say that. Lorna texts, I'm the ghost of Christmas future, and I'm the ghost of Christmas future and still can't see your podcast with Carol. Yeah, Carol and me have done a podcast. We've got a date that it's going to come out. Can you believe that?
No.
It's in, I think it's February. It just takes so long. We recorded them in June, I think, or even before that. But it's not my fault. I ain't done nothing. I'm a good boy, I am. I think it's either June or late January or something like that. But I don't know. Don't ask me. Jim says, Steve Allen did a great job of Bing Crosby's White Christmas this morning. Sounded better than Crosby himself. I seriously doubt that. I think you are disseminating misinformation. Liar! That is fake news. Let's see. Hull. Oh, that didn't work. Wait a minute. There it is. Charles.
Hello, Nick.
Yes, Charles.
By the way, I remember Lord Allen of Allenshire. We had to leave the school and line the streets as a Bentley swept past us, spitting up dust and mud into our faces. But we were proud.
Yeah.
We were proud to be there, I'll have you know.
Right.
Sorry about that. Right. By the way, I'm looking forward to the A to Z.
Yes, the A to Z of 2019 starts on Christmas Eve. I'm on Friday as normal and on the 20th, and then all the way through until the new year, every single night. Looking forward to it.
Yeah. I don't know whether you probably don't remember, but I did the Arctic Monkeys last time. A for Arctic Monkeys.
Doesn't
you
sound.
Don't remember.
No, I don't. But that doesn't sound like anything that happened last year. Why would the Arctic Monkeys appear last year?
Oh, it was the record. They were the biggest selling vinyl record.
Oh, yes, I do remember that.
Aha, yeah. Can I mention about the Corbyn and Boris thing?
Yes, the debate that was on last night, yes. Or
Yeah, there was an open goal. I mean, it was so open, the goalie left the goal to go back into the terraces.
Right. The goalie was sitting in the top tier with a pie in his hand. Yeah, go on.
I'll tell you what it was. Boris Johnson was asked about trust, and then he started stuttering and spluttering, and he actually said, anybody who's written anything and lied, they should get on their knees. And all Jeremy Corbyn had to do was say these words. Are you going to get on your knees, Boris Johnson, now?
So what did he say?
He didn't say it at all. It was an open goal. It was the second open goal. Jeremy is too polite. He's not Blingden Boy.
Well, I don't know. Is that what we require of a leader? Somebody who's quick with a quip?
Well, you've got to be quick off the mark. I'd have to say that, don't you? Would you think?
You know, I'll restate my case. I've got to be brief because the news is coming up. But I looked at John Major. You remember John Major?
Boring.
Exactly. He did a little video, a piece to camera, and it went out. And regardless of what he said, just the way that he said it, it was like being sent back in time to when a politician, to when a leader was a serious person, rather than just somebody who spouted the company line parrot fashion. And I thought, wow, this is like... It's like when you see an old documentary on television from the 1970s. It'll just be one bloke in a corduroy suit just standing still and talking to camera. And there's no dancing. He isn't riding a bicycle towards the camera. There's no music in the background or anything like that. He'll just just stand there and he'll talk for half an hour. And you're just taking in a blizzard of information. That's how documentaries used to be on TV. And now it's like a documentary looks the same as Dancing with the Stars. Charles, I've got to go, but thanks a lot. 034, but that's the stupidification of the nation continues.
Hi there, Nick.
Louise.
Yeah, right. I was going to stand as an independent, actually, but I didn't, so don't panic. But anyway, the debate tonight, I didn't watch it.
Wait a minute, back up. You were going to stand as an independent?
Yes, for Joel Kaufman's old seat.
Right. Why did you have that ambition?
I don't know, full thinking, whatever. I don't know. I just thought I'd give it a go.
You just thought it up and almost did it, right?
Yep. So through the debate tonight, didn't watch it, but I believe, well, I knew that Boris was going to refer to type. Oh, God, that's not the right word, is it? Refer to type. Go back to type.
Yeah.
What's the word?
Revert
to type, yeah. Which is bullying, from his... He can't resist it because he thought he was top sort of dog at, had lots of laughs and lots of friends and being silly. And he's still carrying that silly schoolboyish thing on with his daft, sort of hair all messed up.
Well, it's working for him. Who do you think came across as more likeable? The people that watched that show were asked, and over half said Boris Johnson, and about a third said Jeremy Corbyn. So it's an act that works for him.
Well, it's Boris the clown. I mean, God's sake. Well, not for me it doesn't, but then again, hey-ho, we're different peoples. But, yeah, so I'm glad I didn't watch it because I think Jeremy Corbyn, by sort of letting him waffle on, probably did the right thing because talking over people's quite rude. Has he not been told that, Boris?
Well, it may be rude, but it appears to have worked. Again, it's what he does is not necessarily by accident. They may be trained to do it.
That's right. It's not accident. It's not. It's by design. Yeah, exactly. And so dear God. So America. We're too Americanised here. We should stop it at once and be our own country. It's ridiculous.
I'm not sure that these TV debates are actually helping because people are making their decisions on whether they like the person on television. And being on television is a peculiar thing because some people come across really well. They come right through the camera at you, and they don't necessarily make an impression in real life. I mean, I know quite a few people who are really pop on TV. They come right through the lens at you, and you feel comfortable with them in your living room. But in real life, they're quite. You just don't want to be in their orbits. They're kind of scary, and you don't really want to be around them. But on TV, they're just charm personified. But then the opposite is also true. Somebody in real life can be, nice and warm and friendly, but you put them on TV and they stiffen up, and it just doesn't happen for them.
Yeah, I think Boris can't really hack the really brainy stuff. He just goes through his goofball stuff all the time. And I think it's quite embarrassing. And I just would hope, now that he's had a little go at being Prime Minister, he sort of thinks, I think I'll 50 off now and let Jeremy have a bash.
What strikes me is, what kind of a person would want that job now? I mean, with all the troubles that we are under, with everything that's coming down the barrel at us, we've got another recession, which must be just around the corner. We're way overdue. And when another recession hits, we don't have any firepower to battle it with, because we're fresh out from the last one.
With no reserves.
And all of the problems with Brexit and just this, it's an absolute nightmare of a job right now. Why would anybody want to do that?
Well, somebody's got to in the end, haven't they, really? But we're going to have at least, over 7 years of, we were keeping most of the EU sort of rules and regs, but we're going to be tinkering with them. So God knows how many, 20 years, whatever it is, because trade is quite...
20 years. Well, you may be right. This is supposed to be the easy part, negotiating our exit. That was supposed to be a piece of cake. The difficult part is organising a trade deal. Of course, we have a really good trade deal with the European Union at the moment. It's impossible to improve on the deal that we have at the moment, but we're walking away from that deal because that's the smart thing to do. Apparently.
Crazy.
Yeah. What a world we live in, eh? What a way to run a country.
Dreadful.
All right, thanks a lot, Louise. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people don't realise that when we leave the EU, assuming that is what is going to happen in January, we're not actually leaving the EU. That's years away. Many years of the same is to come. I'm sure that will come as a surprise to a lot of people, but then a lot of people haven't learnt a single solitary thing about the European Union after they made an uninformed but unmovable decision that they were going to be either in or out. I think facts and knowledge and awareness are thin on the ground. Let's go with Ilford. Jeevan.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, Jeevan.
How are you?
Good, thanks.
Good. I only came with a couple of things in my head, actually, when I originally phoned you. One was that you've heard of 7 rings of Saturn, I presume. We're at the moment in what's called 1 ring of politics. We're just going to go round and round in circles.
Right. Like a fairground ride.
Sort of. Because you know what they say, that politicians, they change things over the years, but eventually they go back to where they started.
I hadn't heard that.
Well, like everything else, everything goes round in circles, as you know.
Wow, the world's an orange. Groovy. Yeah, no, I hadn't heard that.
But the other thing I was going to talk to you about was your car, which is what I heard originally about the difficulties you were having.
Oh, yes, my car.
Yeah, the repair element and all the rest. I was going to suggest to you, as a novice,
go on,
and get yourself 2 things, a multimeter and an oscilloscope.
What's that?
These electronic equipment that your electronic engineers use to establish where the fault is.
A multimeter?
A multimeter.
Is that an actual thing?
Yeah.
Well, what's the multi part?
It's like a probe.
Oh, a probe. Oh, well, then I don't like it.
Oh, I know you don't like it, because most people don't even understand what it is. And the other one is a oscilloscope.
No one's going to stick a probe up any of my cars.
You haven't got a choice, you've got electronics.
Okay, then.
So that's what you're going to have to learn. That's what mechanics are going to have to do.
I am freaking out because my old car, which I've had for 20 years...
The mechanical car, yes.
The mechanical one. It's got no computer functions of any kind whatsoever. It contracted a disastrous fault, apparently. So I replaced it with a car that broke down because it had a faulty differential, which was there at the moment that I bought it. So it's never worked. But it made a peculiar kind of noise that I was unaware of. I just thought this is what engines that aren't 20 years old sound like. I mean, because I don't know anything about cars at all. I barely know how to drive one. And the one that I've just bought to replace the one that broke down, which I bought to replace the one that broke down, sounds a bit weird to me as well. But then all cars sound weird if you've been driving the same one for 20 years. But now I'm freaking out that I may have now on my hands 3 cars that don't work.
Well, why don't you get the parts? First find a good mechanic, and then go to a scrapyard. You'll find loads of cars that have been written off, and they will tell you what parts to get hold of from the scrapyard, and you get them for dirt cheap prices.
Yeah, that sounds like a really bad idea.
Why?
You want me to put scrap parts in a car that doesn't work?
No, I didn't say that. What I said was, you see, when cars get damaged, there are different areas which get damaged, but not necessarily the one that you want, the part that you want.
Yeah, that still sounds like a really bad idea.
Well, it's a lot cheaper than trying to go to a manufacturer and buy the part.
Well, I suppose so. Yeah. Why can't things just work?
Because they are man-made.
I think they're man-made to not work.
Exactly, to dissolve your engine.
Yeah.
That's what. And the third point I was going to say to you is, you're talking about the silver shadow.
Yes.
What colour seats should be?
Black.
No, why not gold?
Gold?
Yeah, don't you remember, back in 1976, 77, a guy had a gold Rolls-Royce made.
Well, that was John Lennon.
No. This was
his was Paisley.
Solid gold.
Oh, solid gold. Who was that?
Yeah.
The Aga Khan.
I can't... No. It was, in fact, eventually bought by the Sheikh of Dubai.
Oh, yeah.
By the person who had it made for himself.
Yeah, no doubt.
But, yes, it was a solid gold car, I understand.
That sounds like a terrible idea.
I don't know if it's still there or not.
Yes.
It's probably hidden somewhere in dust.
Well, it'd be a good idea to just melt it down, maybe. Make some ingots.
Well, exactly, if you can find it first.
Yeah. OK, I'll see you at the airport. Thanks a lot, Jeevan. 0345 6060 973. Al from Tring says, the more I listen to Corbyn and Johnson, the less I want to vote for either of them. So I'm going to vote Lib Dem because I quite fancy Joe Swinson. Well, that's as good a reason as any, I suppose. Lisa in Aldershot says, I fixed my oven the other day by replacing the fan and the element in the grill by watching a YouTube video. Experts said it's cheaper to buy a new oven. Rubbish 55 quid and all working fine. Oh, you mean, no, it's cheaper to buy a new oven. Rubbish 55 quid and it's all working fine. Thank goodness for YouTube, by the way, because I've tried DIY. By the way...
Warning!
DIY is very dangerous. Always contact a trained professional. Don't do it yourself. Have someone do it themselves for you. But all of the stuff that... like I rehung doors and used chisels to get out the wood for the hinges, and I put handles on doors and put new locks on the doors, and just all this sort of stuff that you would never know how to do unless you'd been to a class before the invention of the internet. But after the invention of the internet, then everybody's a bloomin' expert. The problem with DIY is and this is the difference between getting somebody in, getting a trained professional in and doing it yourself, is that if you get a professional in, then it's probably the 100th or 200th time that they have done whatever it is you're asking them to do. So it will be smoothly done. They'll know all the tricks and the shortcuts and the ways to make it look good and proper. If you DIY something, then your first effort is the thing that you're going to have to live with. That's why a DIY always looks really, really bad, because it's people's first effort. But without YouTube explaining how to do all of these things, I'd never been able to do it. I'd still have no doors up. But it was a bit rocky along the way. There was a lot of swearing and shouting, by which I mean a lot.
Disgusting.
Of swearing and shouting. In Lewisham, Hannah.
Oh, hello, Nick. Yes. Well, you know, I can't stand it, laddie. I really can't. I mean, I can't. I simply can't. The prospect of Johnson's face and voice popping up in TV news for the next 5 years, honestly, I just can't stand it.
You could have your TV on mute.
Actually, you know what? I'm already doing it. I haven't watched any of the debates because I can't. He hasn't turned up to most of them, thank God. But the ones that he has turned up to, I can't listen to them. I just can't stand him being on TV at all. But the other thing is, I'm going.
Where did you go, Hannah? Oh, there you are.
Hello. Yes, I'm going to be very personally rude about him now. You know I always am.
Grip onto something firm, everybody.
Did you notice in that, you know, the whole group NATO photo where they all massed up in about 6 tiers? He was the shortest of the whole lot of them, and there were at least about 50 people there.
Really?
Honestly, have a look. He's not just a baldy. It doesn't come across. It doesn't come across how short. He's not just a fatty. He's not just a baldy, but he's a short arse as well. And
I can't believe that, because I always assumed that he was very tall.
No.
Well, not actually very tall, but about
Google
6
it.
foot. About 6
Google
foot.
it.
I certainly will do nothing of the sort, Hannah.
He is squat. He is a squatty.
Yes, but is that actually important?
Yes.
Size. Is size important? Yeah, think about it.
No, well, actually, it surprised me because I hadn't really thought about it. I know he's a bit lardy.
Can we check on it? Wait a minute. Hey, check on how tall Boris Johnson is. It must be on the internet. If we got.
Whilst they're doing that, will you do me a favour, please?
All right.
You know, if he gets in, especially with the blooming majority, and if any callers ring in and start moaning and groaning about the NHS, and if they ring in and say, oh, I'm having to go to the food banks and whatnot, will you do me a favour and just ask them, did you vote for Johnson? Just ask them that.
Here it comes.
Don't,
wait a minute.
I will.
Wait a minute. Boris Johnson is 1.75 metres tall.
Well, what is that in feet?
You might as well tell me that in Swedish. I've got no idea what 1.75 metres is. Foolish boy. What is that? Nobody knows what 1.75 metres is. What is a metre, even?
I think it's 5'2".
5'9". No, here it is. 5'9". Wow.
No,
really?
No, he's not.
Well, that's what it says here.
Well, something happened on that NATO photo. I think someone lopped his knees off or something.
I'm surprised. 5'9". I pegged him at least over 6 foot.
There you go. You have overblown opinion of that flipping man.
Well, I suppose it's people on television always look taller, don't they?
Yeah,
I mean, Tom Cruise.
I think you.
Listen to me, Tom Cruise.
No, you listen to me.
No, I certainly will do nothing of the sort. I don't take instruction. This is not a debate, Hannah. Actually, it is. Oh, yeah, this is exactly what it is. No, Tom Cruise looks tall on screen, but I think he's about 3'6", isn't he?
Well, we all know he's famously short.
Yeah, but he doesn't look short on a TV screen.
No, because they put him on the platforms and things, don't they? They use trickery.
Stand him on a box.
Like they used to do that with Alan Ladd. Apparently, that's how far back I go.
Well, they dig trenches for if a man is starring with a woman, then the man has to be taller than the woman. Those are the rules in Hollywood. And so, if the woman is the taller one, they would dig a trench for her to walk in.
Oh, you're joking! I
am not joking.
Oh, my goodness me. But anyway, I am surprised to learn he's 5'9", because I thought, he's coming across as about 5'4", 5'5". But have a look at that photo.
No, I won't.
Maybe it's because he's lardy that he comes across as a short arse as well.
You keep saying that as though that is important one way or the other. We're not talking about heft. Physically, anyway. Yeah, I've got to go, Hannah, but thanks for that. 0345 6060 973. Here's Acton. Andrew.
Oh, hi, Nick. Gosh, I've been hanging on for a while.
Hanging on the telephone.
To you.
Yeah, like Blondie.
Oh, that's a great song. Look, much more boring, really, than that. But I was struck by what you were saying about the poll numbers for Johnson and Corbyn, and how Corbyn has got much smaller numbers than Johnson.
Well, it depends what the question is.
No, I'm really thinking about who you're going to vote for.
Oh, I see. Right.
Or Conservative.
Yes.
So it's it varies a bit, but Conservatives have got a pretty constant lead, haven't they, with Labour, between 8 and about 12.
Yes, the poll is quite interesting. If you look at it mapped as a graph, then you'll see that both the Conservative and the Labour Party have gone up at about a 45-degree angle. In parallel to each other since the election was called, while the other parties have gone down by a similar amount, except the Greens, who've maintained their small number.
And of course, Brexit Party have lost lots, haven't they? To
That's
the
right.
Conservatives.
Yeah, the Brexit Party and the Liberal Democrats have gone down since the election was called.
Yeah. But I think what struck me was you were focusing on the Conservative and Labour numbers, but you weren't really thinking about talking, I should say, about the other numbers. And I think if you stand back from this, I think this election is really about Brexit. I mean, I think that's the biggest question here. And if you tot up the clear pro-Brexit parties, then throughout this election campaign, they have had less than 50%. And if you tot up all the other parties, they've had more than 50%.
But now you see, you're comparing different things. You said clear Brexit parties, and then you said other parties, which are not necessarily clear Remain parties.
That's perfectly. That's a perfectly fair point. That is a perfectly fair point. But all of the parties, apart from Conservative and Brexit, would have, as a minimum, a further referendum before Brexit occurred. So that's Labour Party.
Perhaps, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So, in other words, if you just want Brexit, you're not interested in a further referendum, you will vote Conservative or conceivably Brexit Party. But basically, the Conservatives have swept all of those votes.
Right. I know the point that you're making, but it's not necessarily. You can't necessarily extrapolate from those figures, which are correct, to that people are voting for the various parties on that issue. I mean, a lot of people vote for the Labour Party or the Conservative Party or the Monster Raving Loony Party because those are the parties that they've always voted for. Here, Andrew, I'm really sorry, but I'm just fresh out of time. And there's nothing I can do about time. It just keeps ticking on, don't it?
What the hell is going on?
Let me just wipe up some texts and emails and so on from yesterday. Trillionaire tweets, Trump's ideas and theorems on many major issues have been proven to be more advanced and accurate than all of academia, politics and radio hosts on many occasions. That is incorrect information in every regard. What on earth are you talking about?
What do I know about it? All I know is what's on the internet.
Maria in Kingston says, just to say that Steve Allen's car seats heat up. Can you beat that? She says. No, I cannot beat that. I can only dream of having my seat heated. And Lloyd texts, Mr. Johnson is a great PM and Mr. Trump is a great president. This country will be great when we leave the EU. What do you mean, will be? Will be great? It is great. Come on, everybody. Make Britain great again. Britain is great again. It's in the blooming name. Incoming weather alert.
Warning, warning.
Severe gales of 70 miles an hour are set to cause disruption, power cuts, travel chaos, the end of civilization as we know it.
Oh, no.
Strong winds are expected to sweep in across the southwest of England and the west coast of Wales. Forecasters are warning of likely delays to road, rail, air and ferry. But as delays are what we would expect when it's a bit brisk out, you don't have to be a forecaster to predict that. You just have to have been alive in Britain during any winter. Just pick one. It's always like that. Motorways at a standstill, trains cancelled for your convenience, flights grounded because of a little light mist, ferries stuck in ports because of a small swell. Like Boris Johnson. He's a small swell. 4'9", I heard.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
The Met Office has issued a yellow weather warning, which is in place from 3 o'clock on Sunday to 9, as in 3 p.m. in the afternoon, until Sunday morning at 9 a.m. in the morning. Storm Atia. Atia. A-T-I-Y-A-H. This is the thing that's causing it. Worst storm name ever. Although there was a Hurricane Ballbag in 2011, but that was a name given to it by Scottish people. It's not an actual name. It was called the Cyclone Scrotum, I believe. Not a lot of people know that. Because it's not true.
Correct.
There was Storm Hector. That was an actual thing. And a verifiably terrible name for anything, including a person. And a Typhoon Nancy, which is just plain silly. Imagine getting killed by Typhoon Nancy. I mean, that would just be embarrassing. Anyway, gales of 70 miles an hour and 26-foot waves are coming our way. 26 feet. But don't fret. The government says there's nothing to worry about. So windy and rainy and temperatures of about 53. 53F. And you multiply by 9 and divide by 5 and add 32 to get centigrade. So 53 times 9 is like 9 times 5 is 55, and 9 times 3 is 26, and 26 and 55 is 91, and 91 plus 32 is 143. Wow, it's going to be 143 centigrade tomorrow. Can you believe that?
No.
That sounds quite pleasant. But once the rain clears, it'll get much colder. It's going to be wet and windy till the storm clears, and that's going to be followed by wet and windy weather. So there's something to look forward to. That is the forecast. There's a storm coming, which is going to bring wet and windy weather, and when it goes, it will still be wet and windy.
Oh, fabulous.
And I gave you the Christmas and New Year weather yesterday, but in a nutshell, it's not going to be a white Christmas. It'll be a moist one. It's not the same, really, is it? I'm dreaming of a moist Christmas. That's not going to sell many records, but we could give it a go. Bring Crosby on the phone, and he'll have a bash at it. Not picking up. Keep trying. So, according to the latest poll, Boris Johnson's Conservative Party remains only single figures ahead of Jeremy Corbyn's Labour Party, and it's all to play for, going down to the wire, on a knife edge, in the balance, edge of the seat stuff. Isn't it exciting?
Negative.
And this week we've got an event that will give the voters reason to pause. Give them cause to stay in. To not do their bit and register their support for the least bad option. Because, and this is one of the big buts that I was talking about just before the news, huge wobbly butts that may change the... I had no idea I was going to say that. Wobbly butts that may change the picture as it appears to be today. And one of them we have complete control over, and the other we don't. And it could upend the predictions as they stand. And the but that we have control over is if we'll actually be bothered to go out. And the but that we don't have any control over is that there's going to be a lot of weather outside. And I suppose the two are in some way connected. Could give people cause to stay in, the weather, not do their bit, not register their support for the least bad option. Young persons of the country, I know you've only got thin nylon tracksuits to wear because you don't like to waste your drug money on woolens, but if you brave the cold and get out to vote, you will be having your say. If you don't brave the cold and get out to vote, you'll be giving your say to your grumpy, racist old granddad. Think about that for a moment. Old people will put on their hat, coat, scarf and gloves and walk horizontally into the storm to vote if necessary. You could place landmines in their way and strafe them from watchtowers and they'll still make it down to the polling station. That's why political parties are all over the elderly, like work colleagues in the broom cupboard at the Christmas party.
Disgusting.
There was a message went round at Lloyd's of London. Did you read about that? Oh, I'll get to that in a while. Hey, kids, keep your hands to yourselves at your Christmas party. Keep them in your pockets. No, wait, cancel that. So come on, kids, you've got to get out there. Do your bit. Dib, dib, dib. Don't let Sid and Fred and Edna and Enid make your decisions for you. Get out there and place your cross next to the party that you dislike the least. It's your patriotic duty. And this panel-based poll shows the Tories on 43%, Labour holding steady on 34%. The Lib Dems stay put on 13%, the Brexit Party slumped to 3%, and the Greens are trailing on 2%. So this is all quite interesting. Very, very interesting.
Boring!
In the way that numbers always are. So the Tories are polling about where they were at the last general election. Almost exactly the same. And it looks like the Labour support is being suppressed by a potential switch to the Lib Dems, who only got 7% last time, and they're on 13% this time. They're on double what they achieved last time around. And the Brexit Party aren't doing much better than UKIP did last time around. And the Greens stay the same. They are, well, flatlining is a negative way to put it. They are solid at 2%. The Green is. Groovy. But one thing, the other wobbly butt is whether we'll actually go out and vote. Because what these polls do register is what people would do if they went out to vote. If you could deliver them by beaming them to the voting booth, then that's what they would do. If you put them in a nice, warm, comfortable bubble with scatter cushions and took them there without any pain, then that is what they would do. But when they look outside and it's raining, they think, oh, well, no, I'll vote tomorrow. And then there's this whole issue of tactical voting. I mean, there's loads of sites out there to tell you what you should do in your area if you want to prevent such and such getting in or help another party to win. If you can't make your mind up who you do want, then they're telling you how to vote to make sure the people that you don't want get in. I mean, there's no right answer to this. The only error you can make is to not vote at all. And if you haven't registered yet, then you can think about getting around to doing that next week. No, time's up. You lose. Too late. Better luck next time. I'm still in a quandary because of our screwed-up voting system, and I'm very, very upset about it because I feel like I'm going to have to vote for somebody whose party I do not want to run the country simply because they are this person or thing is my local MP, and he or she or it has an opinion on a local issue, which I agree with, but I don't agree with them, their respective party running the country. So what am I going to do? I find it very, very annoying. It is deeply irritating because I want to vote for the person who is my local MP because of a local issue, but I don't want to encourage or assist that party in taking the top spot. It's just very, very annoying. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
Twickenham says, Steve Allen said he sat in front of you in an LBC meeting trying to get your attention, but you didn't give him any. Is that right? No, it's not right. He's completely correct in every respect. He's just making it up.
Liar!
Paul says, why does Boris sound like someone... Why does Boris sound like someone passing wind in the bathwater?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Squid tweets, in 2017 there were tropical storms named Don and Hillary. Really? I don't believe you. That sounds like fake news. And Phil tweets, big deal, my seats heat up and I drive a 16-year-old Ford Focus. I also have heated mirrors. What's the point of that? What's the point of having heated mirrors? I have a heated windscreen and climate control. So there, Steve Allen, says Phil. Here comes the information. They stop your mirrors misting up. Misting. And he's trying to figure out whether to spell misting with a Y. M-Y-S-T-I-N-G or M-I-S-T-I-N-G. Select. Quickly. He doesn't know. You fail this test. So, blimey, the last couple of days, it's been like the cupboard door at the spitting image offices has swung open and all the puppets are springing across the floor. Tony Blair is back. He said, thank God for the ex-Prime Minister John Major. When John Major said that he was supporting ex-Tory candidates who were running as independents, because they were slung out of the Conservative Party that they'd spent their lives supporting because they dared to disagree with the blonde bombshell currently installed in number 10. And now Chris Patten, it's like all our yesterdays, the former Conservative Party chairman, joined John Major in backing a coalition of former Tory heavyweights. And John Major isn't a mister, he's a sir. And Chris Patten isn't a sir, he's a lord. And it doesn't come more establishment than that. The Empire strikes back. And Patten and Major are supporting 3 independent candidates, Anne Milton, Dominic Grieve and David Gauke. They had the Tory whip removed from them for rebelling on Brexit. Now they're fighting what used to be their own side. Blimey, you couldn't make it up. I mean, you've heard talk of the Labour Party riven with discord. Well, discord is everywhere, baby. And then there's Rory Stewart. He used to be a Conservative too, till they took his pass off him. And now he's an independent candidate for London Mayor. And that's not even the extent of it, because Michael Heseltine, he used to be the Tory Deputy Prime Minister. One of those big beasts. The Conservatives' Conservative. He's also backing the independents against his old party. Blimey, the only face who hasn't made an appearance is Margaret Thatcher, but she is currently unavailable. Just think, what would Maggie do? Chris Patten, the ex-governor of Hong Kong and minister under Margaret Thatcher, and John Major, said that anti-Brexit rebels had been squeezed out of the Conservative parliamentary party in a way unprecedented in his political lifetime. Squeezed out like watermelon seeds. Found themselves on the street before they knew it. Heads in a spin. And the independent candidates, Chris Patten said, represent what the Conservative Party has stood for during decades of success, a moderate, decent, socially inclusive and international political movement. Well, I bet there's a lot of people in the other parties that would disagree with that. He said, under Mr. Johnson's leadership, the Tories were turning into a narrow-based right-wing English nationalist party. So said that left-wing socialist rag, the Financial Times. And John Major spoke at a rally, demanding a second referendum. He said we absolutely must have one.
We should have a second referendum.
John Major said we should have a second referendum. He described Brexit as the worst foreign policy decision in his lifetime and said that leaving the EU will affect nearly every single aspect of our lives for many decades to come. Well, that is true. Probably. That is probably true. It will affect nearly every single aspect of our lives for many decades to come. The argument it will be about whether it affects it in a positive or a negative way. John Major knows what he thinks. He says it will make our country poorer and weaker. Is that a bad thing? He says it will hurt most those who have the least. He said, never have stakes been higher, especially for the young. Brexit may even break up our historic United Kingdom. And then there was that other face from Christmas past, Tony Blair. You remember Tony Blair, don't you? Boo! Yes, that's him. He's a bit Marmite, is Tony Blair. If Marmite was made of nuclear waste, which it might well be. Someone should check the ingredients. Always read the label. But I think I've mentioned this before, or maybe I thought it, but I didn't say it out loud. I think Marmite is unfairly maligned, don't you? Why do people always pick on Marmite? I mean, it's salt. Meaty salt without actual meat. What's not to like? Just don't spread it thickly, that's all. Anchovy paste would be a better example of for something that's not to everyone's taste. I mean, that stuff is actively repellent. Or fruit-flavoured beer, for instance.
Disgusting.
I mean, some people think it's nice, and those people are wrong. Anyway, Tony Blair out of the Labour Party and the old Conservative Chris Patten and John Major and Michael Heseltine, they're all lords and sirs and, they have so many badges and funny names, they could... I've got no idea where that was going. Somebody should finish that line for me. And win a major prize. Major prize is not available. Terms and conditions apply. Anyway, these grand old dames all came out flying the same flag. Tony Blair out of the Labour Party and the old Conservatives, Chris Patten, John Major, Michael Heseltine, against the direction that Boris Johnson has taken the party that they used to support. It's like when Coca-Cola tried a new flavour and classic Coke at the same time. How did that go, by the way?
Fabulous.
And Boris Johnson slapped down Sir John Major's pro-Remain intervention. He said, unlike Mr. Major, I lead a party that is totally unified, as all 630 candidates at this election actually back my deal, said Boris Johnson. OK, well, two things. First off, as a member of the establishment, it's a bit weird that Boris Johnson would omit Sir John's title. He said, unlike Mr. Major. He's not Mr. Major, he's Sir John Major. And you'd think that Boris Johnson would be so established in the establishment that he'd be all over, fancy titles. So that was a bit of, I think it was a bit of a backhander. Mr. Major, he worked hard for that. Sir John to you. So that was a bit weird that he called him Mr. Major, because he knows full well that he's Sir John. I mean, people that seem to think that it's so important, it seems ridiculous to me. But we fall over ourselves in this country. We've been trained to do it. Calf-toppers, every single one of us. As soon as somebody's been given a funny title, we call them that every time we mention their name. Nobody calls me Mr. Nick. But if I was a Sir, it would be Sir Nick 24 hours a day. Don't worry, it's never going to happen. Never, ever, 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 ever going to happen.
Correct.
I'd like it to happen just so I could say no. I could say no thank you. I mean, good manners don't cost nothing, do they? I'm just being polite.
Be polite!
I mean, when Ozzy Osbourne gets made a Sir, then I'll accept it, and not a moment before. I'd actually like to see that, him bowling up to the palace. So he called him Mr. Major, which I think was an intended insult. Maybe not, maybe just forgot, in the heat of the moment. But all that funny badge, fancy name stuff is what the establishment love more than life itself. I mean, they yearn for that. Because a funny badge and a fancy name that makes money, honey. And the second part of that is when Boris Johnson said that, my party is totally united. All 630 candidates at this election actually back my deal. Well, that's because he fired the ones that don't back his deal. It's not a coincidence. Boris Johnson actually said on TV, he said, I have the utmost respect, of course, for all former Conservative leaders and don't wish to deprecate anyone as a has-been. Yeah, and I don't wish to say that my esteemed friend is completely off his rocker, that he's lost his marbles, crazy, deranged, demented, insane. I'd never say that. He's just nutty as a fruitcake. Out to lunch and round the bend, that's all. And that's all very amusing, all that infighting, but there's one thing that Sir John said that everyone should agree on. No matter who you support or who you hate. It's when he urged voters to choose the future you believe in, which sounds a lot like a line from The Terminator.
Affirmative.
The future is not set. And he told young people in particular, your vote is absolutely crucial, for you have the longest lease on your country's future and our place in the wider world. Don't wake up on Friday, December the 13th, and regret not making a choice, he said. And whichever way you're thinking of voting, thinking about it's not enough. You've got to actually, vote. We should be forced to vote under penalty of death. I mean, maybe that's taking it a bit too far. Under penalty of a damn good thrashing, perhaps. Under penalty of having our legs slapped and told, just wait till I get you home. I mean, if Australians, with everything they got going on down there... Booze. Can be forced to go and vote, then we should be able to be forced to go and vote too. I demand the right to be forced to vote. It should be the law in this country. This message coming in, Marmite is gross. That is completely untrue and an unjustifiable comment. I mean, you can get away with some things as fair comment, but that is not fair comment. It's a very popular product. It's just that some people have decided at a very young age that they don't like it. Shut up and eat your Marmite. Just spread it thinly, that's all. It's just salt, for crying out loud. Salt and whatever else is in there. I don't know. I don't like salt. What? That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. That's like saying I don't like sugar.
I get unsalted chips.
How do you get unsalted chips?
I ask for them.
There's no such thing as unsalted chip. Oh, I'm thinking crisps. You mean chips?
Yes.
Yeah, that's just perverse. I'm working with a weirdo. No offence.
I just want to tell you all how happy I am to be back in the studio, making a picture again.
Yeah, it's a radio show, dear. Kath in North Wales texts, I bet Maggie Thatcher has a heated seat where she is. Sorry about that, Kath, I screwed it up. It'll be fine when we go live. Galloway, hello, Ian.
Oh, wow. Hello, boss.
Wow.
Yowza.
Yeah.
Groovy.
Mm-hmm.
At the last, I was on hold for a while.
No, you weren't. You were on hold for 12 minutes.
It felt like a while.
That's not a while. An hour and 12 is a while. 12 minutes is getting put through instantly. Go ahead.
There's this number that's come up because we're supposed to be upgrading Trident at the cost of $200 billion, which is necessary, apparently.
Yeah. Well, the current iteration of Trident doesn't kill enough people, potentially. So, we must maximise the death rate. Yes.
according to the advice I've had, what the upgrade will do will get the missile 300 metres closer and 6 minutes quicker to its intended target.
Right, well, it's all about timing.
So the cost of greening our economy, according to the Labour Party, is the same price tag, 200 billion.
Is it?
So we have these two existential threats. And the question is, which one should come first? Should we green the economy first, or should we upgrade Trident first?
Right.
That's my question to you.
Well, it very much, yes. If we could foretell what might happen in the future, then we would know what the answer should be.
No, seriously, no, this is right now. We have a choice. You have a choice. If you had a personal choice right now,
yes,
would you green the economy first, or would you upgrade Trident first?
Right.
Which would come? They've got the same price tag. They've got you've got one voucher.
Yes.
We have money banked for one already.
We do.
Yeah. We have money banked to upgrade Trident.
Yeah.
That's been banked. But at the same time, it could be deferred in order to deal with another existential threat.
Right.
And I would suggest that one is notional, that is mad, mutually assured destruction. That's a notional threat. And one is an actual coming at us like a slow-style car crash.
Yes, unless...
Climate change.
Unless it isn't.
But it is.
Yeah, well, yes, you may say that, but it might not.
What are you talking about? Climate change is happening. Forest fires are happening. People are being displaced. Have you any conception?
No.
Of the migrant crisis?
No, I don't.
That is about to occur to us. Syria.
Yeah, but you're predicting.
No, I'm not predicting.
Listen to me.
History.
You are predicting what may happen in the future.
I'm now going to say history.
Oh, history.
History.
Go on.
Syria was the number one production place for bell peppers, capsicums, red green peppers. You know, the ones you like to put into stir fry.
So yummy, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And the agriculture collapsed. And so all the kids came out of the fields, went into the cities, and got employed by ISIS. You can look at
they got employed by ISIS. Did they get weekends off?
I'm just saying. I'm going to your.
What's their pension plan like, by the way? I'm thinking of joining up myself.
Well, ISIS. What's that pension plan?
Yes.
I think it's.
Does the job come with a car?
With many virgins,
or is it one of those
like
Toyota pickup
like
trucks?
Any other theology?
Do you have to have a Toyota?
Do I have to have a Toyota? No, I don't. No, I don't have to have a car at all.
See, the problem, Ian, is that if I don't know, let's just pick somebody at random. If Vlad the Insaner out of Russia is decided that a policy of misinformation isn't getting the results that he wants, then he may launch an attack. That's what Trident's all about, right? I mean, it's not protecting us from Belgium, it's protecting us from Russia. So that's what people would say. So we need to spend hundreds of billions of pounds continuously for the rest of our lives in order to stop Russia firing a rocket at us. On the other hand, climate change is just weather, says people who, follow Donald Trump's Twitter feed.
I know nothing.
Climate change is not weather.
Yeah, but you don't.
Not.
Yeah, but you don't know that.
It's forest fires.
Forest fires are not climate change.
Fires,
They're
it's
fires.
Storm swells. Yeah. It's flooding.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it's happening now.
Yeah, or it's weather.
No, it's not.
It might be.
Because you can look at the graph and see more and
graphs.
more.
Blimey, history, graphs.
Boring.
It's just getting worse, Ian. I'm dreaming of double football.
You make me cry.
Well, I don't know how to respond to that. I don't know how to respond to that, Ian. Take a deep breath. Don't let it out. Matthew in Canterbury says, fruit beers from Belgium are stunning. What, as in bad? Why would anybody want to put fruit in a beer? That just sounds like the worst possible thing you could do to a beer. A proud and noble beer, and you stuffed fruit up it. He says there's a beer called Castile Rouget, a cherry-flavoured beer. Wow, that sounds absolutely horrible. He says it's rocket fuel at 11% proof. Well, that just sounds worse. 11% proof. That's wine territory. You can't drink a pint of that. 4%, 5 maximum. That's what you want from beer. Anything over that, it just tastes like medicine. It's not enjoyable. He says there's a strawberry beer at 4%. Again, a stunning beer. Give them a try. I will not. Now, I prefer my beer to taste of beer. And I prefer my strawberries to taste of strawberries. Does that make me a weirdo? I mean, there's plenty else that makes me a weirdo. I understand that. But that's just properly bizarre, Matthew. I'm going to send you a mirror in the post with which you can take a good long look at yourself. Mayak, M-A-Y-A-K-N-K. Mayaknk tweets, you can easily buy unsalted chips or crisps anywhere in the US. They're right next to the regular stuff. Well, I've been around American supermarkets, and they don't have any regular stuff there. That's why Americans are generally the fit, svelte people that we know. They have deep-fried hot dogs on a stick, like a lollipop. Hot dogs in batter. Like, hot dogs aren't bad enough. They put them in batter and then put them on a stick so you can lick it like a lolly. That's just repellent. There used to be unsalted chips, crisps. That is an Americanization. Chips, crisps. There used to be unsalted crisps. I can remember them from my school days. That was it were gone when I were a lad. There used to be only two flavors of crisps. Three. No, 2. No, 3. Plain, salt and vinegar, and cheese and onion. And cheese and onion had a certain effect on a teenage boy, which was vile. And then they introduced prawn cocktail crisps. It was a revelation. It was something that didn't taste of cheese and onion or salt and vinegar, or just plain. And they were awful as well. Despite the fact that my glamorous assistant has just put up on a screen, my prawn cocktail is the only flavoured crisp worth buying. I didn't even know you could buy them anymore. I mean, they are verifiably awful. Unless they're advertising with us, in which case it's an excellent way to start the day. But then they brought out something that I think that, older people will remember, and that was crisps that came with a bag of salt inside. What's the point of that? It was just a momentary advertising phenomenon. They were telling us, do it yourself. Do it yourself crisps. Now, is that bloke all right? Because he did actually seem to be crying. Is he all right? Have you made sure that he's okay before we threw him away?
He's fine. Right,
you don't know, in other words. Just hung up on him. What a cruel and unusual person you are. This text says, don't forget to mention that Ian Dale is sleeping out rough tonight in Trafalgar Square, and he's got a bad cold as well. But he got a bad cold, Ian.
Stop whining.
0345 6060 973. Is that wise? I mean, presumably he's going to be with other people. He hasn't just decided to think it up and do it himself. He's doing it for charity. Yes, but he's going to be surrounded by other well-to-do people, isn't he? I mean, he's not just going to rough it with the I heard Helen Mirren is there. What, in Trafalgar Square? Helen Mirren is in Trafalgar Square.
I heard she's going to be at this event.
At the event? What does that mean?
Doing things at the event.
Doing things. This is an educationalist show, isn't it?
No.
She's going to be doing things. Well, that's all the information that we require. 0345 6060 973. You can text 84850. Email. I'll do my bit for charity, by the way, by not going. I don't want to crowd the event. I want maximum attention to be levelled at those that are actually taking part. I'd feel I'd be just getting in the way. Plus, I don't want to. There's that. In Bracknell texts, try avocado beer. They brew it in California. That sounds absolutely awful. It sounds like the kind of combination that you come up with after sampling one of California's other crops.
Want to score some pot?
Get really high, and avocado beer sounds like a good idea. But then so does sticking your tongue in the electrical socket. I think I prefer that. Andy says, I loved lemon-flavoured beer as a 14-year-old. Well, of all the combinations that I've heard so far, lemon-flavoured beer doesn't actually sound that bad. I mean, some beers come with a wedge of lime, which is quite nice. But those are the kind of beers that don't actually taste of anything in the first place. Lemon-flavoured beer. I think that's the one I'd try. If beer is not available, I'll have a lemon beer, please. Manchester, Youssef.
Good evening, Nick.
Yes, sir.
So I was calling in, basically, I know your last caller mentioned global warming and Britain's commitment to it, and that was a subject that I was liking to touch on.
Yes.
So basically, I just wonder, as someone in my sort of very early 30s, I came up in an era where the sort of general consensus and what we were taught in school was that basically the world was going to be over by the time I reached the age that I'm currently at.
What?
And that has not yet come to fruition.
It hasn't? Well,
it hasn't.
What a huge disappointment for you.
Well, I mean, it happens to be a great blessing, but...
Now, wait a minute, back up. You were told it was going to come to an end in what manner? How? By what method?
Well, I was told that large portions of the world would be underwater by now.
Well, they are. It's called the sea.
Quite right. I think they were referring to portions of the world that weren't currently underwater at the time.
Oh, well, they should have said that.
Well, they did. This is the thing. They did. They said that portions of the world that weren't currently underwater were going to be flooded within my lifetime, and that hasn't happened.
Well, ask those people who are standing on their tiptoes in the Maldives what they think about that.
Well, I mean, this is the thing. How long should they stand on their tiptoes for?
As long as they wish to breathe air.
But
if they stick around for 1 million years, maybe they'll grow gills.
But this is the problem, will they still be standing on their tiptoes in 1 million years? And at what point do we, the general public, who are not scientists, and Nick, I don't know your full background, but I'm assuming you're not a scientist, is that correct?
Trust me, I know nothing.
Right, and this is the thing, we generally, the general public, Joe Public, we are not scientists, but when we're told these catastrophic warnings about global warming that don't come into fruition, at what point do we go, not so sure about that?
Yeah, but you're talking about something that you learned at school 15, 20 years ago, and 20 years ago is the blink of an eye in universal time, so just to hang around for another couple of decades, Yusuf, and it may happen.
It may happen, it may not, and if it does not, then what then?
Let me put it like this: if you close your eyes and walk across the road, you may get hit by a car, and you may not.
Well,
does that mean that you should not open your eyes? You should not take precautions?
No, we should open our eyes and take precautions, but it happens to be a very known that cars may hit us if we cross the road. I just wonder, how much do we actually know about our impact on the climate? How much?
Here's what I hear. When I was talking about that guy before, I was winding him up, really. But here's what we know. 99.99999% of scientists who have expressed a preference on this issue say that there is climate warming and climate change, rather, and that we do have something to do with it. Here's what I also know. We will do nothing about it at all until it's too late, because that's the human condition.
So, Nick, I mean, can I ask you, where did you get that 99.99% statistic from? Because I've heard...
Are you kidding? I got it off the internet.
What do I know about it? All I know is what's on the internet.
Like everybody else.
Because I've heard that particular statistic in itself is not actually accurate.
Well, I just made it up, but almost all, 99-point-something%. But wait a minute, you heard that it wasn't accurate. Where did you hear it?
I've heard it from a variety of sources, but
where? Where did you hear a variety of what? Some bloke who's just hanging around the bus shelter On the internet. Well, that's the version of somebody who was hanging around a bus shelter.
But we're both debating over versions of different people hanging around bus shelters here, Nick, aren't we?
No, I'm telling you that scientists who have great knowledge of this are telling us one thing, and people who don't want to change their lives are dismissing it because scientists once got something wrong. So that's Nick, where we're at.
You know, in your younger years, you must have heard people catastrophizing about the plight of the world and saying certain things were going to happen by the time you reached a certain age that haven't happened yet. And they haven't happened yet.
But that's not really opening your eyes, Yusuf. They are happening. They're happening all over the world. It's just that it's not happening at this moment where you live in Manchester. That's what you mean, isn't it?
I don't know. I mean, I've not just lived in Manchester. I've lived in, I've lived in other places in the world where.
Where?
Where
have you lived?
I've lived in Southeast Asia, and you know there have been.
Well, is it hot in Southeast Asia?
Yeah, but it's always hot.
There you are. Proof. Global warming. Witnessed.
But here's the thing for you, Nick. Let me put it to you in a different way, because this is what worries me about so-called scientific consensus. If you ask many scientists nowadays, they might agree that gender, for example, is not necessarily set by the chromosomes, something which was accepted up until very recently. I mean,
well, I'm not sure scientists would say that. I think social scientists may say that. Scientists wouldn't say that at all, I don't think.
No, I think you'll find that a lot of scientists nowadays
I'm not sure. Social commentators might say that, but I don't think it's
not just social commentators.
All right,
it's academics.
Well, okay, if you say so. Academics can be social scientists.
They could be social scientists. They could also be biologists too. This is something that's infecting all aspects of academia, as I feel the global warming thing is as well.
Yeah, I don't think the two are connected or alike in any way.
I think they're connected in the sense that...
No, they're not. They're not connected.
There's a consensus on things that are yet to be proven.
There's a consensus on things that are yet to be proven. I'll go back to my initial assertion, Yusuf. You don't believe it because it's not happening to you where you live right now.
No, do you know what? I just want to say I believe it or not. My particular view on global warming might be a bit more nuanced than that. I would say that I don't disbelieve it, but I would say that there have been exaggerated claims which have not occurred in my life.
Okay, well, let me put your belief in a nutshell. You don't want to accept that it's true because you don't want to change your lifestyle.
Whether or not I change my lifestyle,
you won't.
It is not going to be as consequential as whether or not other people change their lifestyle in tandem with me.
Well, of course, but that's like saying I have no power. So let's as individuals we have no power. So let's nobody do anything. We can all just drop our rubbish in the street because one bit of rubbish isn't going to make any difference. But if 50 million people do it, we're going to be living up to our eyeballs in detritus.
Let's look at it from a slightly different perspective. Okay, let's say that global warming were completely disconnected from human activity. Right?
Go
on.
Now,
I'm not saying accept this or not, but if that were the case, we would have to adapt to it anyway. We would have to perhaps move to higher ground. We would have to create certain technologies to adapt to it.
We would have to move to higher ground. You know what you're saying? We'd have to move London to higher ground. You know, every city on Earth, practically, every major city grew where it sits because of water. Because either it was either by the coast or it was by a river. That's how cities start. And if the water rises a significant amount, a couple of meters, I mean, people are talking about much, much more than that if the ice sheets melt. But if it just goes up a couple of meters, London will be unlivable. Where are we going to move it to? Wales?
Is it not the case that Amsterdam, for example, or Jakarta might be another example, would have been underwater many, many years ago were it not for human intervention, and that they were actually quite ingenuitive in actually adapting to changing environments and actually preserving the cities that we do have.
Right, are you kidding now?
No, this is true. I mean,
London's got a dam at the mouth of the Thames as it comes into the city, and apparently it's not big enough already. So we'll just be continually fighting the waves to push them back out again, or we could do something about it now to prevent it from going up in the first place.
Well, I mean, in realistically speaking, the UK contributes 1% of carbon emissions.
Again, so we can't do anything because we as individuals won't solve the problem immediately. So let's forget it.
Well, no, but it's not about forget it. It's about let's take a rational, sensible approach.
There is no rational, sensible if our immediate future is to be bobbing around on the ocean wave. If your sofa's floating down the road, then all sense and rationality goes out the window along with your furniture.
If we genuinely believe that to be the case, I mean, it sounds like we both agree that there's very little that the citizens of the United Kingdom can do about it.
No, we do not agree on anything of the sort. Citizens as individuals have little power, but the beautiful thing about the internet is that we can all come to an agreement and act as one. It's just that we haven't done that yet. All we've done on the internet in the manner of acting as one is to put press a like button next to a puppy dog video. And that's about as far as we've got so far. But, early days. Here, Yusuf, I would like to put some facts into a soft cotton sack and beat you around the head with it. But I do appreciate the call. And I wish emails and such, and then I'll do more calls. Archie texts, I live in Glasgow, and a teacher told us that it would stop raining. Rubbish. Let me check on that while you wait. Tonight, raining. Sunday, raining. Monday, not raining. Let me check on that. That's priceless. It's going to be raining tonight and Sunday, and at midnight on Sunday into Monday, it stops raining, and then it doesn't rain for precisely 24 hours, and then starts raining again at midnight on Monday going into Tuesday. So you got just one day, 24 small little hours of no rain, and that's it. And then it's raining on Tuesday, and raining on Wednesday, and raining on Thursday, and raining on Friday, and raining on Saturday, and raining on Sunday, and raining every day for the rest of your life. So you can tell that teacher to stuff it. This anonymous text says, Abbott. Abbott?
Be polite!
Abbott, did you know that there is air in the sea? And that's the only way that fish can survive, by breathing the air that's in the sea. I didn't realise this until recently. Yeah. I know. It's H2O, innit? I mean, of course, nobody really knows what H2O stands for. It's lost in the sands of time, but scientifically speaking, that is correct. You learn a lot on this programme, don't you?
Negative.
Oldbury, Ranjit.
Good evening. I've lost now my trail of thought, okay? I can solve your car problem, for a start.
Right, what car problem?
Remember you were saying yesterday that you bought a new car to replace your old car and this and the other. So if you join ISIS, you can have a Toyota Hilux rocket launcher.
Yeah, they're very reliable. Is that part of the standard accessories that come on the car? Rocket launcher? Because I'd like one of those.
Yeah, rocket launcher to get you through the traffic. Yeah, just blow everybody out the way.
A rocket launcher and heated door mirrors.
Heated door mirrors, yeah, that's it, yeah. So that's the first problem solved. Your car problem solved. You need to just initiate and join ISIS.
Right, I'll do that straight away.
The other thing you was on about Sir John Major, yeah. Now I'm going to jump to a conclusion here, and I'm going to assume that your name is Nicholas.
Yeah.
Is that right? Yeah. So just think how this sounds. Sir Nicholas Abbott. It sounds quite good. That does, doesn't it?
I like it.
Yeah. And where are you from?
What's that got to do with it?
No, it'd be Nicholas Abbott from Colchester.
Yeah.
Or something like that. That's what I'm trying to say.
I would like that to be my title,
right?
Sir Nicholas Abbott
That
from
would-
Colchester or something like that.
That would be, yeah. And I think with this election now, we need to bring back spitting image for the new parliament.
Oh,
And you're of
can't
that
they
age,
just
yeah?
get on with it? They were talking about that for a while, weren't they? But they haven't done it yet. Come on, people.
Yeah. One time they done a sketch, yeah, where Margaret Thatcher was at a dinner party, and he was asking what Margaret Thatcher would say. They asked her, "Have you had your meat?" She went, "Yes." And she goes, "What about the vegetables?"
Yeah.
And they were all the cabinet.
They'll have
right?
what I'm eating. Yeah, I know.
You've heard that one, yeah? So the thing is, and this thing about her having a heated seat, you know, I wonder if she's down below or up there.
Yes.
So we're never going to know what her reply was.
Right.
But the thing is, why is it that all these people, right, when they want to confuse me, yeah, all they talk about is figures like 2.8 million, 0.077 of the people say this, and then 4.67 and this, that, and the other.
Yeah,
and then
numbers.
4.56, and they just confuse me in figures now.
Statistics, yes.
Statistics, yeah. There's only one statistic that I believe in.
Right.
If it can happen, it will happen. And there's only the one that's going to happen. We're all going to die one day.
Well,
That's the only one I believe in.
okay, Ranjit, you first. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. Angela tweets, agree the young do need to vote and us oldies should stay in and keep our opinions to ourselves. Except me, of course, as I'm voting to keep the blonde blob out. Fingers crossed. Hopefully, or at least have no majority. Yeah, Margaret Thatcher, she should actually be the stand-in for Marmite. You know, people say, well, this and that issue is a very Marmite issue, meaning that some people like it and some people don't. Well, I suggest that there's nothing to dislike about Marmite. It's just the taste of salt. Yeasty, meaty salt. With the benefit of not having any meat. But Margaret Thatcher, it's you could say that fruit beer is a bit Margaret Thatcher. It's a Margaret Thatcher issue because some people love her and some people absolutely don't. I mean, I was at university when Margaret Thatcher was in power, and as I've said many times before, you can't say her name as Margaret Thatcher. You have to say Margaret Thatcher. Richie in Sutton says there's enough thickos voting. How about the only people allowed to vote are those who pass a test for intelligence and kindness? Well, I forget how many times I've said that. Over and over and over again I've expressed that opinion. But I'll go one louder. And I've said this loads as well. You shouldn't only have to pass a test to vote. You should have to pass a test before procreating. Absolutely. For the benefit of the nation, for the benefit of this planet. Because, I mean, there's too many of us. I asked David Attenborough about it. Get him on the phone right now. There's too many of us. And it's growing exponentially all the time because people just can't keep their hands to themselves.
Disgusting.
And there's just too many of us. And that's going to get much, much worse relatively quickly. I mean, we've barely got enough food to go around as it is. I mean, you know, what with the vast appetites that we have in the West, hoarding all of that good stuff for ourselves, while the rest of the world does absolutely zero for breakfast, lunch and dinner. And that's just going to get much, much worse because we don't want to change our lifestyles. We don't want to stop changing our phones every year and our cars every 6 months and having an ever bigger TV and all of the stuff that goes with that, digging the precious metals out of the ground and so on and so forth. And we want to water our lawns when the rains don't come and on and on. And at, what are we now, 6 billion? Well, it's going to be 10 billion pretty soon. And then what will we do? I think we're living at the best time. Again, I'm repeating myself. We're living at the best time in history, indisputably, because we've got the communications revolution. You know, we've got a computer in our pockets that's as large as the one that put the man on the moon. Amazing. And we've got a few advancements in medical technology, you know, many of which are not available on the NHS because it costs too much. But if you've got the money, honey, then you can afford them. And, there's just plenty else besides. We've got the Sopranos as a box set. I mean, what more could you want? And in the future, there's going to be too many people. We'll all be squeezed together, fighting over whatever, assets are still available. Whatever resources we can lay our hands on. There's going to be wars about water, I betcha. And so that's in the future. And, maybe, just maybe, fingers crossed, we'll all be dead by then. That's looking on the bright side. 0345 6060 973. Hang on, I'm going to cough. I may be dead by the end of the show. Operation Mockingbird tweets, nobody should be forced to vote. That's incorrect. You should be forced to vote. Absolutely. The political parties, however, should be forced to provide something worth voting for. Think on, says that person. I will not think on. I'm not here to think. Does it sound to you like I'm thinking?
No.
James texts, Marmite makes a good deterrent for unwanted advances in the pub. You just smear some over your chops. Yeah, you could smear some over your mouth as well. Ant in Barnet texts, what sort of carpeting do you have in your various cars? Steve Allen's Bentley has deep pile shag. Well, that's just plain rude. What Steve Allen does in his cars is entirely his own business. These people are obsessed with Steve Allen. Have you noticed? They're just absolutely obsessed with Steve Allen. 0345. What I find bizarre is, when do you people sleep? I mean, we're on practically opposite times of the day, and you're listening to me and you listen to him. I mean, when do you sleep? 0345 6060 973. I suppose he is available on the the World Wide Wait. As am I, and my podcast, by the way. I should mention that, just in passing. I have a podcast called The Nick Abbott Habit. It is selected by me, the best of this show, my favourite calls, which I put together with my own sticky little fingers. And I squirt it up the internet on Monday. And you can find it on our app, Global Player, which you can find on the App Store of your choice. Global Player. It has everything you need for your ears, apart from muffs. It's got all of the stations that we do. It's got X and Smooth and Heart and Capital. And this is like a test now. Can I get them all?
No.
No, it's got Classic FM. Oh, it's so Christmassy. I love Classic FM at this time of year. It's just great. And it's got us and plenty else besides, and loads of podcasts. I think you'll be delighted. And in amongst the podcast section, you can get this show in full without the ads, and also the best of. I would direct you to the best of. It's 30 minutes of concentrated amusement. Comes out every Monday. It's called the Nick Abbott Habit. If you don't do that kind of thing by apps, point a pewter in the direction of an internet near you and ask for it by name. The Nick Abbott Habit. 0345 6060 973. Let's have Bloomsbury. Sophia?
Hi, Nick. How are you?
Great, mate.
I'm glad of that. The best way to avoid spending trillions on nuclear deterrent is to read my novel on Amazon, Nuclear Man.
I'm absolutely not going to do that.
Oh, you should, but it has a second entry.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda. I refuse to do it. I won't.
It's a lot of punctuation.
You can't make me.
All right. Anyway, my dog, Frisk, is doing well.
Frisk?
Yes.
Frisk the dog?
Yeah, and the washing machine, Cristiano, is fine.
It sounds like a bizarre activity at the airport.
But I'm not naming any trees.
You're going to frisk the dog? What for?
Right. I'm not naming any trees. I wouldn't get to name trees. Mind you,
why would anybody do that? You'd have to be crazy to do that.
I totally agree with you there. Mm-hmm. Mind you, my avocado plants are doing well. But the best thing is to forget all these worries and sing happy songs at the Christmas party.
Yeah, go ahead. Sing us a happy song.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Amore, this one is.
Yeah, go ahead. Sing us a happy... Yes. Mm-hmm.
When you walk on the...
Oh, no, we've run out of time on that call. Gosh, I hate it when that happens. Ron takes, before prawn cocktail crisps came smoky bacon. That's my favourite part of a cow. Leon says, for people who work nights, Nick, you're the breakfast show and Steve Allen is drive time. Huh. Well, I suppose that's true, isn't it? I'm the breakfast show. Hey, wake up to me with an egg. It's the best way to start a day. At 10 o'clock in the evening. Adam in Brighton says, salt and shake crisps. Oh, that's what they call them, isn't it? Salt and shake. You do the salt and shake and put the freshness back. Salt and shake crisps have the bag of salt and are still available. Are they? Still available. You can still DIY your own crisps. He says, I think that's your only option for unsalted. Also, if you want fresh fries in McDonald's, ask for them without salt. They always put it on and have to cook a new one for that request. I tried garlic beer once. Horrid garlic beer. Oh, no. Horrid, you say? Well, I could have told you that, fool. Garlic beer. That sounds... disgusting. Terrible. I can't remember the last time I was in McDonald's. It must have been in the 80s, in the 1980s. I do remember when they opened up. It was. I think it was the first one in Uxbridge. I mean, not the first one ever, but the first one in this country. We were beside ourselves because I was at university at the time, and fast food and the students goes together like garlic and beer, and we just couldn't get enough of it. I think that's the last time I ever went into a McDonald's, like 1980, 78, 79, something like that. Are they still available? Is McDonald's still available? Are they still going? I bet they've done very well. Southampton. Hello, Simon.
Hey, Nick. How you doing?
Good, thanks.
I've got a couple of things. First of all, if we can just talk about the conference last night, the leaders' debate.
Yes.
I just wanted to add my thoughts to that.
Go on,
so I've been pretty much obsessed about all of this for the last few months.
Yeah.
And if there's one thing I noticed last night, regardless of what any polls say, is that every time Jeremy Corbyn spoke, he got a round of applause. Boris didn't.
Well, that's just the studio audience. That's neither here nor there.
Well, I don't know, because what I notice is that whenever Jeremy Corbyn goes somewhere, he is adored.
Well, yes, presumably because when he goes somewhere, he's addressing a crowd of adherents.
Well, I can only speak as I see.
Yes.
And the other thing is, even the official Conservative Twitter postings, whenever they post something, the comments that follow are always negative and derogatory. I'm just saying
okay, but you may be searching that out, Simon. I would contend that the comments on any internet story of any kind whatsoever are derogatory and offensive. Just look at any story on the Daily Mail website. I double dare you. Anyone, just pick any one. Doesn't matter what it is.
Oh, I know what you're saying. I want to make a prediction, and it could be wrong, and I'm perfectly fine with that. But my prediction is Labour landslide.
Okay.
Right. And if I could just give out a message to one of your other listeners, who phones up quite regularly.
Right.
His name's Brian from Stockton-on-Tees.
Yes.
And on Friday, I will be playing a very small violin for him, very quietly, and offering my condolences.
Okay.
I just wanted to get that out of the way. Now, food.
I love it when listeners start picking fights with each other. Why can't people just get along?
Food. Anyway, talking of food, actually, because this relates to gammon. I didn't just say that. Wafer thin ham.
Yeah. My favourite.
Do these companies take us for mugs? Because if I was going to go out and spend good, hard-earned money on food, I don't really want to be fobbed off with something that's wafer thin. I want to get some food in my belly.
Right, you want a big wedge of meat.
Yeah. wafer thin ham is nothing to be proud of.
No, I think it
and
is.
And the other thing...
I think it's a great step forward in human technology. Food technology, absolutely. Wafer thin, it melts on the tongue.
But they take us for fools. It means we've got to buy more of it.
Yes, that's right. Well, you buy the same amount, it's just cut up thinner, that's all.
Well, let me put this one to you. Do you like chocolate?
Of course.
Right. So,
let me be more specific. I don't like that cheap chocolate substitute that you buy in newsagents. That's rubbish. I like real chocolate.
Yeah. But I'm talking about just, the stuff that you just mentioned.
Right. Well, then the answer is no.
Well, the stuff that you just mentioned that ends...
Well, never mind about ending. We know what we're talking about. Go on.
Right. The particular chocolate bar in question is named after a George...
See, he just can't help himself, can he? You fail this test. Yeah. No, the answer's no. Whatever it is you're just asking. Unless it's yes. Or it might be...
No. Yes.
James says, didn't you go to university in the 80s? Surely you remember Snakebite, lager and blackcurrant, the original fruit beer. Yeah, I do remember that. Yeah, Snakebite. No, it wasn't Snakebite, lager and cider and blackcurrant. I worked in a pub and we refused to serve it to people because the feeling was it made people violent. I think it's because it doesn't taste like alcohol. People would drink a lot of it. I'm sure there's no reason why cider and beer as a mixture should make people violent. I mean, alcohol makes people violent, but not specific types. I always thought whiskey had a reputation of making people violent, but I've been drinking bourbon. I mean, I know bourbon's not like Scotch, but bourbon, I can drink bourbon and almost not hit anybody. Most times I drink bourbon, I end up not hitting anybody. I have a blazing row with myself, though, which usually ends in shouting. This says, I drank Snakebite at uni, it's amazing. What, like science fiction? It's amazing. Jan in Lincolnshire says, they have sausages in batter on sticks in Australia. They're called Dagwood dogs. That sounds absolutely awful. Like most things that come from Australia. No offence. Let's have a call in Crouch End. Hello, Paul.
Hi. It's Snakebite and Black was the drink at Wolves Polly.
But isn't Black Guinness?
To drink. No, it was Snakebite and Black. It was the lager and cider with blackcurrant.
Right.
And that made it tasty.
Yes. Well, it made it seem like it wasn't alcohol.
Absolutely, it was an alcohol pop before its time.
But I'm right about that, and it does have a reputation of making people go off.
Absolutely. But the point is that we can have more people on the planet, not less.
What? Where are we going to put them?
There's plenty of space for people.
Space? Where? Point to where is space.
Everywhere. There's more than enough space. The more people we have, the more wealth we create, and the more we can go to another planet.
Oh, right. Because
easily,
yes,
easily.
We'll use up this planet like a tissue, and then throw it away.
What?
Well, like a disease. We've spread over this planet, and once we've killed it, then we'll go and do the same to another planet.
Not at all. We were expanded in Europe, and then we went to America. We can do the same with another planet. No problem. Very negative. It's very negative to say that
no problem. Yeah, it'd be no problem colonising another planet. What is the issue there? You know, apart from not being able to breathe.
We can create wealth and go to another planet very easily.
Wealth. See, that's the problem.
It doesn't sit well. It doesn't sit well.
What doesn't?
It doesn't sit well.
If the truth doesn't sit well with you, Paul, then that's an issue you're going to have to take up with yourself. It's not my problem.
I'm just saying that
the pursuit of wealth is the problem. It's not the salvation. It's not going to solve anything. That is the problem.
Having more children isn't a problem.
Yes, it is. Absolutely. Selfish people who have more than like two 2 children. I mean, you see in the newspapers, oh, I'm having me 12th kid. I love it. It's just you're addicted to having children. You know, the pain of having children is in itself addictive, I'm sure, to some people, some weird beards.
No, I think we can procreate as much as we want, and we can expand, and that'll just be a good thing for all of us.
Right. So you've thought about this in depth, have you? You've done the research.
Well,
no.
I don't think we need to be stopping people having children.
We should be stopping some people from having children. That is indisputable.
I don't think we can say who can have children.
Well, I think that we can. I just leave it to me. I'll be the decider.
How are we going to decide that?
Well, based on looks. No, not necessarily whether somebody is good looking, but I'll just make an instant decision based on your, your mien, your entire being, your attitude. And if I don't like your attitude, then you're out.
Well, that does sound mean. That does sound nasty.
Well, I'm just, that's nature, that is. David Attenborough will explain that to you. Nature is nasty. I'm just trying to help humankind. You've got to break eggs to make an omelette.
I think you'd be very relaxed about the whole thing.
Yeah, I am, yeah. Well, being as I am the decider...
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think David Attenborough would be very relaxed about the whole thing. And if he...
No, David Attenborough is not relaxed about it. He's clenched of the fist and red of face about it. He's furious. With you, specifically.
I think... okay. Fair enough. I didn't know that.
Yeah, well, see, now you're glad you called, right? Sylvia.
Oh, hello, Nick. What I first would like to say is you're on about children.
On about?
And what I would like to say is how anyone can produce children if they are on benefits and what have you.
Yeah, where would they find the time? What with all that important TV to watch?
Eh?
Go on.
Relying on food banks, Nick.
Yeah.
You know yourself, if you are if you're married and you're working, how hard it is to provide and feed for children. But I've been watching The Jungle, Nick, and all them have lost weight. And why do you think they've lost weight?
Raging diarrhea?
Beans and rice. I know you might say, who'd want a diet like that?
Yeah, who'd want a diet like that? Yeah.
They get a good package, Nick, for going
Excuse me? What?
They get a good package, money, for going in.
Money!
I think that's
that
one
kind
of the main
package,
purposes
right.
why they go in.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, Nick, it's what you put in your mouth is to how you turn out. Now, I went to the doctor's once, and he said to me...
Get out of my surgery. No?
He said, I'm overweight.
Yes.
So what do you think I did? I used to have like a cup of tea.
Console yourself with a couple of cakes?
A biscuit or a chocolate bar and what have you.
Yes.
So I thought, I've got to do something about this.
Right. You changed your doctor, no?
Yes. And what do you think I did, Nick? When he went to weigh me,
Had a second
he said,
opinion.
you've lost a stone. He said, you've lost a stone.
Right.
And so you know what that is? Sugar.
Yeah, sugar. Bread is probably another one that you want to give up.
Yes, I cut that out, and it's chips. But excuse me, but what I'm saying is, Nick, it's
You gave up chips and took up cigarettes.
No, I don't smoke. I do like a drink. But what I'm just saying is, it just goes to show you, Nick, it's true. And same with children. You know, I've brought forward. It's true.
You've got four. 4, did you say?
Eh?
Did you say you've got 4 children?
Yes,
4?
They've all grown up, but what...
4? That's too many.
Yes, but what do you think? My husband grafted and provided for them. We didn't rely on benefits, food banks...
Well, that's neither here nor there. Having a child is... Absolutely, having a child is one of the most destructive things you can do to the planet.
No, having a child?
Yes.
No, not if you can provide for them.
That's not true.
True.
Because your child will go and have another child, and that child will have another child, and suddenly we've got 5 million people that all look like you, Sylvia.
I don't give 2 hoots. All I'm saying is, if you can provide for them, good luck to you. But I would hate to think
that hire to bring children up and rely on food banks and benefits. And
Right,
all
well,
I
there's
say to
other
these
things that need to be done to raise a child to be an upstanding citizen than just feeding them well.
feeding them, no, not the point of feeding them. Make sure you don't give them a lot of takeaways
Yeah.
and what have you, and you try your best to where they don't put on a pile of weight.
Right. So is it, and how are they?
Oh, mine. Well, they're all off my hands now.
Yeah, but...
So they've got their own.
You're prevaricating, Sylvia.
Pardon?
I think that they're probably... they can pinch more than an inch, am I right?
I don't know about that, but what do you think? I've got rid of my 4, and they've got their own children.
Oh,
and,
see, like I said, you're part of the problem, not the solution.
No, I'm not a problem. All of them are the grafters, the 4 of them. They've been brought up, they've got to work.
Right. Now, are you saying grafters or grifters? Because there's a big,
grafters.
big difference.
That's all I want to say, Nick.
Yeah.
Good night.
OK, thanks a lot, Sylvia. 0345 6060 973. This says, getting a lot of calls... Oh, this is my glamorous assistant. Says, getting a lot of calls about snake bites and what they do to your digestion. What do they do to your digestion? It's just beer and cider with blackcurrant mixed. I mean, if you pop a sausage in there, and that sounds like an excellent way to start a day. It would be another golden day. If you start with lager and beer and blackcurrant and a sausage. You could mix them together, but you could use the sausage as a swizzle stick. Try it. And thank me later. No, wait, I've changed my mind. You can thank me now.
Thank you.
Dustin in Hampshire says, why are you worried about global warming? We are 60,000 years overdue an asteroid, the same type that wiped the dinosaurs out. Well, it didn't quite wipe the dinosaurs out. We still have dinosaurs among us. And one of them pooped on my car the other day. Can you believe that? So, yes, I would welcome an asteroid. Let's wipe the bird population out for a start. And Rob texts, we are being lied to about Greenland ice melting because 200 billion tons of ice fell on Greenland in 2018 and only 40 billion tons melted off. What? 200 billion tons of ice fell on Greenland and only 40 billion tons melted off. What on earth does that mean? Gas tweets, you need a Ford Fiesta Mark 1. Ford Fiesta. For a Ford Fiesta. That is an excellent vehicle. I think you'll find that is correct. A Ford Fiesta. It says a Ford Fiesta Mark 1, 4-star, leaded petrol, colour, grass green, best car you will ever have, says Gaz. Which seems weirdly specific, like he's selling one. Gaz, there's not any more room in my street for me to park the broken cars that I've already got. Let's have a call in Wandsworth. Hello, Doug.
Hi there, Nick.
Doug.
How you doing?
Good, thanks.
Nick, did you have...
Doug, please speak directly into the phone.
I beg your pardon, sir. Hang on 1 second. I'm very untechnical.
Yeah. They should come with instructions, shouldn't they?
Yeah, no, it's one of these fruit tree, the Liverpool far from the tree. Is that a lot better?
Right, not really, but go on.
Oh, really? I'm not a very good mic. Having worked for a long time in a pub in Compton Street.
Doug, please try speaking directly into the phone.
Nick, I am.
We're not on speakerphone, are we?
No, I'm talking directly into the phone.
Okay, then.
Here's the mic.
Right.
Probably. No, I really am talking directly into the phone.
Get on with it.
Get on with it. Yep. My friend is listening on the other end, and he said I'm going to make it complete.
Well, that's probably the problem. Tell him to put the phone down.
No, I wanted to make a point. You made such a good point earlier. I'm trying to remember it.
Right.
Bourbon. One bourbon, one scotch, one beer.
Yes, one bourbon, one scotch, one beer. That's right.
Yeah, listening to George Thorogood. Firstly, please explain what the difference between whiskey and bourbon is. Although I do enjoy Jack Daniels, no brand.
Yeah. Yes. Jack Daniels, you say? That always struck me as an odd combination. One whiskey, one bourbon, one... How did it go? One bourbon, one whiskey, one beer, or some combination of that. Why have whiskey and a bourbon? I mean, they're practically the same thing. Is he gone? Oh, he's gone. It's a dream come true. Oh, well, we'll never know. He's disappeared like a South American dictator. Well, it was... it was nice knowing you.
Bye-bye.
Ace tweets, will you and Steve Allen ever do a podcast together? Well, let me think about that for 10 seconds. No. I shouldn't expect so, no. Why would we... no. We'd both want to be top dog. No, we'd be fighting for supremacy, I would imagine. No, it would never work. George texts, me and my girlfriend met after drinking snake bites, so there must be some value there. Right. Okay. But you don't tell me how you met. You met on the floor of the pub that you were drinking in. And JD in Scotland says, in Aberdeen we call snakebite and black diesel. You could also have a turbo diesel, which involved adding a shot of gin. Oh, no. Lager, cider, blackcurrant and gin, all in the same glass. Wow. That does sound like an eye-opener, doesn't it? It would both open your eyes and close them again in one go. Heaven and hell in one glass. I could do with 6 or 7 pints of that right now, as a matter of fact. Let's have a call in Sevenoaks. Mark.
Hi. I've noticed that as the Conservative leader's been sliding down into hung Parliament territory, and with the likelihood of a second
I'm not sure that that's true, but anyway.
Well, 6% on a YouGov poll today, I think.
6% between them
people
on a
say
YouGov
is
poll?
hung Parliament territory.
Really, there's 6% between the Conservatives and Labour in a YouGov poll today?
I believe so, yes. I heard that on LBC.
Did you? Oh, well, it must be true. Unless you misheard it.
Yeah, possibly. But it's probably the lowest lead yet. But anyway, the lead is decreasing anyway.
Well, I'm not... well, many polls would suggest that it isn't, but go on.
Well, over the last couple of weeks, I think. And but I've noticed the pound has been steadily increasing. Which is the reverse of what happened after the referendum.
Yeah.
So it could be that...
increasing by what amount?
Well, I think over the last few weeks it's gone from about 110 to about 118.
Really?
Yeah, I think so. Yes, it's about 118 now. Yes,
is anything that you just told me correct?
Yeah, I'm going on the basis of my memory, which is...
Oh, your memory. Yeah. Oh, wow.
So
should have said.
Yeah, but anyway, it does seem to be that way, and so it could well be that a vote for a hung Parliament is a seriously good investment, boosting one's wages and benefit and savings by about 10 to 15%.
Well, I've said this over and over. I don't see what people object to with a coalition government. I mean, most other countries that you can name are run by coalitions.
Well, now there's the added advantage of avoiding having a Corbyn or Johnson majority government.
What it prevents is a government going to one extreme or the other, which is not where most people are. Most people are sort of middle-ish. We make our minds up on the various issues depending on what those issues are. I mean, I'm quite right-wing when it comes to people selling me cars that don't work, for instance. I want those people to be punished to death. But if it comes to what you would like to do in your time off, as long as it doesn't interfere with anybody's pleasure in any way, shape or form, I think you should get on with it. No problem.
Absolutely. Yes. the other thing that I've noticed with this election campaign is there's been a considerable amount of scamming.
Scamming? What do you mean?
In a fairly straightforward, obvious way. I mean, for example, the statement that the referendum was a once-in-a-generation vote and will be implemented is effectively promising the people that the people themselves would not reverse it using their power in a general election. And when you're promising somebody that they themselves will do something, that's what a hypnotist does. They promise you that you will stop smoking, for example. So that's a pretty much scammy thing to do.
Well, yeah, okay.
Well, it isn't in the case of somebody wanting to stop smoking, but this is a case of somebody wanting to influence somebody else in a way that they haven't asked to be.
All right, but it was, we will enact the result of the referendum and blah, blah, blah. Doesn't necessarily mean that we won't change our minds in the future if that's what people want to do.
Well, why did they say once in a generation then? I mean, that implies that the people won't use their power in a general election to change.
Well, how long's a generation?
About 20 years or so. Probably a bit more nowadays.
Is it?
Yes, a generation. I mean, generation is the age at which people start having children.
Yeah, well, like 12.
Historically, that's been about 20 years, but now it's probably a bit more than that.
Well, I'm not sure.
But, well, it can't be much less than that, can it?
Well,
I would hope not.
Legally, it can't be less than 16, but it is.
Well, most people don't have. Most people don't have children when they're teenagers.
Right. Okay. Well, let's not get bogged down in who did what to who and when.
Yeah. There's also been another scam. Some people were going nuts about this poll that came out that said that that the majority of people would risk violence to have their particular way in the question of Brexit.
Right.
And this really exercised a lot of people, including some on LBC. But if you phrase the question a different way and say, would you be inclined to appease a thug who's threatening you so that you change your vote? Most people would say that they wouldn't be inclined to do that.
Well,
because they would want to uphold their democratic rights.
Well, if at that moment and somebody's got their fist in your face, you might say yes, just go away.
No, but I'm not talking about that. I mean, that's why I said would be inclined to avoid that sort of immediate situation. But so I mean, risking violence, being prepared to risk violence, and approving of violence. And disapproving of violence and being prepared to risk violence are consistent positions to take.
Right. Well, I'm consistently against violence, and I will punch anybody that says otherwise. Hey, Mark, I've got to go, but thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. For accuracy, because we're only interested in accuracy on this show, the latest YouGov poll says Tories on 43%, Labour on 33%, the Lib Dems on 13, Brexit and the Greens are neck and neck on 3 each. So it's a 10% lead, or a 10-point lead for the Conservatives at this moment on that poll. But there is only one poll that matters. Steve from Walton on the Hill texts, it was 1 bourbon, 1 scotch and 1 beer.
Rock and roll!
Correctamundo. But it just seems like a bizarre order. I'll have 1 bourbon, 1 scotch and 1 beer, please. I mean, I can understand a beer and a chaser, a beer and a scotch, or a beer and a bourbon. But having a bourbon and a scotch, why not just have a double bourbon or a double scotch? Why? I just don't understand that as an order, unless you're ordering for 3 people. 1 bourbon, 1 scotch, 1 beer. Yeah, bourbon is quite nice. I like it. Previously, I was only really interested in tequila as a spirit. It's the best way to start a day. A couple of pints of tequila. Sets you up for anything that the day will throw at you. But bourbon is quite nice. I like it. This anonymous text says, I had snakebite and black, consisting of beer, cider, and black sambuca. All I can remember is it tasted like a burning tyre. I love the smell of burning tyre in the morning. Stoke-on-Trent. Hello, Paul.
Hello, Nick.
Paul.
Oh, are you tonight?
Pardon?
How are you tonight?
How am I tonight?
Yeah.
I'm super. Thanks for asking.
Fantastic. Do you reckon the Tories will win the next election, do you think?
I don't know. We'll find out.
You'll find out on Thursday, won't you? Yeah, Friday, whatever.
What?
We'll find out on Friday, won't we? Who's going to win it?
That's right, yeah.
If Tories in the lead, they could win it. Could clinch it, I don't know. But
if they get more votes, then it's possible that they'll win.
In time to the next few days, you never know, do you?
Yeah.
Oh. And do you think the Labour's blown it with Americans, do you think?
What?
In future times, and future American governments?
What?
Do you think the Labour governments, Labour, Jeremy Corbyn, has blown it with American governments in future times? You know, with his stance against America.
Paul, can anybody understand what you're saying?
What I'm trying to say, Nick, say it again. Do you think the Labour themselves have blown it with the Americans in future governments now that Jeremy Corbyn's against America, against Donald Trump as far as I know?
Wow, it's like you select some syllables to say, and then others you just cast away, sort of randomly. About halfway through a word, you just kind of give up and it trails away. I'll have Labour blown it with the Americans.
That's what I'm trying to say.
That's what you're trying to say.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, I get it.
Future times, yes. If Labour get them back in again, that's what I'm.
Well, there's certain people may have blown it with a certain American by saying something that he would blow his wig up over if he actually heard him say it.
I think Donald Trump is clearly out of his mind.
Would be one of them.
So as Britain blown it with Americans, that's the whole point, isn't it, really? In future times. Not just now, in years to come.
In future times. Well, in future times, Donald Trump isn't going to be president anymore.
Well, that's it.
I'm president. Can you believe it?
Yeah, well, the next one may be significantly better. It couldn't possibly be worse. I mean, it could be back to Obama. It could be Michelle Obama, because, Americans tend to hand this out to a few select families. Oh, please, pretty please, with sugar on top, let it not be one of Trump's children. Can you imagine that? Oh, my God. If the Trump family became a political dynasty, well, I think we can all kiss this world goodbye. I'm leaving the planet. Get Elon Musk on the phone. I'm booking a seat in one of his rockets. That would be awful. God, Melania would be stuck in the White House forever. What do you think about that, Melania?
I don't care.
Not remotely interested. She's got a lock on the inside of her door. It's got a combination on the outside. And Donny can't remember what the numbers are. You know, even though he's really, really smart.
Trust me, I'm like a smart person.
And we know that because he told us so himself. Patrick says, in Gosport, Nick, you could be a granny before your 32nd birthday. It might be less than that, but I'm trying not to allude to something inappropriate or controversial on your nice and polite family show. Well, thank goodness for that. Because politeness is our watchword.
Be polite!
Or we'll kill you. We're totally looking into toilets. It's where I get all my lawyers, all my people who work for me. It's where I get all the people that I'm putting in the swamp looking at toilets very closely. He just says this stuff as a distraction, doesn't he? He just throws distraction bombs out the window. Stop people talking about, all the fake news. In other words, people reporting accurately the things that he's done, which throw a negative light on him. Total fake news. Yes, we're really looking into sinks. We're looking at them very strongly, into sinks and toilets. People have to flush the toilet 10 times? People. Who? Donny, if you have to flush a toilet 10 times, then maybe you shouldn't be eating breakfast, lunch and dinner out of a bucket. Just a thought. It's twisting your internal organs. All that fried chicken. Stu from up north says, I no longer have ice in my drink since this climate change thing started. I'm scared that the ice will melt, thereby raising the level of liquid in my glass to the point of overflowing. My mum would get cross if the tablecloth got wet. Says Stu. You don't get it, do you, Stu? It's not the ice that's in the sea that's the problem, it's the ice that's on the land. But, don't let the facts get in the way of a strongly held opinion. This says, have you or are you still going to arrange, Nick, the music tune with the banjo playing from the Deliverance film? Introduce it within the show to help liven it up. liven this show up with this? No, I definitely will not do that. Alan in Reigate says, polls are used to sway opinion, not to reflect opinion, and YouGov are Tory-owned and totally biased, says Alan in Reigate, which is incorrect in every respect. That is just not true. It's a highly respected polling organisation who produce polls that are weighted to represent, or to reflect, rather, the demographic makeup of this fine nation, as you must know. Bromley. Hello, Philip.
I'm still laughing at the 10 times flushing front thing.
Yeah. And looking into toilets really closely.
Yes, 10 times. What occurred to me was the lack of discussion I've noticed about the Boris Johnson mistress thing.
Lack of discussion? Are you kidding?
Well, it's never asked directly. I mean, if Theresa May had kicked Philip out and taken on a toy boy 25 years her junior, moved him into number 10, the tabloids will be all over it.
Yeah.
Or even if it was Corbyn. I mean, it really is.
Well, it hasn't been proven one way or the other, and neither have actually said that any shenanigans took place.
Oh, but he's openly admitted that he is in a relationship with her. But when he's...
not sure that's true.
Oh, no, he has. And when he was told
true.
about it, he said, I must protect my family. Well, how can he protect them when neither of his wives will speak to him and neither of his daughters will speak to him?
Well, he's got other members of he's got a sister and a brother and a dad and, all the rest of them.
Yeah, they're out the loop. They won't talk to him. a great moral...
I'm sure they all get around a table and they get on just like any other family.
Yeah. But why haven't Rees-Mogg or Duncan Smith, who are both fundamentalist Catholics, ever been questioned about this?
Well, you're asking me? You can't ask Jacob Rees-Mogg anything because he's disappeared.
He has disappeared.
Where's Jacob?
Where is Jacob?
Yeah, like I said yesterday, it's like, where's Waldo? And curiously, they look exactly the same.
Hello, Jacob. Where are you?
Yeah. Okay, sounds very much like a listener with material, Philip. Time's running out.
The other thing I was going to mention, if you notice that when Boris Johnson did his conference after the NATO summit, he did this thing about, I'm going to take questions now, and then immediately said, which I've got listed here. And then he went through them and picked the Daily Mail, Telegraph, Sun, Sky News. It was all vetted beforehand.
Well, no doubt.
Censorship.
Yeah, why answer a question that you haven't previously rehearsed? Very, very unwise. It's like a lawyer. Never ask a question that you don't know the answer to. Jings texts, it's 13:04 in New Zealand, and I think I'm going to have to take my shirt and socks off. It's so hot. Yeah, well, thanks a lot, Jings, but we don't wish to know that. Blooming freezing outside here. It's like winter. You believe that? So anyway, there's Greta Thunberg is in the news again. She's complaining about the climate.
Stop whining.
Climate activist Greta Thunberg joined protesters in Madrid, wherever that is. This is a UN Climate Summit conference. And she told the world leaders that her movement is getting bigger and louder. Bigger and louder with a lot of moaning kids.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
But they couldn't hear the UN climate conference. It was told by climate activist Greta Thunberg that her movement is getting bigger and louder. They couldn't hear her as they had their fingers in their ears and were humming loudly to themselves. Still, we appreciate your efforts, Greta.
Thank you.
But you're wasting your time. No one's going to do anything until it's too late. I mean, you can feel people dig their heels in about climate change. They're just not interested. Or rather, they're interested, but they will not accept that it's a thing, because that would mean that they would have to change their lives. That's the only explanation I can come up with people just refusing to believe. It's almost like a religion with these people that climate change is not happening. Just think, what would Jesus do? I mean, the human race doesn't look to the future. That is absolutely true. And we're all about the now. We want instant gratification, like a baby. And depriving ourselves of something now in order to get a reward later just isn't in us. Yeah, but thanks for the effort, Greta. You're young enough to have time later, you know, when the floods come, to tell us, I told you so. In Swedish. Gehörga Flöga. So she's in Madrid, Greta Thunberg, after a 3-week sailing trip across the Atlantic, because she's sworn off flying to help save the environment, which gives the usual suspects an easy target to dismiss her. It's always the same thing. People who are part of the problem want to shoot the messenger by pointing out that her and these kids, they've all got central heating and they don't eat tree bark for breakfast and they've got cereal with milk in it from a flatulent cow. So we must dismiss everything that they say. So the kids are doing the campaigning because they're not solving the climate crisis themselves in one go. We must ignore everything that they say. That seems to be where we are now. It's the thing that will do for mankind. I keep saying this, short-termism, a refusal to accept that we're all living life out of balance. Koyaanisqatsi, my favourite film. Hopi Indian word, which means a life out of balance, which is absolutely what we're living. There's no question about it. Koyaanisqatsi.
Affirmative.
Ask for it by name. Koyaanisqatsi. In fact, you can treat yourself this Christmas. Go and get that and sit down with your favourite tipple and let your eyes just be fed. It is fantastic. And you can thank me later. No, wait. I've changed my mind. You can thank me now.
Thank you.
So while the uninformed spout their learned nonsense that there can't be global warming because it's cold out, asinine comments like that, and we must ignore science because a scientist once got something wrong, we're ignoring the evidence which is all around us. Greenhouse gases, as Toya used to say. Greenhouse gases in the atmosphere hit a new record in 2018. Victoria Falls, this was in the news just the other day. One of the most majestic waterfalls on Earth, it's dried up. Victoria Falls. Falls no more. Africa, suffering the worst drought in 100 years. 45 million people are starving to death because the rains didn't come and their crops didn't grow. Australia is on fire, it's been so dry. And yet we've got record rainfall in this country. It's never been so wet. Soaking we are. How much more evidence do you need? I bet that people are waiting for the seer of all things, the grand vizier of knowledge, the knower of everything there is to know, to accept what is happening. Only when he speaks will they accept that it is an actual thing.
What do I know about it? All I know is what's on the internet.
I mean, the problem for us here is that it'll just rain a bit more in this country. And we won't be able to go out without a brolly. It won't seem that bad. But when the weather changes and the climate shifts in poor places, people will either stay and die or they'll move somewhere else. And then what are we going to do?
I'm building a wall, okay? I'm building a wall. I'm building a wall, okay? I'm building a wall.
Yeah, we'll all be building a wall to keep the people out that we in the West have consigned to death. You know, but as long as we get a holiday twice a year and petrol's not too expensive, we don't care. And the reason that Greta Thunberg is in Madrid is because so are the people that can stop all of this. The world leaders. Well, most of them.
I know nothing.
Some of them didn't show up because they think it's fake news. Or at least that's what the Coal Board, who gave him millions and millions of dollars for his inauguration fund or his campaign, that's what they told him to say. Easily bought. The man who has nothing.
I make $400 million a year, so what difference does it make?
Yeah, sure you do, Donnie. You know, if he actually made a lot of money, if he made $400 million a year, he wouldn't refuse to release his tax return. He'd be plastering his tax return over every available surface. Look at this. This is a huge number. But because he isn't giving it up, that means he ain't got no money. When Melania finds out, she'll be furious. Imagine what she's had to put up with. So it's called the COP25, this UN climate change conference in Madrid, COP25. They're discussing the ways to halt catastrophic warming. And COP25 will be a cop-out. You know it will, because the people, they want to ignore it and hope it'll go away. And politicians are in need of the people's votes, so they aren't going to tell us to live a sustainable life, because who wants to do that? Meanwhile, the taps are running dry in South Africa. You can get wine in your holiday hotel in Cape Town, but you can't take a bath. But it's worse than that. There's countries in Africa that rely on hydroelectric power to squirt up their economies, their homes and their lives. And you don't get no power if you ain't got no hydro. Zimbabwe and Zambia have suffered power cuts because they rely on hydropower. So do a lot of other countries that begin with Z. I bet you can't name one. Zimbabwe, Zambia. Name another one. I bet you can't. I bet my glamorous assistant can't. Name one other country that begins with Z.
I'm not good at geography.
You fail this test. You know, I think there'd be less pushback from the deniers if their telly didn't come on and their lights didn't work and their credit cards were no good. If the electricity stopped in this country because of climate change, then we'd be upset. I mean, we'd turn into eco-warriors overnight. You know, after the looting and the rioting, after we'd nicked a really big TV and we got it home, and then remembered that the reason we could nick the TV in the first place is because the electricity was out. And TVs don't work very well without electricity. Then we'd be upset. But we're not remotely bothered if it happens to somebody else, somewhere else that we can't see. That's you know, there maybe be an "and finally" story on the news. And finally, 100 million people died. Still, never mind. Here's the weather. It's going to be blooming hot. Or not. Well, you know, there is an elephant in the room. In fact, there's a lot of dead elephants in the room. 55 elephants have starved to death in Zimbabwe's biggest national park because of the drought, because of climate change. Now, 55 dead elephants might make an impression, whereas a Swedish schoolgirl might not. You know, elephants, out of the David Attenborough show. I mean, David Attenborough himself has been talking about this for years, made TV shows about it, which we watched for the pretty images. Ah, so cute. And then we completely ignored the message. So it's a good job that we've got a totally intelligent and clued up leader of the free world who can show us the way.
I know nothing.
We're doomed. We're doomed. Unless the kids do something about it. Because the adults ain't. They ain't going to do nothing. And speaking to the climate change conference, Greta Thunberg said, "We are getting bigger and bigger and our voices are being heard more and more. But of course that does not translate into political action. We don't want to continue. We would love some action from people in power," she said. Yeah, why does it fall to a schoolgirl to tell us what to do? And politicians will nod sagely and say, "Well, yes, that's quite right, and that's a very interesting point, and we'll do something later." Yeah, don't bother us right now, because we're busy filling out our expenses forms. We'll come to that later, when it's too late. So don't hold your breath, Greta. We will do what we think we can get away with in the short term. And so will politicians, and we don't care enough to force them to do anything else. And you know, there was There was a story about this in the Daily Mail, and I scanned down, as I often do, to see the comment section, and it's the usual unhinged comments about any story. It doesn't matter what story it is. People. You want to know what people are like? Look at the comment section of the Daily Mail. That is what people are like. Unfiltered. And the most popular comment under this story was, please, enough of this child already. In other words, if you stop telling us there's a problem solved.
Hi, Nick. Hi there.
Hello there.
Hi there. Greta is taking a lot of stick, really.
Mm-hmm.
And but she's holding the audience agog.
Yes.
In this sort of tragic comedy so manifest as we're encoiled. So in this deceit and trickery, it's been referred to as the fatal futility of fact.
God, it's like getting a phone call from Shakespeare. Go on.
But we have joked not so long ago about Bojo being sideswiped by a can of Fukushima peach juice and going, yum, yum. But, we look at the causes and the effects and the ever-increasing myriad results of every cause. And now we see Greenpeace and we see the mainstream media, the Telegraph, the Express. We hear Fox News. We hear all these people now coming out saying South Korea is sending food and radiation detectors to the Tokyo Olympics. And lo and behold, they've found radiation hotspots near the Fukushima Olympic site. And here we now have just this month the European Union allowing unlabelled, untested produce, baby food from the Fukushima prefectures to come to our shelves.
Untested baby food? I seriously doubt that. There's no such thing as untested baby food. What are you talking about?
Well, what happens is the trade, you see. This is another effect of the causes, the global worries, the pressures to prop up economies and the environment to try and keep everything going buoyant. It's happening, Nick.
Yeah, we'll be buoyant, all right. And we'll be sailing down the high street in a canoe before you know it.
Nick, you have a lot of my love. I love you. Thank you very much. And good night, my love.
OK, thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. Puff and Blow tweets. In the following tweet are some basic scientific facts that are easy to understand. Oh, facts? Nobody's remotely interested in facts anymore. We're all about feelings now, baby. He says, for example, man only contributes 1/3 of 1% of atmospheric CO2. Please look at these screenshots as well. What screenshots? Thanks. Without CO2, all life on Earth becomes extinct. Yeah, well, nobody's suggesting that we remove all CO2. Everybody goes to the extremes, don't they? Oh, well, you're saying that CO2 is a bad thing. No, trees must breathe it in order to breathe out oxygen. Basic scientific facts. Right. Please, tell me less. Paul in Lower Boddington, not Upper Boddington, because that is an awful place, which is true. Any fool know that. Lower Boddington. He says, I don't know if Jeremy Corbyn can play an instrument, but wouldn't it be great to have Boris and Jeremy on TV performing the dueling banjos rather than bleating out nonsense? Bleating out the nonsense broadcast to date. Yeah, absolutely. No, nobody wants to hear that. A singing contest, maybe. Or maybe they should team up and go on Celebrity Dancing, whatever that show's called. Why are people watching that? I mean, how bored are you? Stop watching those stupid dancing shows and the cake shows and the singing shows and all those other daft shows that don't have a script. It's cheap TV for the perpetually vacant. Not pretty vacant, perpetually vacant. 0345 6060 973. Let's have a call in Bodmin. Richard.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hi, yes. Well, I've been an environmentalist since the 70s, since my dad told me there were CFCs in aerosol cans, and I became a young activist. And now, as my life has progressed, I now live off-grid in a little cottage on the moors. I don't have the power connected and stuff like that.
You don't have
and
power? How do you...
No, I have no...
Well, where do you get your power from?
Well, I still have a car, but I only live a couple of miles from work. So I kind of charge lights and things on my phone as I drive around. I don't drive far. But I think, what if people just became environmentalists and ignored the government and just cut all their power, cut down so much? And the other thing...
Well, where would people start, though? Because people think, well, I can't do without any of these things.
Well, you just have to. I do. I'm listening to you on the radio, and...
Well, how is the radio powered?
Through batteries.
Aha.
Aha. But the other point I was going to make, and I like Greta, that's fine. She's cool. But I sometimes feel like old white guys aren't invited to the current environmental movement. Do you know what I mean? It's like it seems to be for the lefties and stuff. Whereas although I didn't vote to leave. I support leave because it came up as 52-48. So I just support it because that's democracy. But I feel like I'm on the outside now. Do you know what I mean?
It seems pretty weird. If we're in a very strange place, if you have to be left-wing in order to want to save the planet that we're living on. Or rather, not save the planet, but save the climate that we have become used to.
Yeah, I continue being an environmentalist anyway, if you know what I mean. But sometimes I feel like starting an environmental movement for all the Boris supporters and all the Trump supporters and all the Leave supporters and all the...
It just seems bizarre that people are making it a political issue.
It does.
But it's a survival issue. If the rain doesn't stop, then we have a big problem in this country because there's a lot of places that won't be livable anymore, including most of our major cities.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree totally with, I'm not a climate denier or anything like that. I just think they should be open. I mean, I feel like almost starting another environmental movement opposite to Extinction Rebellion, where everyone's invited. And if you turn up with a Trump T-shirt or a Leave T-shirt, that you don't get hassled, and everyone can just join in. And I think the best way to save the environment would be to just shut down the grid for an hour on everyone's houses periodically around the country.
Yeah, well, I lived through that. It was called the 1970s.
Yeah, I remember it well. Yeah, we lit our candles.
Yes, we did, yeah. I don't want to go back to that again. No, thanks. No. Your Sky TV box doesn't work when the lights go out.
Don't touch me, or I'll kill you.
That should be people's watchword at their Christmas party. Don't touch me or I'll kill you. There was a missive that went around at Lloyd's of London. You read about that? I might get to that in a minute. But first, here's a very important call from Seattle. Matt.
Hello again, Nick.
Wow, you're loud.
I hope you're having
amazing. You're 6,000 miles away and you're the loudest call I've had so far. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Is it too spiky? I can turn the volume down if you need me to.
Just back off the phone a couple of feet.
Okay, will do. Which is ironic because normally it's opposite. It's like put your phone nearer to the microphone.
Yeah.
But my point was this, and I know you've studied psychology, but unless he's in a foreign embassy or something, just about literally every interview you see with our friend in the White House, with President Trump, it's right next to that ruddy helicopter.
Yeah.
And it's like, why? It's like, even he has the intelligence to step 30 yards away or to say, come into the sitting room.
I'm not sure that's true.
I know nothing.
Yeah, I don't think that's true. I don't think he does have the intelligence. I think he's doing it for a couple of reasons.
Well, yeah, and just to be rude, can I give my theory? Is that a bit like, I mean, you know, I don't wish harm on him at all, but a bit like King Lear, it's like he's going slightly nuts, and he doesn't want to hear what he has to say himself, because, you know, he's sort of like, if I can't, you know, if the helicopter rotor blades are there in the background, that it's like, you know, I know I don't really know what I'm talking about. But as a psychologist, I just wondered, you know, what you thought. It's like, so what's your theory? But I'm pretty sure that's
I've got two theories. I don't believe that he is self-aware enough to understand that what he says does make absolutely no sense whatsoever. I think he thinks he's a smart person.
Trust me, I'm like a smart person.
So I don't think self-reflection is a big thing with Donny. He likes shiny gold surfaces in which he can see his reflection, but that's not the same thing. Mentally, I think Kanye West had it best when he said "whoop-dee-dee-scoop-poop." Exactly. I think that he has those helicopter shout sessions because it makes him seem important, like he's got a helicopter going. So you know, he's a busy man. He's got things to do and places to go. Whereas really, that helicopter is just going to take him to the Kentucky Fried Chicken fly-through. That's he's only going there or to golf. It's not business appointments. It's not urgent business that he's going to. And also, it's difficult to hear the question, because you can only ever hear him, not the question. So it doesn't really matter whether he answers the question or not, because you can't hear it in the first place. And it's difficult to take bits of what he says and make fun of them, because you've got the helicopter in the background.
I know nothing.
Like that.
Yeah. Now, what you just said about not hearing the question, now, you know, you and I come from families of like broadcasters and journalists. Now that makes sense. That resonates.
I do not come from a family of broadcasters and journalists.
Well, then I'll shut up. But I mean, you know what I mean.
Dream come true.
No, most people say that, including my wife.
Yeah, and Donny would say it too.
Oh, shut up!
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, seriously. That makes sense, is that you can't hear the question, and but I still think there's something odd about it. There's something in my head that's like, why do you do that? Why do you stand outside and not take 20 steps forward and be like, shut up the rotor blades? You know, why would you do something like that?
Don't try and understand the rhymes and reasons why he does things. He just feels that way.
Touch, feel, that's what I do.
Yeah, he's a touchy-feely kind of guy.
Well, anyway, I think you're probably right, but that was my only point tonight, and it's just. And again, you're like, thank goodness for that. But it is odd, and it's like, you know, as I say, just bring them into the drawing room or the sitting room and have your questions there, and be like, would you like a cup of tea or a cup of instant coffee? You know, whatever it might be,
that
or
makes
a glass of
perfect
wine.
sense to me and you, but not him. All right, thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. He has a strange temperament.
But I have a strong temperament, and it's a very good temperament, and it's a very in-control temperament. I have a very strong temperament, but I have a temperament that's totally under control.
Yeah, a very strange temperament, like I said. I mean, mentally, he's a bit...
Bing bong!
If you know what I mean. Nothing he does makes any sense. Don't look for sense in what he does. It's the opposite of that, wherever you look. Let's have a call in Woking. Victor.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Nick. I actually think Donald Trump secretly believes in global warming bigly. Why else would he want to buy Greenland unless he thinks it will thaw? So I think the real conspiracy is the real Donald Trump. He's doing the art of the deal, and he's pretending global warming is fake, so people stop believing in global warming. Then he can bag a huge deal, and he can there'll be loads of thawed land to turn into golf courses and hotels.
Well, that is a good theory if he was a smart person, but as we know from his own mouth, he is not a smart person.
Trust me, I'm like a smart person.
Well, I actually got that wrong.
Yeah. Anyway, just wanted to give you that.
All right, well, thanks for laying that on me, baby. 0345 6060 973. He's not a smart person, and he's not a nice person either.
Donald Trump is a very nice person.
Adam in Uxbridge says, or near rather. Well, that's very specific. You're distancing yourself from Uxbridge, and yet you're near it. Adam near Uxbridge. Well, where? Ruislip? Where is it? Tell me. He says, how come you're not getting a look in on LBC's election night coverage? Because I don't work on Thursdays. And will your shows over Christmas be your own shows with sound effects included? Looking forward to them. Yes, they absolutely will. The A to Z of 2019 starts on Christmas Eve. Starts on Christmas Eve. We take a letter of the alphabet and go through the entire year and construct a giant list, which I'll put in my new book, which is forthcoming, which may be called What the Hell Was That About? Unless I've already written a book called What the Hell Was That About? I forget. I've written quite a few. They're collected columns. And I can't remember if I've called one What the Hell Was That About? If I have, then it could be What the Hell Was That About Part 2. But it's going to be it's going to be out soon, and the A to Z of 2019 is going to be in the back of it, and we'll construct it, you and I, if you join the innie, from 10 p.m. on Christmas Eve. From Friday the 20th, that's when I start, my ordinary Friday before Christmas. I'll be on that Friday. And then on every single night at 10 until January the 2nd, I think. I'm with you through the whole thing. And I am very much looking forward to it. It's my favourite time of the year. Croydon. Hello, Maxine.
Hello, my love.
Oh, my God, you're loud.
Yeah, well, you always complain that people don't talk into the phone.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
I never do now. Quick question, my lovely. Are you going to go and visit Ian Dow on your way home? I hope you're going to take him down a snake bite, a sausage and a foxtail soup, my love.
I might kick his feet and wake him up. How does that sound?
Oh, well, there you go. Has he got a nice sleeping bag, my darling?
Has he or have I?
No, not you. Well, no, you can go and sleep in your car, can't you?
Yeah, I will, yeah. I'll use it as a sleeping bag because I'm sure that pretty soon it'll be broken and that's all it'll be good for.
Oh, my love. Ain't you fixed it yet?
I've got 3 cars, 2 of which don't work. One of which didn't work, so I bought a car to replace the one that didn't work, and the one that I bought to replace the car that didn't work doesn't work. And so I had to buy a third blooming car. Can you believe it?
Huh? No, it's you, isn't it?
You, miss me. Me.
It's got to be you. I've never known anyone so unlucky with cars.
No, or anything else for that matter. My watch doesn't work. My CD player had to get fixed. My phone doesn't recognise my face anymore. My beautiful face, Maxine.
Oh, my Lord. I bet your podcast works, doesn't it?
Yeah, but I don't have anything to do. I just nail them together and then give them to somebody else to squirt up the internet.
Oh, my God. Do you know something? It's very windy outside and I've lost my cat. I'll keep going out in the garden. I texted you earlier on, but I sent you a text earlier that I was going to sleep, so I've got to get up early in the morning to listen to Steve Allen singing again.
No, this can't be true. Steve Allen does not sing on the radio.
He does sing. Listen to him in the morning. He will sing.
To sing what?
He sings Christmas songs. He loves Christmas.
Oh, my God, that sounds awful.
It's not. He's good.
He sings Christmas songs. Please tell me that's not true.
It is true. You ask any of your listeners.
Well, like what? What song does he sing?
He sings like Away in a Manger.
No, he does not.
Yes, he does. He sings loads of Christmas songs. He's all into Christmas.
He is fouling the airwaves on Jesus' birthday.
Look, let me tell you something. He's the only person I know that would celebrate Christmas in April. He starts Christmas so early, he gets us all excited, my love. But I've still lost my cat Doris, and I can't find her. And it's very windy out.
Well, cats can cope with wind.
No, but she likes to be in of a night.
Well, have you got a cat flap?
No.
Why haven't you got a cat flap?
Because I'll have every other cat in the house. No, I don't want to. Why would I have a cat flap?
Well, because for the cat.
No, I let it out. I opened the door, my love.
Right, well, how do you know the cat's there?
What do you mean, the cat ain't here? I've lost it. I don't know where it is.
I mean, how do you know the cat's on the other side of the door to let it in?
Well, I don't, unless I go and open the door.
Right.
You're getting too technical, you are.
No, if you haven't got a cat flap and you have to open the door to let the cat in, how do you know the cat's there?
Because we let it out earlier on, but it ain't come back. So I've lost it. So now I'm going to be up all night. So who's on next? Because I'll be up all night listening to LBC.
Right.
I know more about politics, everything that's going on. I'll tell you
I
what.
seriously doubt that.
I've got to tell you something, though. Even when I'm asleep, I learn so much on LBC.
Right, you take it in by osmosis.
I take it in.
Yeah, you
Yes.
absorb it like a sponge.
I do. And my partner, it drives him nuts because I can't sleep unless I've got the radio on.
Yeah, I bet that's not the
Now,
only thing about you
is
that
it-
drives him nuts.
Well, no, he loves me, really. Well, he tells me he loves me. He does tell me he loves me now and again. I don't know what he's getting me for Christmas, though. What are you getting for Christmas?
What we're getting for Christmas? Well, let's hope it's booze. Yeah,
A new car.
something like.
Maybe a new car.
All I want is a car that works. That's all I ask. I pay my taxes. Why
Yeah.
can't I have one?
Because it's you. You're buying the... Why don't you get yourself a scooter? A mobility scooter.
That's actually not a bad idea.
I reckon you should get one of them turbo-powered ones.
They can.
Because you see these...
Yeah, I've sat on
these
one of those, and they go
elderly
alarmingly fast.
I know they do. These elderly people, they whiz round the street.
Yeah, I know.
love. I reckon you should get one of them.
I think
Last
everybody
week
should.
on the
I
show,
think
you-
everybody should have one of those. I mean, in the future, I wouldn't be surprised if people's vehicles were that size.
I might get one myself. Do you have to have tax on them?
Tax,
Tax.
or
You pay
cat,
tax
or
for
cats.
mobili- No, don't talk about the cat. I'll let you know next Friday if I find the cat.
Okay. Well, I'm shivering with anticipation.
Do you have to have tax on a mobility scooter?
What do I know? Why are you asking me?
Well, that'd be your next car, wouldn't it?
It could be my next car. Yeah, my next car could be a skateboard.
Oh, no, you don't want to get on one of them, my love.
No, I don't. No, you're
They'll
absolutely.
find you again.
You are absolutely right. Yeah,
You could end up in Madrid.
I could end up.
Young girl
could end up
saying
in-
about the climate change.
in hospital is where I could end up.
There you go, my God. Look, you
Well, I hope you find your cat. Get yourself a flap, Maxine. Do yourself a favour.
Oh, well, I love you anyway. You have a safe evening.
All right, and
say
you.
hello to Ian down, my darling.
I absolutely will not do that. Thanks a lot. Texts. Can anyone explain to me why it is that icebergs melting will cause the sea levels to rise? When water freezes to form ice, it expands. This is why engines need antifreeze. Without it, the engine cracks. Since the majority of ice is below sea level, when it melts, it will shrink in size, so the sea level should drop. Jeff, it's not icebergs that are melting that's the problem, unless you are a polar bear or a seal. That was the sound of a seal recorded yesterday, by the way. It's not icebergs that are the problem for us human beings. It's the ice that's on land that's the problem. If the ice that's on land melts, then you can kiss goodbye to your comfortable dry lifestyle because your furniture is going to be floating out your door. Atlanta, hello, Graham.
Nick, you mentioned Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Never had it.
They They are selling fireplace logs that smell like Kentucky Fried Chicken over here. Soon to be in your country, I'm sure.
What?
Yeah.
Fireplace logs that smell like Kentucky Fried Chicken. That can't be true.
15 quid will get you some fireplace logs that smell like Kentucky Fried Chicken.
That's the most ridiculous thing I've heard this evening, and that is a packed list, by the way.
On the way to your country, as everything goes east from us.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. Well, thanks a lot for that.
Thank you.
Yeah, we appreciate it.
Enjoy.
Yeah. No, I won't. But thanks. 0345 6060 973. Why would you want that? What would be the point of that? You fire logs that create the smell of KFC. Why would you want that? It's a thing. I can't believe it. Let's have Rotherham. Hello, Luke.
Hi, Nick. You all right?
Yes, Luke.
Well, listen, I want to know, do you think am I allowed to join Extinction Rebellion?
Are you allowed?
Well, what do you think? I'm a 45-year-old man.
45 years old?
Yeah, I've got 3 kids.
Yeah.
One
too many.
2 of them are grown up. Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
What?
I've got a job. I kind of...
Which one would you do without? Which one would you do without, by the way? The first, the second, or the third?
No.
I'm sorry, but you're going to have to select. Which one?
No, I would come myself straight away.
It's the last one,
You
isn't
can never ever ask that. You can never ever ask that of a person.
It's the last one, isn't it?
No. Anyway, look, don't ask that, please, ever again. Right, what are we on about? We're about Extinction Rebellion.
Yeah.
Right? So, I'm a normal person. I'm
Well,
45 years old.
let's not get carried away, Luke. That's yet to be established.
All right. Well, you tell me in a minute. Right. I'm a normal person. I got a job.
So you keep saying.
I've got a carbon footprint. Yeah, all right. Yeah.
A normal person wouldn't keep underlying how normal they are. I'm just saying.
Shut up. Right.
What?
All right. Just listen.
Yes.
Right. So what I'm saying is, right, can I join Extinction Rebellion? I've got a car, but I recycle. I recycle my plastic. I recycle my cans.
Yes.
I use train a lot for work. I don't drive when they're unnecessary. I get the train. I turn all the lights off in our house. Right. Or I am the one running around the house turning the lights off.
Yeah.
All the time.
Right.
Right. So basically, kind of in our house, I'd say I am the person that does all the work in kind of environmental, I don't know, points.
Yeah.
Whatever they are.
You're doing your bit to save the environment.
Can I go on a march?
Of course, yes, you can, Luke, as long as you have a pink boat. Do you have a pink boat?
No, come on. I'm being serious now.
Water wings. Do you have water wings? Do you have flotation device of any kind?
Though, Nick, they're made of plastic.
Right. Well, that is true. Yeah.
So, what am I supposed to do? I'm not being funny, and I'm not trying to.
You certainly are not. You got that right.
I am totally and absolutely, completely right. What do I do? Yeah. Right, because I'm up in the night thinking, oh my God, I need to go on a march.
Well, I tell you what. If you go on a march and you march, say, a mile a day, by this time next week you'll be in the next town. Call me from there. 0345 6060 973. What was that about? What was that about? Here's a call in Croydon. Hello, Ursula.
Oh, hi, Nick.
Yes.
I've got a mobility scooter, and you don't pay tax on it.
You don't pay tax, right?
No. And if you've got a disability, you don't pay VAT. And they're absolutely marvellous.
They go really quick, don't they? I couldn't believe how quick they go. If you've been on...
Some of them. Mine only goes 4 miles an hour.
Well, 4 miles an hour is actually quite fast when you're on one of those things.
Yeah, the downside is getting them repaired, because these people that sell them to you, even though they're under warranty, aren't keen on taking them back to repair them after that.
You know what I've noticed is that anybody that does medical devices, particularly for people that have like mobility problems or anything like that, they are quite often rip-off merchants. They see you as a captive market, and then they think of a number and double it and add a zero.
Yeah, they're dreadful. I've had to take legal people, lawyers, into the first one to get my money back.
Right.
But anyway, I've got something to tell you because I thought about you. 2 weeks ago, I came back from Cape Town in South Africa. I used to live there.
Yeah.
And all the local Africans in the market, they know Boris and they love him. And they were saying to me, where you're standing now, Boris was here. And they talk about him with his bike, and he's really, really popular. Point number 2 is I was staying in a nice hotel, and I had no problem having a shower or a bath.
Yeah. I bet you were staying at the Nelly.
No, I wasn't. Right. I don't know where the Nelly is.
The Mount Nelson, right in the middle there.
Oh, Mount Nelson, that's the poshest hotel in town.
Yeah.
And the one next to it is the Lady Hamilton. No, I was at a branch of the Hilton.
Without mentioning any brand names, Hilton, you say, yes.
A Doubletree by Hilton,
right.
But in a very bad area, very, very depressing area. You know, I wouldn't go back. I wouldn't go back at all. I used to live there.
Well, I think everywhere you go, if you can find yourself in a very, very bad area in South Africa.
Oh, yes, you can.
Yeah.
It's very dangerous. And I got sick and tired with people trying to get money out of me.
Mm-hmm.
And, no, I didn't enjoy
it. If you
park
somewhere in South Africa, then you have to pay a guy who just happens to be just loitering money to not nick your car. That's actually true.
Oh, you get all sorts of rip-offs over there. Anyway, I've enjoyed the show, Nick.
Oh, thanks, Ursula.
Good night.
Okay, cheers, my dear. And I think that'll probably do us. I'm sorry I didn't get to all of the calls that are waiting to speak to me, but, another time. Better luck next time, eh?